1,000 pieces of the inborn spiritual weapons and the level 2 dragon array? I haven't heard of them before. With regards to the spiritual grade metal and materials, we do have some spiritual grade metal for now, which is the rod owned by Roving Heavens, which weighs 500 kilograms. Next comes the formidable spiritual stones. 100,000 of them are required in order to upgrade a building. Are there even that many spiritual stones on this entire earth? Wuxia listened with a burdened look, but as the Dragon Palace came into sight, he cast all doubts to the back of his mind and dived excitedly towards the Dragon King Hall. Bam! However, he was resisted by a powerful force as he was descending into deeper waters. In fact, the resistance propelled Wuxia's body backwards. Oh, to think I've forgotten about the dragon array's effects. Wuxia squeaked in embarrassment. The level 1 dragon array consisted of 2 formations, namely the spiritual energy gathering array and the water region array. The water region array could prevent trespassing of creatures below level 12. Now that the formations had been activated, even Wuxia would only be able to enter via the Dragon's Gate. Should creatures below level 12 wish to enter the Dragon Palace, they could only do so by leaping over the Dragon's Gate. And for those which succeed, they would either possess the bloodline of the divine dragon or other powerful forces, or display innate talent. Hence, the Dragon's Gate had the gift of being able to sieve out innate talents of creatures. However, as a level 1 Dragon's Gate, it was only effective in handling creatures below level 12, while those beyond would be able to barge through based on their combat capabilities. Moreover, as the Dragon King, Wuxia held control over the choice of creatures which could make it past the Dragon's Gate. Upon arrival at the Eastern Dragon's Gate, the gate appeared sturdy and majestic, given its massive size of 100 meters tall and 200 meters wide. Wuxia leaped across the gates excitedly. Behind him was a crowd of Dragon Palace members, who looked on with zest as though they were worshipping him, while they followed along. This place would soon become what they called home, and also the territory which belonged exclusively to them. As all Dragon Palace members possessed Wuxia's bloodline, they too were able to enter the premises, unhindered by the Dragon's Gate. Once in the palace, Wuxia looked around at the pillars which stood at 100 meters tall, and noted the divine dragon motifs of various elements on them. Despite his body length of 7 meters while in dragon form, the place looked nonetheless spacious and awe-inspiring. Along the left and right were the multiple seamounts which had shifted over earlier, now beautified by the assorted corals growing on them. The only pity was that most of these seamounts were merely ornaments, as only 2 out of all of them had been transformed into dragon caves. The grounds of the Dragon Palace were made up of one massive sturdy rock. As Wuxia willed in his heart, he reverted to his human form. Now that he had transformed back into a human, the entire palace seemed all the more colossal and regal enough to impress and shock. This was no doubt the most sublime palace to ever exist in the world. As Wuxia took in a deep breath, he could feel a boost to his dragon energy. The entire Dragon Palace brimmed with ample spiritual energy, thanks to the effects of the spiritual energy gathering array. As he walked further inwards, he arrived at the dragon field. Over here, one could double their efficiency of cultivation regardless of technique practiced. Multiple weapon racks lined the left and right of the dragon field. It remained a pity, though, as there were currently no weapons on them. Wuxia proceeded further inwards and walked for a whole 10 minutes before he sighted the dragon cave on the right. The dragon cave was meant as the place of residence and cultivation for the Dragon Palace members. Living inside could help them reduce the time required to evolve by 2/3. Hence, it was the place to accelerate the combat abilities of the Dragon Palace members. There are only 1,000 rooms in one dragon cave. 10,000 spiritual stones will be required for the addition of another dragon cave, while 100,000 will be required to upgrade the cave's level. Wuxia contemplated to himself. The dragon cave was no doubt pivotal to the Dragon Palace members. However, given that there were currently less than 1,000 members, one dragon cave would suffice for now. That said, there was still a need to construct more dragon caves, should the number of henchmen increase in the future. Wuxia continued forward. The Dragon King Hall, also the largest building within the Dragon Palace, emerged right ahead. To enter the Dragon King Hall, one must climb up 9 steps, where each was half a meter tall. With one leap, Wang Xian entered directly into the Dragon King Hall. With a heated gaze, he looked intently at the golden dragon throne, which stood at 3 meters tall. And although it stood at a moderate 3 meters, the golden dragon throne spanned an overwhelming 15 meters wide. This was enough for Wang Xian to rest atop in his divine dragon form, or even lay spread out. Step by step, Wang Xian walked ahead. On both sides of the hall were many stone benches about 5 meters wide, meant as the seats for the Dragon Palace members. As he arrived at yet another 9 steps, Wang Xian eyed the dragon throne ahead before making his way up and sitting on the center of the throne. "Greetings, Dragon King!" The crowd of Dragon Palace members behind called out to Wang Xian respectfully, as they remained below the steps. Wang Xian acknowledged with an air of prestige. As he sat on the throne, all the Dragon Palace members came into clear sight within a single glance. Thereafter, he stood up to look at the progenitor tree behind him. The fresh and green progenitor tree brimmed with life while it exuded mysterious powers. With a faint smile, Wang Xian cast his gaze further back. It was where the titanic sea-stabilizing Immortal column had rooted itself within the Dragon Palace. At a staggering 200 meters, it bore the words, "Sea-stabilizing Immortal column," in huge gold embossments, which shone in gold flickers. Whereas towards the far end of the Dragon King Hall were 9 pillars, each with a divine dragon motif belonging to the 9 elements respectively. The heads of the dragons were all pointing to the same direction below, where a huge crater stood empty without a single trace of dragon blood. An area further behind had been sealed off by a range of seamounts. All in all, the Dragon Palace occupied a space of 10 kilometers in radius. Filled with endless miracles, it boasted the utmost extravagance and radiated magnificence. Wang Xian returned to the front of the dragon throne, where he stood with a stirring of exalted emotions. This was his very own Dragon Palace, a Dragon Palace of the Divine Dragon. The Dragon Palace has been built using merely 10,000 spiritual stones, along with some other materials. This is no doubt a benefit provided by the system. The 10,000 spiritual stones aside, the structures within the Dragon Palace would have required at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stone alone. Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked around. The construction of a level 1 Dragon Palace was considered a benefit by the system. That said, given that the system emphasized consistent upgrading of combat abilities through one's own means, this could also be the one and only time when it granted such a benefit. However, Wang Xian had no clue as to the disasters which this benefit would bring him. The construction of the Dragon Palace had sapped all energy within the surrounding area of 1,000 meters in radius. Meanwhile, along the surface of the seas, a huge island sat, surrounded by 4 other islands. Surprisingly, the archipelago could not be seen from the outside, as if it had been hidden in another dimension. In the center of the island were numerous cultivation rooms. The experts residing inside were startled when the Dragon Palace was being constructed. Flying hurriedly out of their rooms, they suspended themselves in midair with heavy looks on their faces as they stared in the direction of the Dragon Palace. "What's that? Why does it possess such a threatening stance?" one asked. "Such powerful energy. How terrifying. What exactly has happened? A creepy sea monster? Or a formidable treasure?" the second added. "Or the emergence of another ancient clan?" the third suggested. As the rain fell on them, it splattered off in reflex. Their eyes glistened as they looked on in disbelief. "A horrifying underwater creature?" or another uttered. At the same time, within the area of 1,000 miles in radius, on the floating island of the sacred seas of swords, an elder balanced atop a spiritual sword. As he stood, he looked on in the same direction as the others with a face of utter astonishment. They were completely shocked by the sheer force of energy. Howl, howl, howl. Within the same moments and parameters, the various formidable clans, each with a territory of their own, had also experienced a loss of energy while detecting the prominent spiritual energy which had gathered in the direction of the Dragon Palace. To which the creatures menaced as they growled in the seas. With their mammoth bodies and perilous stance, the creatures dashed for the Dragon Palace underwater with icy stares. The newly constructed Dragon Palace was about to welcome its first crisis. a huge calamity in fact. The system had brought along a major challenge to the Dragon Palace, though assisting with its construction as a benefit. Guarded against harm, the Dragon Palace shall remain. Failing this, the Dragon Palace shall perish. The vast oceans were over 2 times the size of the land and filled with mysteries. The area of the Eastern Sea reached over 770,000 square meters. It was even larger than some countries. When the Dragon Palace was established, it absorbed the spiritual energy and other energies from the surroundings that spanned a radius of 1,000 meters. This attracted the attention of all the creatures in the vicinity. Within the 1,000-meter radius, there was a region filled with coral reefs. It was the territory of a ginormous octopus race with huge tentacles. From that region, a horrifying octopus that was over 20 meters long swam swiftly towards the Dragon Palace by swaying its huge tentacles. To its left and right, there were 4 to 5 huge octopuses that were over 15 meters long. Behind them, there were 20-odd giant octopuses. They were entirely red in color with huge and bright eyes. Below them, their rows of razor-sharp teeth gave off an eerie glow. This type of ginormous octopus was also known as king cuttlefish. There were myths recorded about these king cuttlefish in the history of the Western world. They were the famous krakens who were able to easily capsize a ship. The squadron of king cuttlefish approached the Dragon Palace at high speed. Subconsciously, they felt that there would be treasures beneficial to them in that place. This originated from the instincts of living creatures. 100 miles away from the king cuttlefish, a group of enormous sharks were also swimming towards the Dragon Palace. Sharks were known to be at the top of the food chain in the sea. However, great white sharks that were known to many were just small animals compared to these enormous sharks. The shark that led the pack had a huge head that took up 1/3 of its entire body. However, the most terrifying part of it was its teeth. It was incomparably large and each tooth was the size of a small child. Its mouth was exposed and one could easily see the shreds of meat that remained between the teeth. This shark was over 18 meters long with a layer of thick fish scales. It constantly emanated strong barbarous and remote vibes. Other than this huge shark, there were a dozen-odd more sharks around it, among which the most attention-grabbing one was a shark with a single eye. Its eye was incomparably huge and was 1/2 meter in size. The single eye was right above the mouth and made the shark look dreadful and eerie. The eye was completely black as though it was the depth of the abyss. The Cyclops shark swam in the middle of the school with the largest mega-teeth shark. To the east of the Dragon Palace, there was only a single organism swimming rapidly towards it. However, this creature possessed horrifying wings. That's right, those were wings. With just a slight movement, it was propelled forward by several thousand meters. What was most dreadful about it was its size. The body was approximately 30 meters long and could match the largest creature in the seas, the blue whale. An ancient barbarous and remote vibe emanated from this horrifying body. It appeared to be from a long time ago and possessed a terrifying aura. The ancient creature, Pliosaurus. The Pliosaurus wiggled its wings and dashed over 2,000 meters forward. Right ahead of him, a school of tiger whales appeared suddenly. Tiger whales were the strongest known race on Earth. They were daring enough to attack any creatures, including the blue whale. For the portion of the seas that humans knew about, they were the strongest existence. However, when this school of tiger whales felt the horrifying aura from behind them, they immediately swam away in horror. Crack, crack, crack. However, the Pliosaurus accelerated at this instant. Its huge 7-meter mouth bit onto one of these tiger whales and swallowed it whole. Ka-ka. In another bite, it devoured another tiger whale before swimming in the direction of the Dragon Palace once again. To the north of the Dragon Palace, creatures with huge heads and armor-like exteriors were approaching. Instead of having teeth, they had 2 long bony blades that extended from their jaws. These bony blades were just like the scythes of a reaper. They were razor-sharp and could cut, tear, and crush any objects. They were the Dunkleistus race from historical times. Different races were swimming towards the mysterious Eastern Sea due to the appearance of the Dragon Palace. Other than these creatures, there were also Anomalocaris that spanned 2 meters and had 2 huge front limbs. Over 100 Anomalocaris were moving rapidly on the surface of the sea. There were also huge sea pythons that were over 20 meters long. The skin of these huge sea pythons appeared incomparably tough. There were also swordfish that were over 2 meters long and gave off a metallic shine. At the tip of their heads, there was a long and sharp edge that appeared extremely unique. In addition, there was also an extremely huge blue whale that was swimming towards the Dragon Palace. An ordinary blue whale could grow to over 30 meters long. It was the largest known creature across the land and seas. Some of these whales could even reach the size of some ships. However, the level of this blue whale was still a long distance away from other marine races. At this instant, Wang Xian wasn't aware that these creatures were swimming furiously towards the Dragon Palace from all directions. He was standing within the bedroom for the Dragon King, or his personal room. The bedroom of the Dragon Palace was situated on the main peak. It was carved out from the peak that was over 200 meters above the bottom of the sea. The entire bedroom was huge and spanned over 2,000 square meters, among which Wang Xian was most satisfied with that large bed. As the most elite race that existed, the divine dragon had naturally witnessed countless cultures. The bedroom of the Dragon Palace would naturally have a bed. Moreover, this bed was extremely huge, luxurious and soft. The entire bed spanned 30 meters and was round in shape. Other than the bed, the bedroom had almost everything other humans would require. This greatly piqued the interest of Wang Xian. Based on the legacy of the divine dragon, Wang Xian learned that human-form creatures were the largest race in the entire universe. Many races and creatures could transform into human form. Gradually, they would pick up some habits of humans. What a big bed! This is going to be great. Wang Xian looked at the incomparably huge bed. He sat on it and was satisfied with how soft the surface was. Wang Xian beamed. At the thought of Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue, who were still above the sea's surface, he revealed a thrilled expression. Wang Xian couldn't hold back his laughter. I'll bring them over tomorrow, and we definitely must make the best use of this bed to have an enjoyable night. Gur. However, just as Wang Xian closed his eyes and let his imagination run wild, a roar propagated throughout the Dragon Palace. He was taken aback. Dragon King, there's another marine race approaching our Dragon Palace. At this moment, the voice of Prime Minister Turtle reached Wang Xian. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow, got up and headed towards the highest point of the main mountain peak. At this place, there was a platform with a radius of 100 meters. Standing there, he could overlook the entire Dragon Palace. That is? At this instant, Prime Minister Turtle and the Dragon Palace members were standing on top of their dragon caves and looking in the direction of the southern gate of the Dragon Palace. In the southern direction, a huge group of king cuttlefish were wiggling their huge tentacles as they swam towards the Dragon Palace. What's the king cuttlefish race doing here? Wang Xian frowned in suspicion. He was surprised at the sight of close to 30 king cuttlefishes at about 1,000 meters away. At the center of the school was the level 12 king cuttlefish, accompanied by 5 level 11 at its sides, while the remaining were all level 10 creatures. How timely! I couldn't obtain any dragon energy from the Aurora jellyfish earlier, given that it disappeared from its body as soon as it died. With these tens of king cuttlefishes, they'll bring me much dragon energy. Wang Xian smirked with temptation. This was the Dragon Palace, the territory of the Dragon King. By battling within an area of 20 kilometers in radius around the Dragon Palace, all Dragon Palace members engaged would have their combat abilities raised by 50%. Moreover, there was another advantage by battling within the grounds of the Dragon Palace, which was the speed of recovery. Be it the recovery of energy or wounds, they would do so at a much faster rate as compared to other places. An increase of 50% was already considered very high to Wang Xian. Go out and kill all of them, Wang Xian ordered with a smile. With a change of stance, he prepared himself to exit through the west gate. Roar, roar. However, just as Wang Xian had begun to shift himself, a series of growls could be heard from up front at the north gate. The growls came consistently and frequently, sending tremors to the nearby area of tens of kilometers in radius. This was followed by a series of massive water surges which was coming straight at the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian frowned with a burdened look as he turned immediately to look in the direction of the north gate. And there they were, sharks. Schools of menacing giant sharks. It's the megateeth shark race. Wang Xian shrieked with narrowed eyes at the sight of them. Several days ago, Wang Xian and Prime Minister Turtle had also bumped into this horrifying race of megateeth sharks while they were out selecting the location to construct the Dragon Palace. Within the entire megateeth shark race, there were 2 level 12 members along with a crowd of level 11, making them a much tougher force. Howl, howl, howl. More groans could be heard, along with a force of terror. To which Wang Xian flinched as he looked hastily in the northeast direction where he sighted a group of close to 50 terrifying creatures. They looked horrendous, especially with the megalodon teeth in its mouth. Its all-black body was wrapped in what seemed like body armor. It's the Dunkleistus, all of which are of the inborn level or even higher. Wang Xian gasped with a heavy look. Yet this was far from the end, as they were followed by a troop of over 100 anomalocaris, each measuring 2 meters, along with 20 or more horrendous deep-sea pythons, as well as a school of swordfish, each shining with a metallic sheen. To top it off, there were even more than 1,000 level 8 to 9 pterygotus, along with another 1,000 or so bizarre-looking fish. Gradually, within 10 minutes, the area was flooded by close to 5,000 frightening creatures. Each and every one emitted a horror-striking aura. Howl, howl! The school of brutal sharks roared as they swayed their large bodies, staring intently in the direction of the Dragon Palace. The leading megateeth shark and cyclops shark looked on with glowing eyes as though they were on fire. They could sense that the energy which gathered here was much stronger than their territories, which made them very pleased. Hence, they would like to make this space their own. With a growl, the duo led the rest of their race and dived straight ahead for the Dragon Palace. Boom! Suddenly, as the school of sharks arrived above the Dragon Palace, they were resisted with a sheer force of defense. Bobbing their heads, the leading megateeth shark and cyclops shark glanced ahead with a confused look. Howl, howl! The 2 sharks growled again. This time, all accompanying sharks crashed ahead with the duo. Bang, bang, bang! That said, the defense of the dragon array sent them spinning in circles once more. In response, the sharks bared their jaws and stared darkly. Besides the megateeth shark race, the school of Dunkleistus also came crashing using their bodies, which were as powerful as war machinery. Tens of Dunkleistus dived ahead, charging straight at the Dragon Palace, which resulted in successive loud crashes as they collided with the dragon array. Pat, 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 pat. Loud and crisp smashes could be heard, as the giant king cuttlefishes lashed their extended tentacles against the dragon array. However, the dragon array merely gave off several ripples under the constant bombardment by the respective forces. Why have so many powerful underwater races gathered here at the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian asked. He was puzzled by the tens of thousands of terrifying creatures which had gathered around, amongst which were about 8 level 12 combatants. In addition, there were even more level 11 creatures hovering at about 40. There were also more than 100 inborn level creatures. The creatures, each with a threatening stance, were dying to enter the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked on with a burdened look while the past flickered in his head. There was probably too much commotion during the construction of the Dragon Palace. They were likely attracted over by the 2 energy swirls. Wang Xian speculated to himself as he inhaled deeply. Thank goodness for the dragon array's protection, he exclaimed. The dragon array was able to defend against the attacks by creatures of level 12 and below. Hence, these surrounding creatures would not be able to overcome the defense of the dragon array, unless they were able to enter through the Dragon's Gate. That said, the Dragon's Gate was erected to help sieve out outstanding members for the sake of the Dragon Palace. One who wishes to go past the Dragon's Gate must possess extraordinary wisdom, talent, and bloodline. As for these groups of creatures, any attempts to enter through the Dragon's Gate would be immensely tough. Howl, howl! Another growl could be heard just as Wang Xian heaved a small sigh of relief after checking out the surroundings. This growl was brimming with the utmost austerity and immense compulsion. And as the growl surged past, all surrounding creatures, including the races gathered here, trembled briefly. A tinge of fear flashed across their eyes. The respective races and formidable organisms turned their heads towards the east. Earlier, there hadn't been anyone at the eastern entrance of the Dragon's Gate. But now, a ginormous creature gradually swam its way over. It was a truly magnificent mammoth, as it was over 10 meters bigger than the largest creature which had gathered here. Its physical size was beyond shocking along with its 4 giant wings. As it inched its way over briefly, it sent the surrounding waters on a violent tumble. Like a victor which had transcended from the past, its body boasted a rustic and dull aura. This, Wuxia muttered in astonishment at the sight of the creature. Pliosaurus. It's a level 13 Pliosaurus. Wuxia let out a low growl while his face grew heavy at the sight of the level 13 creature. After all, this was a level 13 Pliosaurus. Wuxia was currently a level 7 divine dragon. In addition, he possessed the pure bloodline of the divine dragon, which was touted as the apex of all bloodlines. Hence, he was able to supersede 5 levels during combat in the face of ordinary creatures. That said, a 5-level transcendence would mean that Wuxia was only able to handle a level 12 creature. To think that a level 13 creature had now appeared. How? How did it attract such a threatening presence? Wuxia choked in trepidation as his gaze remained fixed on the Pliosaurus. As the Pliosaurus flapped its wings gently, it ascended above the dragon palace. It then narrowed its eyes and peered at the surrounding creatures with contempt. Formidable as they were, even the megateeth shark, cyclops shark, and Dunkleistus had a tinge of fear in their eyes. Roar! The Pliosaurus lifted its huge head and looked down on the entire dragon palace. Eventually, his gaze landed on Wuxia. Roar, roar, roar. Excitement gleamed in the eyes of the Pliosaurus as he roared loudly. A message was transmitted to Wuxia. Devour me? When Wuxia heard the Pliosaurus, he was infuriated. He moved and transformed into a 7-meter-long divine dragon immediately. Roar! He let out a furious roar. Extending his mouth to the fullest, he growled, "Scram! Roar, roar, roar!" Prime Minister Turtle and the other members of the Dragon Palace growled in unison and shot cold looks at the surrounding marine races. Little thing, I'm going to devour you. I'll be able to evolve further after consuming you. The Pliosaurus lowered its head, fixed its gaze at Wuxia and growled loudly. The level 13 creatures had long had its intelligence manifested. From Wuxia it could feel a tremendous amount of energy. It had the premonition that if it could devour this little thing, it would be able to evolve further, after which it would be able to enter the broader seas. Wuxia's eyes lit up and his heart palpitated violently upon hearing the Pliosaurus. Roar! At this moment, the Pliosaurus extended one of its huge wings and slapped it on the dragon array. Crack, crack, crack. In just a single strike, crisp cracking sounds came from the dragon array. Wuxia looked up and saw cracks appearing at the location where the Pliosaurus attacked. These cracks were healing at a very slow pace. However, Wuxia was certain that if the Pliosaurus were to attack again, the dragon array would definitely shatter. This won't do. The dragon array wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the Pliosaurus. Once the dragon array is shattered, the dragon palace would be destroyed and I wouldn't be able to escape. Wuxia's expression changed constantly. At this point, he saw the Pliosaurus moving its wing once again. Kill! A deep growl came from Wuxia. He moved and charged out of the dragon palace through the eastern gates. He couldn't allow the Pliosaurus to attack again. Otherwise, all of them would die. Rumble! A 5-meter blue ball of water formed before Wuxia and was shot towards the Pliosaurus. Roar! Little thing, you are finally out. The Pliosaurus wiggled its huge wing in response to the attack from Wuxia. Pa! Under the dreadful strength of the Pliosaurus, the water ball shattered instantly. Die! Wuxia swung his dragon claws towards the wing. Roar! Kill! Behind him, Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens and the crowd followed Wuxia closely as they charged out of the dragon palace and attacked the Pliosaurus. Roar! The Pliosaurus looked in contempt as he saw Wuxia swinging his dragon claws at it. The Pliosaurus was almost 5 times the size of Wuxia at over 30 meters long. When facing this little thing, it wasn't wary at all. Once again, it wiggled one of its wings towards Wuxia. You must be courting death. Seeing the contempt in the eyes of the Pliosaurus, Wuxia underwent a transformation. His body turned golden in color as his dragon claws glowed dazzlingly. Pliosaurus, level 13. Extractable dragon energy, 21,112,344. Break! The glow of the metal extended over a dozen odd meters in an instant. This strike was the best strike Wuxia could put up. Prime massacre. The strongest strike. CICI. Roar. The dragon claws struck the 7-meter wing and spewed blood everywhere. The entire wing was ripped off under the attack from Wuxia. Growlinger. The Pliosaurus grimaced in pain. He stared furiously at the broken wing and bloodthirst filled his eyes. How dare you injure me? Little thing. I'm going to devour you. The Pliosaurus extended its other huge wing and stretched its huge head towards Wuxia. Get lost. Wuxia swung his giant claws from the top to bottom. A huge 5-meter dragon claw left 5 trails of blood across the face of the Pliosaurus. Roar. Roar. You shall die. You shall die. Having been injured once again, the Pliosaurus tried to knock Wuxia with its head. Bam! Wuxia was prepared for it. The color of his body changed into that of the Earth Dragon, and he used the shield of the Earth Dragon to withstand the attack. However, the strength of the Pliosaurus was incomparably powerful. Wuxia was knocked back several hundred meters and fresh blood oozed out from his mouth. How dare you injure the Dragon King? Die! At this instant, Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens and other members of the Dragon Palace growled in unison. Huge earthy thorns with horrifying wind blades were launched towards the Pliosaurus. Countless devilish snakes and the huge fork formed from the combined attack of the Wuxia using water streams landed heavily on the Pliosaurus. Ants! The attacks of the members of the Dragon Palace were much stronger under the 50% buff from the Dragon Palace. Previously, if it weren't for the buff from the Dragon Palace, Wuxia wouldn't have been able to injure the level 13 Pliosaurus. All the attacks from the Dragon Palace members landed on and wounded the Pliosaurus, infuriating it further. This group of ant-like existence had actually injured the mighty Pliosaurus. With the buff from the Dragon Palace, we stand a chance in the battle. Wuxia licked away the blood from his mouth. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he turned into the metal dragon once again. Carrying a powerful and sharp edge, he dashed forward. Assist the Dragon King! Prime Minister Turtle shouted out loud. Members of the Dragon Palace glowed in a gold, blue, black and dullish yellow glow as they attacked in unison. The physical body of the Pliosaurus was extremely tough. However, it was just an existence with a lowly bloodline. Moreover, it didn't have any cultivation arts. As for the members of the Dragon Palace, they had all practiced divine dragon transformation. The Devil Division practiced the Devil Dragon transformation, Roving Lobster practiced the Metal Dragon transformation, and the Prime Minister Turtle practiced the Earth Dragon transformation. All of them were better in close combat than the Pliosaurus. Nonetheless, their range attacks weren't any weaker. Countless elemental attacks exploded on the Pliosaurus. All right. Wuxia beamed. With the strength of all the members of the Dragon Palace, they might just be able to kill a level 13 Pliosaurus with the assistance of the Dragon Palace. Roar. Wuxia growled loudly. Revealing his razor-sharp teeth, he bit towards the Pliosaurus. The Pliosaurus, who was defending against the attacks from the members of the Dragon Palace, instantly felt an intense pain cruising through his body. To the right of his body, a 3-meter-long wound was ripped open. The wound was a meter deep. If it wasn't for its huge body, this strike may very well have been fatal to it. However, a 3-meter-long and 1-meter-deep wound on a 30-meter-long body wouldn't be considered too grave. Rar rar. The Pliosaurus was infuriated. It wiggled its huge tail and swept towards Wuxia. Swish! Wuxia's color changed as he turned into the Earth Dragon once again and relied on the Earth Shield to guard him. Bam! Earth Dragon had the strongest defense among all other attributes. However, Wuxia was still knocked back and threw out blood from the impact. Wuxia wiped off the blood from the edge of his mouth and stared coldly at the Pliosaurus. Roar, roar! All of you here, kill these ants-like existences for me. At this moment, the Pliosaurus turned to the other creatures around him and gave his orders. Wuxia's face contorted as he heard the echoes from the Pliosaurus. He spun his head around to check his surroundings. Meanwhile, up to 5,000 terrifying creatures which formed several formidable clams surrounding Wuxia looked on by the sides with icy stares. But their eyes glistened at the sound of the Pliosaurus. The leaders of each clan possessed extreme wisdom, and they could tell that this Pliosaurus, though horrifying, was no match for them. And yet, amongst all of them, no one except the Pliosaurus was able to break through the defense up ahead to make it inside the space which they so desired. Howl, howl. The mega-teeth shark, which measured 18 meters long, roared at its neighboring Cyclops shark, as though the two were communicating. Howl, howl. Immediately after, the two giants let out another growl, before they attacked in the direction of the Dragon Palace members, including Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Heavens. The school of Dunkleosteus hesitated as they looked on by the side. However, when they saw the mega-teeth shark race attack, they too joined in the fight. As the two powerful races joined forces, the creatures of the remaining races procrastinated no further. In an instant, the looming crowd of haunting creatures sieged towards the Dragon Palace, while two other weaker clans, namely the swordfish, which glowed with a metallic sheen, as well as the anomalocaris, did not join in the siege. Instead, they stared at the Dragon Palace with glistening eyes. Given that their toughest members were but level 11 combatants, these two races thus could not compare to the stronger Megateeth, Dunkleosteus, and King Cuttlefish. All Dragon Palace members, including Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens, Roving Wuxia, Roving Girl, and Roving Lobster, responded with a heavy look at the sight of the formidable creatures which were coming at them from all sides. Kill! Roving Heavens growled in a low pitch. As he did, he raised his rod and glared fiercely in the direction of the Dunkleosteus. There were 3 level 12 combatants amongst the school of Dunkleosteus. Howl, howl! Roving Wuxia roared. Kill them, he continued. Raising his weapon-like arm, he lashed out at the mega-teeth sharks with an apathetic look. Slithering their thick bodies, the 9 venomous sea snakes looked on indifferently at the bunch of deep-sea pythons, of which 4 had made their way over to Roving Wuxia and Roving Heavens. With a heavy look, Prime Minister Turtle landed on the seabed floor, as the surrounding crust began to tremor. And so did Roving Lobster and Roving Girl. Charge! They shouted. Right now, with no room to retreat, they could only battle it out. And it was either kill or perish. Even though there were 8 level 12 creatures amongst the terrifying mass, Prime Minister Turtle and gang would nonetheless battle them the best they could, putting their abilities to the test. After all, they were now boosted by the energy from the Dragon Palace as well as the divine dragon transformation. Boom! Howl, howl, howl. The real battle would break out at any moment, as the opponents lurked. The giant sharks, each measuring over 10 meters, the deep-sea pythons, measuring over 20, the king cuttlefish as well as the school of Dunkleosteus, which all spanned over a dozen. Every one of them was a lot larger than the Dragon Palace members. On the other hand, the devil monkeys oozed a devilish aura, and at this moment their population of 700 did not appear to be too many. Moreover, most of the devil monkeys were below the inborn level. Be off and die! Roving Heavens roared. Thereafter, his body mushroomed and grew up to about 7 meters. He looked on emotionlessly, while his body blazed with devilish aura. As he swung his metallic rod, Roving Heavens took aim before striking it at the level 12 Dunkleosteus with no holds barred. More than 100 devil monkeys behind him leaped forward and thrust themselves onto the Dunkleosteus. Bang! Surprisingly, as the huge rod landed forcefully on the head of the Dunkleosteus, it clanged as though metals had crashed against each other. The head of the fish was merely dented as it looked up at Roving Heavens with icy stares. Swaying its tail, the fish opened its mouth the widest it could before charging at Roving Heavens with frightening speed. Scram! Roving Heavens scowled as he stabbed his rod towards the Dunkleosteus' mouth. Creak! However, in that instant, the Dunkleosteus bit into Roving Heavens' rod using its powerful megalodon teeth. Face sullen, Roving Heavens tried to withdraw his rod, only to discover in shock that it had been gnawed on deeply and would not budge. The biting force of the Dunkleosteus was no doubt unrivaled. Howl, howl, howl. Just then, the tribe of devil monkeys started to battle the tens of Dunkleosteus behind. The sharp claws of the monkeys mauled the bodies of the fish. As for the weaker monkeys, they could only manage several bloodied scratch marks on the fish. Creak, 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 creak. Suddenly, with a shift in stance, several level 11 Dunkleosteus sank their teeth into a couple of devil monkeys. A clear, crisp sound came crackling, as the bunch of devil monkeys were bitten in two. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the surrounding waters crimson. Howl, howl! Roving Heavens snarled with a grimace, having lost several descendants in the flick of an eye. As he snapped, he let go of his rod and dived straight at the Dunkleistus. It was all or nothing. Howl, howl! The Dunkleistus released the rod and raised its head before it started to chew at Roving Heaven's arm. The megalodon teeth had barely bitten onto a small piece of Roving Heaven's arm but managed to tear off a huge chunk of flesh in the blink of an eye, to which Roving Heavens glared with bloodshot eyes. Creak, creak, creak! Howl, howl, howl! Chilling screams and sounds of spines breaking hovered in the waters. All around, tens of weaker devil monkeys had perished upon the initial collision. Only two of the Dunkleistus had gone belly up after getting mobbed by the devil monkeys. Alongside that, the Wuxia clan too had met with a formidable opponent. Even as they joined forces, tackling the mega teeth sharks remained no easy feat. This was especially so in the case of the Cyclops shark, which proved to be a handful. As its eyes darted shots of black demonic aura, it pierced right through the bodies of two Wuxias. Blood spurted everywhere. In retaliation, Roving Wuxia howled in an angry outburst and led a group of Wuxias with their sea spears before charging at the dozen or so mega teeth sharks. It was miserable, utterly anguishing. Within a mere 1 minute of exchanging hands, more than 100 Dragon Palace members had lost their lives. This placed the Devil Division and the Dragon Guard Division at a blatant disadvantage. The 9 venomous sea snakes were the only ones with the upper hand amongst all Dragon Palace members. With the bloodline of the Wind Divine Dragon, their combat abilities were naturally much stronger than ordinary creatures. Their fighting skills only got better, aided by the energy boost by the Dragon Palace. They moved quick as lightning, forming shadows as they slithered amidst the battlefield while attacking the deep-sea pythons. Boom! Suddenly, the bodies of the 9 venomous sea snakes briefly twitched while they were thrashing it out with the 20-plus deep-sea pythons, to which 20 of the pythons froze for a moment as they struggled. Soon after, they turned around and began sinking their fangs into their 5 level 11 and 12 comrades. 9 venomous sea snakes, level 11. Art of Cultivation. Wind Dragon Transformation. Superpower. Ability to manipulate snake clans of levels lower than oneself. And the ability to control the winds. The ability to manipulate and control as descended from its bloodline had finally revealed its miraculous effects at this instant. Never had 2 level 12 and 3 level 11 deep-sea pythons ever expected to be attacked by their own underlings. In an instant, blood spurted on all ends. SSS, SSS, SSS. The 5 deep-sea pythons were attacked by 5 venomous sea snakes. Together with the surprise attacks from their subordinates, the bodies of these 5 deep-sea pythons were ripped apart. Blade after blade of wind sliced through them. Bam! The 5 horrifying deep-sea pythons finally met their end as they sank to the bottom of the sea. Leading the 20-odd remaining deep-sea pythons, the 5 venomous sea snakes swam towards the Dunkleistus race and the megateeth sharks. The pressure on the Devil Division, which had suffered heavy losses, was finally relieved a little. However, the battles were still extremely brutal. Devil monkeys were falling each moment. The Dragon Guard Division that was fighting the mega teeth sharks was also facing the same predicament. For every shark they killed, they would have to sacrifice several patrolling Wuxias. Below them, the King Cuttlefish race had surrounded Prime Minister Turtle. Streams of poisonous fog had completely shrouded the Prime Minister Turtle, and their horrifying tentacles had gripped tightly onto Prime Minister Turtle. However, Prime Minister Turtle had retracted his head and limbs back into his turtle shell. He lay on the seabed and still maintained his attacks by controlling Earth and using earthy thorns. At the same time, he manipulated the Earth below him and was digging a huge hole. Prime Minister Turtle constantly released Earthy Thorn and his aura to suppress the King Cuttlefish. This squadron of King Cuttlefish was infuriated. They were determined to kill Prime Minister Turtle after receiving the orders from their leader of the King Cuttlefish. SSS, SSS, SSS. At this moment, the 3 leaders of the Dunkleistus race started noticing the number of their kind dwindling rapidly. Subsequently, they let out a furious cry. The strange fish that had gathered around acted like they had received an order as several thousands of level 7 and 8 strange fish charged towards the battles frantically. They were just like piranhas that had picked up the scent of blood as they went on a rampage. Far away from these battles, the swordfish race that had a metallic shine and the blue anomalocaris race retreated further. They appeared to possess extraordinary intelligence. Other than these two races which had not entered the battles, all the other races and horrifying creatures were killing the members of the Dragon Palace. Fresh blood had dyed the region before the eastern gate of the Dragon Palace red. Chunks of flesh and corpses were falling towards the bottom of the sea every second. The advantage that the Dragon Palace gained from the 9 venomous sea snakes had completely disappeared. Although those level 7 and 8 creatures were relatively weaker, their numbers were far superior. 400 out of the 700 devil monkeys had perished within the short time frame. Only 60 of the 100 patrolling Yikshaws were left. Moreover, deaths were still piling up each second. Brutality and death had descended upon this region of the sea. Even so, not a single member of the Dragon Palace had retreated. They had disregarded death and weren't fearful of it. Battles. Killings. Roving Heavens was in a complete state of insanity. A Dunkleistus had ripped a part of his flesh off of him. One could even see the bone from the wound on his arm. Despite that, he still held the metal rod tightly and attacked the level 12 Dunkleistus before him with even more fervor. Roving Lobster moved away from the battle with the Dunkleistus and started killing the level 7 and 8 strange fish around him. With every strike with its pincers, one of these strange fish would die. At this point, the golden surface of Roving Lobster had been dyed red. These strange fish were too numerous. Gradually, the metal body of the Roving Lobster was being chipped away. It was especially so behind his back. His shell was broken and his flesh was exposed. The battle continued for another 5 minutes. The surrounding sea region had been dyed red from the blood. 2/3 of the members of the Dragon Palace had fallen. The bottom of the sea was now filled with the corpses of the devil monkeys, patrolling Yakshas and other creatures. Arg! Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, Wang Xian was bitten again by the Pliosaurus before the eastern gate. He was thrown aside and smashed heavily on the dragon array. Despite turning into the Earth Divine Dragon, his body was still covered in fresh blood. Seeing the deaths of the members of the Dragon Palace around him, Wang Xian's face was flushed with anger. His cold eyes were now filled with frenzy. Behind Wang Xian, Roving Girl was constantly manipulating water streams to heal Wang Xian's injuries. The blue Roving Girl was as white as chalk at this moment as she had almost exhausted all her water attribute energy. Stubborn ants. I'll devour you. The Pliosaurus glanced at the wounds on him once again as it flared up. Within these few minutes, this ant was attacking without concerns of getting injured. When the razor-sharp dragon claws landed on its body, a deep wound would appear instantly. And when he attacked, that ant-like existence would undergo a huge transformation and turn into tough earth. This greatly pissed him off. I have to kill it. Otherwise, all the members of the Dragon Palace, including me, will be dead. I have to kill it. Wang Xian's eyes were bloodshot. As long as he could kill the Pliosaurus, they could retreat back into the safety of the Dragon Palace. Therefore, he attacked without concern about getting injured in the hope of returning to the Dragon Palace to recuperate after killing it. However, the Pliosaurus was too huge. Even if it couldn't use elemental attacks, the power was still tremendous. A swing of its tail could severely injure Wang Xian. If it bit Wang Xian, it could penetrate the scales on his body. Rumble. All of a sudden, a dull explosion erupted from the bottom of the sea. Wang Xian took a quick glance and was greatly shocked. Below them, the Prime Minister Turtle controlled the earth and created an incomparably huge hole. The next instant, he buried with him the King Cuttlefish race that he was battling. Over 20 King Cuttlefish were buried below the seabed with the Prime Minister Turtle. Wang Xian's eyes were red with anger. He glared at the Pliosaurus, transformed into the metal divine dragon, and shot towards it at extreme speed. Kill! He was just like a sharp, long sword. The dragon claws were like the edge of the long sword, while the body of the divine dragon supported the strike. Desperation. Wang Xian was completely desperate. At this point, he could only risk his life to gain an opportunity to survive. Despite being covered in wounds, he still had to attack desperately. Dragon Spear. Wang Xian growled loudly and pierced towards the Pliosaurus. Get lost! The Pliosaurus grunted. His horrifying tail swept towards Wang Xian. The tail of the Pliosaurus was over 10 meters long. While sweeping rapidly through the water, it brought along unimaginable strength. Wang Xian was bitter. He gritted his teeth, didn't stop, and instead accelerated across. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Wang Xian was about to risk his life to clash with the Pliosaurus, the surface of the seabed suddenly cracked. Prime Minister Turtle spun upwards and crashed into the tail of the Pliosaurus. Rumble. Horrifying collision sounds propagated throughout the vicinity. Dragon King! Kill it! A weak voice resounded. Wang Xian looked over and was desolated to see the shell of Prime Minister Turtle cracking at a rapid pace. Bright red blood instantly dyed its huge dullish yellow body. Prime Minister Turtle looked at Wang Xian as its body was swept away. The tail of the Pliosaurus had been stopped after Prime Minister Turtle gave up his life. Tears of blood oozed out of Wang Xian's eyes. Burning through the dragon energy in his body, the metal shine of his body glowed even stronger as he accelerated towards the Pliosaurus. You are just an ant. Die now. The Pliosaurus wasn't concerned that his tail had been stopped. It extended its 7-meter mouth and revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth as it tried to bite towards Wang Xian's dragon head. Dragon King. I'll stop its attack. Suddenly, Wang Xian heard a fatigued but pleasing voice, following which, he saw a sea clam flying towards the mouth of the Pliosaurus. The sea clam enlarged to 4 meters while ascending before landing in the middle of the Pliosaurus' mouth. Kaka. The Pliosaurus bit onto the shell of the roving girl. It was taken aback slightly but soon crushed down with all its might. The clamshell cracked slowly. The roving girl had bought less than a second for Wang Xian. I'm going to kill you and devour you. In this split second, Wang Xian flashed across like a golden ray of light. His dragon energy had now been completely exhausted. Bam! Wang Xian pierced the body of the Pliosaurus like a sword. However, he was only able to pierce 2 meters into the horrifying defense of the Pliosaurus, and this wasn't fatal. Luckily, Wang Xian's head was now within the body of the Pliosaurus. He opened his huge mouth and started devouring the flesh and blood of the Pliosaurus from inside. Arg! 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 The Pliosaurus grimaced in pain. It spat out the crushed clamshell, extended its huge mouth and bit onto Wang Xian's tail. At that instant, Wang Xian felt as though his dragon tail had been ripped off of him. Despite that, he had forgotten the pain in his body as he was entirely focused on devouring the flesh and blood of the Pliosaurus. The location Wang Xian attacked was none other than the throat of the Pliosaurus. He struggled to devour all the flesh and blood and didn't stop for a single instant. Rar rar. The Pliosaurus cried out in pain. Soon it lost the strength to hold onto Wang Xian and its voice was softening slowly. Wang Xian could vaguely hear the screams of roving lobster, roving heavens, and the pitiful cries of the devil monkeys. The king of the devil monkey had fallen. He could hear the gruesome screams of the yiksha's and the sorrow of roving yiksha. Wang Xian's eyes had turned red from anger. He was still devouring frantically. He wanted to completely consume the Pliosaurus as revenge for Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, Roving Heavens, and all his subordinates. The sea before the eastern gate of the Dragon Palace had been completely dyed red with blood. The seawater had now become blood. At this instant, within the Dragon Palace, on the progenitor tree behind the dragon throne, the soul-returning branch was emanating grayish energy. In front of the eastern gate, the corpses of Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, Roving Heavens, Roving Wuxia, and members of the Devil Division and Dragon Guard Division flew towards the progenitor tree within the Dragon Palace as blurry and grayish shadows. At the same time, the heads of the 9 elemental divine dragon statues around the dragon transformation pool had lit up suddenly. Before the eastern gate of the Dragon Palace, the flesh and blood that harbored dense energy slowly fused into the seabed. Streams of dragon blood started flowing into the dragon transformation pool from the heads of the 9 divine dragon statues. Ah! TSK, TSK, TSK. Blood-curdling screams resonated throughout the vast seabed. As they did, mammoth carcasses sprawled all over outside the majestic eastern gate of the Dragon Palace. Carcasses of menacing sharks and dunkleistus, each over a dozen meters, as well as deep-sea pythons stretching close to 20 meters. But given their huge physicality, they continued to emit a sheer force of terror even as their now fragmented bodies lay dead on the seabed. At the same time, their bodies began to dissolve into the seabed bit by bit before vanishing altogether eerily. Within the area, the strong metallic stench which ran with the blood drifted amidst the waters, before heading towards the Dragon Palace. The phenomenon was overlooked by Wuxia, while the only remaining members of the Dragon Palace, the 9 venomous sea snakes, had not noticed it either. Meanwhile, the battle was yet to be over, as the 9 venomous sea snakes were battling it out with the remaining few dunkleistus and cyclops shark, aided by the 5 deep-sea pythons. At the eastern entrance of the Dragon Palace, these dozen or so creatures were the only survivors left, while the rest had all perished within the territorial waters. While the only surviving 9 venomous sea snakes were already bloodied and battered, they still moved at unrivaled speeds and possessed telepathy. Time and again, they managed to dodge the killings thanks to their joined forces. Howl, howl, howl. Growling, the remaining dunkleistus and cyclops shark looked on with fear in their eyes. Since the battle and killings, they were the only survivors of their clan. As of now, they had lost all ferocity. As they looked at the countless carcasses which were either suspended amidst the waters or lying motionless on the seabed, they intended to run away. But savagery had been forced out of the 9 venomous sea snakes from the fight as they rounded up the last of their enemies with bloodthirst in their eyes, vowing to get rid of them, in revenge for their comrades' death. Dub-dub, dub-dub. At a side, the mammoth pliosaurus, which spanned over 30 meters, sprawled across the floor motionless, with only the area above its heart still bobbing. On its head was a large appendage which continued moving about. The gold appendage had many teeth on it and was on the verge of breaking into several smaller pieces. Barely hanging, the appendage was merely attached with a dangling bit of skeleton. The appendage was being tucked and dragged inwards into the pliosaurus body. Wuxia's body was completely within the pliosaurus carcass. He was currently surrounded by a pool of blood and could not make out anything else around him. All that he could manage now was to devour instinctively. In one bite, Wuxia had engulfed about 400 to 500 catty worth of flesh. Bite after bite he chewed, without the slightest pause. Howl, howl. Outside of the carcass rang the chilling screams of the dunkleistus and cyclops shark before the last of their corpses flopped onto the seabed with a loud thud. The 9 venomous sea snakes were overwhelmed with fatigue as they swam towards each other and licked the wounds of their buddies before looking around at their surroundings. One of the 9 venomous sea snakes glided over to the carcass of Prime Minister Turtle. It circled around the corpse before gently bumping its head with its body. Swish! The carcass of Prime Minister Turtle began to disintegrate. Eerily, its sturdy shell dissolved slowly into ashes, before the entire body completely vanished. The rest of the 9 venomous sea snakes swam over to the bodies of Roving Heavens and Roving Wuxia and looked on. They watched as their bodies made their spooky disappearance. Finally, the exhausted 9 venomous sea snakes glanced over in the direction of the pliosaurus carcass, where their king was also at. Sensing Wuxia's physical state, the 9 venomous sea snakes glided over steadily and lay around the giant carcass. Thereafter, they peered about their surroundings. Beyond the Dragon Palace's parameters were 2 remaining races, namely the Anomalocaris at the southern gate and the swordfish at the northern gate. All in all, the 2 races totaled over 300 members. They looked on in trepidation at the harrowing sight of the battlefield. The Anomalocaris, each a length of 2 meters, had 2 walking legs which were flashing with occasional flickers of lightning bolts as they grew along their all-blue bodies. The swordfish, each measuring between 2 to 3 meters, had a meter-long sharp thorn growing on each of their bodies. The creatures gazed at the eastern gate, which was now thronging with carcasses. Swaying their bodies along gently, the creatures eventually set their sights on the Dragon Palace. They stared intently at the entrance of the northern and southern gates. As their race leaders succumbed to temptation, they charged towards the gates. Their hearts were yearning with a burning desire. Bam, bam, bam. The troops of the Anomalocaris and swordfish surged forth at frightening speeds. However, as they arrived beneath the dragon's gate, they felt as though they were being sucked into a marsh. making it hard for them to enter the premises. That said, this was different from their attempt earlier via another spot. They had tried diving into the palace by descending from above but were repelled as though they had collided with a solid mountain. As a result, it sent the anomalocaris and swordfishes to violently writhe before they tried to burrow their way in. Blop! Alas, one of the swordfishes had managed its way into the dragon palace. Dumbfounded, the fish tried to grasp hold of the energy within the dragon palace with excitement. Following which, it spun its head over while waving its tail to its other members, sending message after message. This sent the swordfish clan into a swirl of exhilaration as they burrowed furiously in a desperate attempt to get in. The same went for the anomalocaris at the southern gate. As one member finally managed its way in, the rest followed along and poured in frantically. Ding! Consumption of the Pliosaurus. 21,112,344 dragon energy extracted. Ding! Level ascension. Upgrading into level 8 5 elements divine dragon. Right then, just outside of the eastern gate, the ginormous carcass which was once the Pliosaurus had now disappeared. As Wang Xian devoured the tail of the carcass, he heard the update from the system before he eventually flopped onto the floor. Woo-hoo! He cheered. At last, he had devoured the entire body. Just then, Wang Xian felt excruciating pain all over his body. The pain seared on as if tugging at his heart, to the point where he thought his tail had disappeared. As he calmed his heart, he tried to make a mental assessment of his physical condition. This, he uttered with a bitter smile. He looked at his battered and bruised body, while his insides were covered in wounds. The injuries were especially severe at his tail region, where the appendage had almost split open entirely. He flinched briefly, as the piercing agony caused him to inhale one cold breath. This was the first time Wang Xian had been bashed up so badly since becoming the divine dragon. Thank goodness I've upgraded, Wang Xian exclaimed in relief. Name Wang Xian. Race, 5-element divine dragon able to transform into a human. Level 8. Dragon energy, 22,563, 21/100,000,000. Superpower, rule over the marine animals, but only those of lower grade than itself. Ability to devour, for dragon energy extraction, and control over the 5 elements. Art of cultivation. Divine dragon transformation. Upon hearing the updates of his current attributes, Wang Xian heaved a sigh of utter relief. As he willed it in his heart, the dragon energy within his body started to circulate before it began to heal his wounds. The dragon energy is depleting so quickly. Wang Xian yelped in shock. As his body underwent healing and restoration, the dragon energy was being exhausted by the hundreds of thousands. Tisk, why is the usage so exhaustive? Wang Xian complained. Your body is in utter ruin. Complete restoration would require 5 million dragon energy. At the same moment, the voice from the system explained, which made Wang Xian gasp. 5 million, and even the ascension to level 7 only took 10 million. The divine dragon possesses formidable powers in self-restoration. You may opt to heal naturally on your own, where your body will be restored in a month's time. The voice from the system elaborated. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before he paused the restoration process in his body after some brief fixes. He was somewhat unwilling to part with 5 million dragon energy. After all, he still lacked more than 70 million dragon energy for his ascension to level 9. Ah! I'm finally feeling better after exhausting 1 million points of dragon energy. Wang Xian returned to his human form and stood up gradually on the seabed. Dragon King. The 9 venomous sea snakes turned around and greeted him deferentially. Wang Xian looked around him. When he realized only the 9 venomous sea snakes were still alive, he couldn't help but feel sorrow welling up inside him. He looked further and was shocked to see the surrounding seawater to be in a beautiful shade of blue. There weren't any corpses around or the scent of blood. It was as though the brutal battle previously had not happened at all. Wang Xian's eyebrows knitted together as he asked, "What happened? Where are Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, and the others? Dragon King, they have all disappeared. All their corpses fused into the seabed and all the blood flowed in the direction of the Dragon Palace." one of the 9 venomous sea snakes answered. Huh? They disappeared. All the blood flowed towards the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was puzzled and looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Let's go back. Wang Xian headed in the direction of the Dragon Palace. His injuries made him feel extremely weak. Although his level had increased to level 8, his strength level was similar to where he was before. In fact, he might just be a little weaker than before. He would require a month of recuperation in order to slowly recover his strength. There are still other living creatures? When Wang Xian arrived at the eastern gate of the Dragon Palace, he was surprised to see 2 other races of creatures. He squinted his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Huh? The Swordfish race and the Anomalocaris race have entered the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was surprised. It wasn't easy for a marine creature to leap through the Dragon Gate. Based on Wang Xian's conjecture, those who could make it past the Dragon Gate would likely possess tremendous potential. Divine dragons were creatures with the most elite tier of bloodlines. Their criteria for choosing the members of the Dragon Palace would be highly stringent. Talent, bloodline, intelligence, and willpower. None of this could be missing. Without exaggeration, those who could make it past the Dragon Gate would all have a high chance of becoming an existence that ranked among the most elite echelons of the universe. It was beyond Wang Xian's expectation that almost half of the Anomalocaris and Swordfish races had made it into the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's eyes beamed. After entering the Dragon Palace and looking across the Anomalocaris and Swordfish race, he waved his arm. Dense streams of dragon energy entered the 9 venomous sea snakes, completely healing their injuries. When all of them are in, control them. Wang Xian ordered the 9 venomous sea snakes, after which he looked in the direction of the Dragon King Hall. He moved and headed towards it at a speed half as fast as before. When he arrived at the Dragon King Hall, he looked curiously at the progenitor tree behind the dragon throne. At this point, the soul-returning branch on the progenitor tree was glowing in an eerie grayish light. On this branch, gray flowers had grown. The gray flowers were extremely small and covered the entire branch. Agitation welled up in Wang Xian. He immediately jumped onto the dragon throne and looked at the gray flowers in anticipation. Soul-returning flower. Level 12. Each petal represents a soul. Reforge the body and one shall be revived. A message surfaced in Wang Xian's mind. Wang Xian was taken aback but soon got excited. Reforge the body and one shall be revived. This Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster and the others can still be revived. Wang Xian was shivering in excitement. Soul returning is indeed an insane ability. Who would have thought it could revive the dead? I must definitely revive the Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, and the others as soon as possible. At the thought that Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, and the others had died for him, Wang Xian became overwhelmed with guilt. They were his subordinates, his most loyal subordinates. Whoosh! At this instant, Wang Xian could vaguely hear the sounds of flowing water. He looked across and realized that a small pool of dragon blood had filled the dragon transformation pool. The blood-red dragon blood was giving off a faint aroma. Wang Xian jumped and arrived at the edge of the dragon transformation pool. This is? Wang Xian opened his eyes widely and stared at the dragon transformation pool. The dragon transformation pool spanned 20 meters and reached a depth of 30 meters. At this point, the dragon transformation pool was approximately 5% full. Within this pool of dragon blood, there were drops of highly distinguishable golden blood. These drops of golden blood were in the shape of a turtle, lobster, devil monkeys, and others. There were roughly 700 of these drops of golden blood. They were immersed in the blood pool and seemed to be in a state of suspension. This is the essence blood I injected into Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, and others. Now that they have been absorbed by the dragon transformation pool, they were not dissolved. Instead, they are feeding off of the other dragon blood. Wang Xian's eyes lit up and he was ecstatic. He went over to the progenitor tree and plucked out all the flowers on the soul-returning branch. Based on the soul-returning flowers, he placed them onto the corresponding drop of golden blood. BZZ. The dragon essence blood emitted light of all colors. From the essence blood of Prime Minister Turtle, it gave off a dullish yellow glow, and an image of a turtle flashed past quickly. From the essence blood of the clam girl, it gave off a blue light, and, similarly, the image of a blue clam girl flashed across. Roving lobster's essence blood. Would you like to grow and nurture the dragon species? At this moment, the voice of the system sounded. Grow and nurture. Wuxia agreed immediately. Growing and nurturing the dragon species would require 20 days. The voice of the system responded again. Wuxia revealed a faint smile. After 20 days, Prime Minister Turtle and the rest would be revived. Wuxia looked at the dragon pool and the 9 divine dragon statues around the pool. Luckily, he'd gotten his hands on the progenitor tree and soul-returning branch previously. It was also luck that there was something like the dragon transformation pool. Otherwise, Prime Minister Turtle and the rest would have really died. Although it was a brutal battle, the outcome was still acceptable. Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. He dragged his fatigued body towards the bedroom of the Dragon King. He was too tired and exhausted. When he lay on the incomparably huge bed, Wuxia instantly fell asleep. At this very moment, he wasn't aware how anxious Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingwei, and Sun Lingxiu were above the sea surface. In fact, they were a little petrified as they stood on the deck of the yacht and looked into the sea. There was a storm on the surface. As the raindrops fell onto the yacht, large sounds that resembled ripened nuts falling on a metal sheet resounded. The 3 girls didn't care about their safety as they attempted to stare into the depths of the sea. No, I want to take a look down there. I want to take a look down there. Guan Shuqing shook her head and spoke with a flustered expression. She wasn't concerned about getting drenched by the rain. Her eyes were red but filled with resolve. Shuqing, I'll go with you. Xiao Xian will be fine. He will definitely be fine. Lan Qingyue gritted her teeth and held tightly to the arm of Guan Shuqing. Young ladies, young master isn't in any danger now. Please wait here. Behind them, Mo Chi Long, who was steering yacht, tried to dissuade them. After the massive and powerful race siege against Wuxia, the terrifying oppression and the aftermath of the battle had risen to the sea surface. Lan Qingwei and Guan Shuqing, who were in deep sleep, were awakened immediately. They called out to Wuxia, but they never found him. Out of panic, they got Sun Lingxiu and Mo Qinglong, who heard their commotions, walked out. Mo Qinglong and Sun Lingxiu knew what Wuxia was doing under the sea. As the terrifying impetus, oppression, and roarings came from the sea, they were all aghast. However, they sensed that Wuxia was safe. After a long time, Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwei could not stand still. The screams and bellows coming from the deep abyss of the sea were too horrifying. The 2 girls were wearing anxiety all over their faces. As time passed, they were overwhelmed with panic. Even Sun Lingxiu at the side could not remain calm. She looked towards the bottom of the sea with trepidation, ignoring the pouring rain from the sky. Rumble. At this time, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, bringing a glimmer of light to the darkness in the ocean. Boom, boom. That is? At this time, a horrifying shadow showed up before the 4 of them. The gigantic shadow was more than 30 meters long. It was domineering. It's an ocean monster. Xiao Xian must be in danger now. Upon seeing the appalling figure diving into the sea, Guan Shuqing exclaimed in anxiety and fear. Tears rolled down her cheek immediately. Don't worry, that's only a blue whale. It may look huge, but an inborn expert can just kill it. Mo Qinglong explained from the side. No way, I want to have a look. I must enter the sea. Me too. As Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwei spoke, they looked at the pitch-black sea with consternation, striding slowly towards it. I'll go with you girls, said Sun Lingxiu to them. This time, Sun Lingxiu did not halt them. Mo Qinglong was frowning at the side as he knew he could not stop them either. Come with me. Mo Qinglong made a swift move and jumped into the sea directly. Without the slightest hesitation, the girls followed suit and leaped into the sea. Sensing the whereabouts of Wuxia, Mo Qinglong swam rapidly towards him. The ocean was rather deep, and this was the first time these 3 girls had entered such an appalling ocean. But fear had not taken over them as they only felt worry for someone else. As they dived rapidly to the bottom of the sea, The slightly weaker Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing almost could not cope when they were 1,000 meters below the sea. Sun Lingxiu, on their side, waved her hand, wrapping them with her light energy. For one who was practicing light divine dragon transformation like Sun Lingxiu, the ocean was no different from land. Gulp. Just then, they saw that gigantic blue whale and swam deeper to the bottom of the sea. There's light over there. After diving another 200 to 300 meters deeper, the group of them stared with their wide-open eyes. They were shocked by what they saw at the bottom of the sea. That's a dragon palace. Excitement flashed in Mo Qinglong's eyes as he fervently looked below. That was his sacred ground. Dragon Palace. Both Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing were surprised as they turned to look at Mo Qinglong. Xiao Xian obtained a divine dragon inheritance. This is the dragon palace that he built underwater. He brought us here to let us visit the dragon palace. With a pair of glistening eyes, Sun Lingxiu stared at the dragon palace below as she explained slowly to Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing. Lastly, she added, Xiao Xian wanted to give you two a surprise. Both Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing were overwhelmed as they stared dumbfoundedly at the miraculous dragon palace in the sea. The entire dragon palace was extravagant, spectacular, and towering, so much so that no other buildings in the world could compare to it. It was bright within the palace with all kinds of glowing corals. There were huge mountains with columns giving off a golden radiance. All these struck a deep impression on them. They swam downwards above the dragon array, but they ended up knocking themselves against it. They were taken by surprise as they touched the array. At this time, a venomous sea snake sensed something and looked over at Mo Qinglong and Sun Lingxiu. The snake felt a similar aura from them. Is the Dragon King around? Mo Qinglong asked that venomous sea snake directly. Since they shared the same divine dragon bloodline, communication was not a problem. That venomous sea snake rolled its tongue and reported to the Dragon King Hall after some hesitation. That is? What was that? Guan Shuqing stared at the horrifying-looking venomous sea snake and asked this while gaping. Whatever had unfolded before her was too shocking for her to speak. One of the members of the Dragon Palace, Mo Qinglong answered. Dragon King. There are two humans with divine dragon bloodline outside. When Wang Xian was sleeping soundly, the voice of a venomous sea snake came through the royal residence hall. He patted his muzzy head. Two humans. Dragon King, it's 4 humans, the venomous sea snake replied. 4. Wang Xian froze for a moment, but he quickly thought of Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing. In a swift movement, he darted out. Wang Xian saw the gang as soon as he walked out of his bedroom. Making a rapid move, Wang Xian swam towards them. He peered at the southern gate and northern gate and spotted 8 venomous sea snakes crouching not far away from him. They were staring coldly at the 2 races. The 2 race leaders seemed to be having a conversation with them. Wang Xian did not have the energy to care about it. He showed up before the girls after walking out of the western gate. Xiao Xian, you frightened us. When the 2 girls saw him coming over, their eyes were red as tears could not stop flowing down their cheeks. They immediately sprang on him. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Wang Xian felt pain all over his body with the knock as he quickly assured them. Xiao Xian, are you all right? Upon hearing his severe cough, Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue were worried as they looked at him. I'm fine. I sustained minor injuries just now. I'll be all right after a recuperation. Wang Xian shook his head. Her? Sun Lingxiu quickly paced to Wang Xian and a beam of light entered his body. You call these minor injuries? Sun Lingxiu had a change in her look as beams of light energy were cast into Wang Xian's body. It's nothing. I'll recover after a month of rest. Wang Xian shook his head and threw them an assuring smile. I wanted to give you 2 a surprise. Little did I expect some other circumstances to occur. Sorry to make you worry. I'll show you around my dragon palace. Wang Xian spoke with a smile as he held the hands of the 2 girls. Xiao Xian, are you really all right? The 2 girls asked with concern again. Yes, look at me. I can fly, I can jump. Do I look like something is wrong with me? Wang Xian beamed to them and pulled them towards the dragon palace. After leading Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue and the rest into the dragon palace, Wang Xian looked at the huge blue whale above him. However, he wasn't too concerned about it. The blue whale was just a large creature. Its attacking capacity was very weak and it wasn't even in the Inborn realm. The Dragon Palace has 4 entrances: the Eastern Gate, Western Gate, Southern Gate, and Northern Gate. What do you guys think? Aren't the Dragon Gates majestic? Wang Xian smiled and introduced the place to Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the rest. It feels like we are entering the giant's world. All the structures here are so huge. As the girls entered the Dragon Palace, they wrapped their arms around Wang Xian and were dumbfounded by what they were seeing. Each pillar was at least 50 to 60 meters tall. Some were even over 100 meters tall. On both sides there were majestic mountains. Each step was over half a meter tall. The path of the Dragon Palace was extremely broad. All these things were new to the girls and they were observing their surroundings carefully. While the group looked on in awe, Wang Xian stayed by the side and maintained a gentle smile. After walking for 10 minutes, they arrived at the Dragon King Hall. This is the Dragon King Hall and that's the Dragon Throne. The 2 rows by the side are for the officials of the Dragon Palace. Dragon Throne? Oh gosh! What a huge Dragon Throne! This golden column is really huge. It must be the sea-stabilizing Immortal column. Oh gosh! This must be the sea-stabilizing Immortal column in the legends. Every engraving of the divine dragon looks so vivid. It is as though they could come alive at any moment. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue pointed at different areas as they exclaimed. Behind the throne is the sea-stabilizing Immortal column and dragon transformation pool. If one undergoes baptism in the dragon transformation pool, he receives the bloodline of the divine dragon and could evolve into a dragon in the future. Wang Xian continued his introduction. Can one really turn into a dragon? Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue stared at him and asked inquisitively. Yeah, it's possible. Wang Xian nodded his head and continued. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to the highest point to see the entire Dragon Palace. Wang Xian moved and a stream of water surrounded them and brought them to the peak rapidly. Pointing forward, he said jokingly, Look, this is the empire I have conquered for you. Looking down at the entire Dragon Palace, the group was even more in awe. This place was just like a place of miracles. The sacred ground that only existed in legends. Xiao Xian. It's better if you take a break to recuperate. After looking around for some time, Sun Lingxiu reminded him of this. I'm fine. The injuries will heal gradually. Wang Xian shook his head. Where are your wounds? Let us take a look, asked Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue caringly. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to the last place. My bedroom. Wang Xian chuckled. Moving again, he brought them to his bedroom below. When Mo Qilong heard that it was the bedroom of the Dragon King, he didn't follow. Therefore, he continued observing the entire Dragon Palace. Wow! What a huge room! When they entered, Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue were shocked by how big the bedroom was. The bedroom was over 1,000 square meters with incomparably luxurious decorations. It was especially so for the middle of the room. There was a huge bed that spanned 50 meters. This could very well make it to the Guinness World Records. What a huge bed! Why is it so big? The 3 girls were dumbfounded. Wang Xian chuckled, jumped and landed on the bed. The soft bed was exceptionally comfortable. Oh right. Xiao Xian, how did you get yourself injured? Are your injuries serious? Let us take a look. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue walked over and asked caringly. Although the injuries are serious, I'll be able to make a full recovery in a month or so, Wang Xian replied with a laugh. Let us take a look. Guan Shuqing kneeled on the bed and pouted. You don't know how worried we are. All right? Wang Xian hesitated for a while before releasing his top. His clothes were made from water streams. Therefore, they disappeared with just a thought. Sun Lingxiu, who was standing by the side, blushed in embarrassment. She took a glance at Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue before heading out. With the top gone, the wounds on Wang Xian were revealed. Those wounds were still bright red and looked a little horrifying. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue gasped and expressed their concerns. Xiao Xian, does it hurt? It's still all right. Wang Xian chuckled. He wasn't willing to expend a huge amount of dragon energy to heal his injuries, and therefore he still had lots of wounds on him. Moreover, they looked extremely serious. Are there other wounds? Guan Shuqing tapped lightly on the wounds of Wang Xian, frowning as she asked. I have some injuries on my legs too. Wang Xian chuckled, rolled his eyes, and the pants that were formed from the water disappeared, leaving only underwear. The wounds on Wang Xian's legs were even more serious. The two girls tapped lightly on the wounds while shivering slightly in fear. A sizzling and numbing sensation cruised through him and aroused Wang Xian. Pop! At this instant, the underwear that was formed from the water was poked through by something. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwei were taken by surprise. Soon, their faces were blushing in embarrassment. Wang Xian looked at them kneeling on the bed. Those alluring figures. He could no longer hold himself back. He didn't seem to have noticed that something had popped out. Arg, I'm hurting. I need treatment. Wang Xian growled softly. Ha! The two girls were surprised. They shifted their gazes away and asked, What happened? Xiaoxian, where are you hurting? I have a treatment method. Wang Xian continued mumbling and started his explanation. The treatment method required the cordial combination of yin and yang and neutralizing the desires of one. Wang Xian held the hands of the girls and was constantly luring and acting pitifully. Perhaps it was because Wang Xian was injured. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue eventually became noble dragon riders. Real female dragon riders. Wang Xian was exhilarated to do so with Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing at the same time on the 50-meter bed. Despite being the proud and noble divine dragon, he didn't feel aggrieved after being ridden. All he hoped for was more instances of such experiences. After 2 hours, the three of them slept on the bed. When Wang Xian woke up, the two girls were already awake and were wearing their clothes. When they saw Wang Xian opening his eyes, they gave him a harsh stare. Wang Xian chuckled and pulled Lan Qingyue over. Qingyue, let your hubby give you a present. What's the present? Don't be so touchy. Lan Qingyue said in a coquettish tone as she fell on the soft bed and covered her body. It's really a present and not the billions I gave you last night. Wang Xian smiled bitterly. Waving his hand, the drop of essence soul from the cabinet beside the bed flew towards him. What's this? Lan Qingyue turned over. Seeing that it wasn't the billions that he'd given her the previous night, she heaved a sigh of relief and looked over. Guan Shuqing also stared curiously at the essence soul, which harbored incredible energy. This is an inheritance from the ancient god Kuan breeder, a powerful race, explained Wang Xian plainly. Inheritance? From ancient god Kuan breeder? What's that? Asked Lan Qingyue to Wang Xian with surprise. Take it and you'll know. Wang Xian chuckled. Shuqing possesses the fire elemental talent in her cultivation because she has the Suzaku blood essence. Towards the later stage of her cultivation, she can evolve into one of the great races in this universe, Suzaku. This ancient god Kuan breeder's inheritance is as good as Suzaku. Suzaku? Ancient god Kuan breeder. Lan Qingyue was filled with disbelief. She did not know about ancient god Kuan breeder, but she knew about Suzaku. That was the most powerful divine beast among the myths, the legendary phoenix. Blood essence of Suzaku? Guan Shuqing was taken by surprise. Wang Xian did not shed light on the blood essence of Suzaku to her. But when she thought of the mighty and domineering phoenix she sometimes dreamt of, all her doubts were finally answered. So I have the blood essence of Suzaku. No wonder I've noticed I have the natural ability to control fires ever since that time. I don't even feel the pain when boiling water is spilled on me. My cultivation speed is breakneck. Even Master told me that I'm a rare genius in cultivation, Guan Shuqing said, enlightened. This is the effect of the blood essence of Suzaku. It is most likely because you obtained the inheritance of Suzaku that your strength is boosted. Wang Xian was uncertain as he spoke. Guan Shuqing had absorbed the blood essence of Suzaku. Still, he was unsure if she had obtained the inheritance of Suzaku. However, Lan Qingyue would get the inheritance of ancient god Kuan breeder after she absorbed the essence soul. She would learn all the secrets about the art of cultivation from the ancient god race. Lan Qingyue took the essence soul of ancient god Kuan breeder from Wang Xian and popped it into her mouth. As the essence soul entered her body, immense energy was exuded from her body. A bout of quaint, dignified, vintage aura slowly dispersed to the surroundings from her body. With a thought, Lan Qingyue sat on the bed with her legs crossed as she accepted the inheritance of ancient god Kuan Breeder. Her strength is rapidly improving. Within seconds, she has attained half-step to Inborn Realm. If she possesses the entire inheritance, her strength can hit level 11. Wang Xian was also shocked as he observed the increasing power of Lan Qingyue. A drop of almost diminishing blood essence, yet contained such domineering energy. No doubt, the ancient god clan was powerful. That was why supreme class races and clans had to join hands in wiping them out. Let's go. We shall leave Qingyue alone. Wang Xian climbed out from his bed and whispered to Guan Shuqing. When they walked out of the bedroom, Sun Lingxiu threw a beaming face as she stared at Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing. Xiaoxian, you better pay attention to your health. Her. Wang Xian was slightly stunned as Sun Lingxiu sounded, as if she intended more than what she said. He smiled. He did not have to move, so there was absolutely no problem. Dragon King, the Anomalocaris, and Swordfish races are willing to join the Dragon Palace. At this time, a venomous sea snake swam over to Wang Xian and reported respectfully. Did they agree to join? A trace of happiness was exhibited on Wang Xian's face. He quickly asked, have they all jumped over the Dragon Gate? Yes, all of them did. So we gave them two choices. Either we kill them or they join the Dragon Sect. They chose the latter. The voice of the venomous sea snake continued to be heard. Wang Xian giggled. During the battle, he had already taken notice of those two strange races. From their eyes, he could see intelligent radiance. Moreover, Wang Xian felt the power of thunder from the Anomalocaris. As for the Swordfish race, they had the metallic radiance. Both races possessed elemental attacks. Out of those races that had besieged them yesterday, only Anomalocaris and Swordfish race came with attack properties. Even as mighty as Pliosaurus, Dunkleosteus, and Megateeth Shark were, they did not have it. All they had was a powerful bloodline. Bring them over. Yes, Dragon King. The venomous sea snake made a swift movement and swam out of the Dragon King Hall. Wang Xian smiled as he sat on the dragon throne. Guan Shuqing and Sun Lingxiu witnessed the amazing scene with flickering eyes as they stared at Wang Xian with admiration. Greetings to the Dragon King. Soon, a level 11 bluish Anomalocaris, with flashing radiance of thunder at its two front limbs, led about 200 Anomalocaris over. They swam over and bowed on the floor with respect. Hundreds of swordfish were floating above the ground as they shouted in synchrony. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them with a satisfying expression. The prawn species was a compelling race. Just take the most common mantis shrimps, for example. Their two massive forelimbs could strike with great power. It was so powerful that they could break the aquarium glass. The Anomalocaris before him had similar forelimbs as the mantis shrimps. In addition, they had terrifying thunder attribution. Beside them were swordfish, a very common marine species. But the swordfish race before them was very different. They had a protruding part on their heads which seemed like razor-sharp swords giving off a metallic radiance. Any creatures would be killed if they were to be pierced by it. Count yourself lucky to join the Dragon Palace. After the other members of the Dragon Palace are resurrected, I'll assign your departments. Now, here's your opportunity. Wang Xian slowly stood up and imparted upon them the cultivation arts of Metal Dragon Transformation and Thunder Dragon Transformation. After this, he looked towards the 9 venomous sea snakes. Take them to the Dragon Transformation Pool for Dragon Blood Baptism. The 9 of you will guard the Dragon Palace now. After Prime Minister Turtle and the rest are resurrected, you'll also have your Dragon Blood Baptism in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Thank you, Dragon King. The Anomalocaris and Swordfish were looking excited as they quickly replied at the top of their lungs. Go on. Wang Xian waved them off. Wow, Xiaoxian. You look so impressive just now. Dragon King, that's so cool. When Guan Shuqing saw the majestic-looking Wang Xian, she walked over with admiration and smiles as she spoke. Hee, of course. Wang Xian chuckled. What do you want to eat? You must be hungry. Let's get some food. For the next 2 days, Wang Xian recuperated in the Dragon Palace. Lan Qingyue, who had been receiving her inheritance, suddenly opened her eyes when Wang Xian was sleeping after Guan Shuqing rode on top of him. A huge beast flashed across her eyes. A torrent of controlled and terrifying energy was filling her body. The majestic, quaint, and magnificent aura surrounded her. But as soon as she spotted Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing by her side, she rolled her eyes. She walked out of the bedroom with a beaming face. But she knit her eyebrows slightly as soon as she saw the anomalocaris and swordfish races. But after she lifted her chin and saw the blue whale swimming above the dragon palace, her eyes were filled with a pleasant surprise. Kuan was one of the 5 strongest and most fearsome monsters in the universe. Its body could grow to over a few thousand miles. When in the water they could swim. When in the air they could transform into a rock and fly. It was truly an existence feared by many. Kuan were bred to be warring creatures by the ancient god race, one of the most elite races in the universe. The breeding and nurturing of Kuan was also the core secret in the ancient god race and their biggest reliance. Lan Qingyue's eyes were filled with excitement as she stared at the blue whale that was swimming above the dragon palace. The breeding of a Kuan will require a great amount of energy. From birth till it grows to a few thousand miles in size, the amount of energy required is beyond imagination. In the breeding of Kuan, the most important aspects would be energy extraction and bloodline refining. The more the Kuan eats, the faster its power could grow. Therefore, a Kuan is also commonly referred to as a devouring Kuan. A blue whale needs to consume 4 to 8 tons of food each day. This amount of energy is just sufficient for its daily usage and doesn't include the extraction of energy and refining the blood of what it consumed. Moreover, the bloodline of the blue whale is very pure. It does not possess any tinge of bloodline from strong races and therefore won't face the same limits that were imposed in some bloodlines. Through the arts of Kuan breeding, it can grow into an exceptionally powerful Kuan in the future. Lan Qingyue mumbled to herself as she stared hard at the blue whale. Her eyes were shimmering with a strange glow and she seemed capable of seeing through the blue whale. Let's try breeding it. Lan Qingyue looked at the dragon blood in the dragon transforming pool and was filled with excitement. Soon after, she left the dragon palace through the southern gate. Lan Qingyue was fast and she faced no resistance in the water. She had a mysterious aura around her and this made her, who was already beautiful, even more elegant. Oh! When Lan Qingyue approached the blue whale, the gigantic blue whale seemed to have felt something. It turned its gigantic head towards Lan Qingyue instantly. Oh! The blue whale ejected a stream of bubbles from its blowhole. It wanted to be closer to Lan Qingyue using its head as it could feel a sense of familiarity and closeness with her. Lan Qingyue smiled when she saw this. As an ancient god Kuan breeder, she had a disposition about her that made all beasts feel close to her. The energy in the blue whale is comparable to an inborn expert. However, it did not activate it. As a result, even though it has an enormous body, it is still very weak. Lan Qingyue said softly as she places her hands onto the blue whale's body. A drop of blood from her hand landed on the blue whale's head. Immediately, a stream of decadent and grayish energy started flowing from Lan Qingyue's hand and encompassed the entire whale. Oh! The blue whale was swaying its body slightly, causing turbulence in the water. Within his body, huge transformations were ongoing. The skeletal structure of the blue whale wasn't very strong. As the grayish energy flowed into its body started to decay fast. Its bones, flesh, organs, and skin started to be mortified. The energy in its bones, flesh, organs, and skin were extracted, and this enormous amount of energy flowed into the blue whale's blood. Its blood was being refined rapidly and the red and viscous blood started to emit a faint glow. Soon after, the glowing blood started to flow throughout the blue whale's body. The whole process lasted for about an hour and the blue whale's skin now looked tougher. A decadent scent could be picked up instantly. It was just like a zombie that had died a few thousand years ago. Breeding Kuan has some similarities with zombies. Lan Qingyue exclaimed as she witnessed the drastic changes happening to the whale. Zombies were simply from the corpses of ordinary people. When one died, it could be transformed into an invincible zombie through special rituals. The current conditions of the blue whale were similar to a zombie, but also had differences. The whale still possessed strong intelligence and vitality. Ancient god Kuan breeder had been making use of such tough methods to breed a creature with a normal bloodline into an exceptionally strong Kuan. The strength of the blue whale is now only at the inborn realm. I will get some dragon blood from Xiaoxian later. In this way, I can raise the level of the blue whale to level 11. Lan Qingyue squinted her eyes. Through this, she would be able to help Xiaoxian in the future. Oh, Master! At this moment, the blue whale which was beside Lan Qingyue let out a soft moan. All right, it seems like you have fully received the cultivation arts of Kuan. From now onwards, I shall be calling you Xiao Lan. Lan Qingyue said to the blue whale with a bright smile. Yes, Master. Xiao Lan nodded its head and replied. Its gigantic body remained behind Lan Qingyue as a display of deference. Xiaoxian is awake. You can just hang around here now. Lan Qingyue looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace and saw Wang Xian. The next instant, she went over to the Dragon King Hall rapidly. Xiaoxian, what's the matter, Qingyue? Wang Xian knew Lan Qingyue had woken up as he did not see Lan Qingyue when he opened his eyes. He then started to scrutinize her from head to toe. Hee, I'm fine. Lan Qingyue pounced into the embrace of Wang Xian ecstatically. Xiaoxian, I have reached the Dan realm currently after accepting the inheritance of the ancient god race. Look there. Xiaoxian, that is Xiao Lan, my first Kuan. She pointed at the blue whale which was outside the Dragon Palace as she spoke. Is it? Wang Xian was astonished. She could start breeding a Kuan right after accepting the inheritance of the ancient god race. These ancient god Kuan breeders were indeed terrifying. Yeah, Xiao Lan is now in the inborn realm. It also has a strong defense, so strong that even Dan realm creatures couldn't injure it. Xiaoxian, can you give me some dragon blood? With it I can strengthen it to level 11. Lan Qingyue remarked with a sense of accomplishment. You could bring it to level 11 with just some dragon blood? Wang Xian was dumbfounded. This speed of leveling was a little insane. Yeah. Lan Qingyue nodded her head heavily. All right, follow me. I'll go get some for you. Wang Xian nodded his head. After which, he carried Lan Qingyue as he flew towards the dragon transforming pool. How much do you need? Wang Xian looked at the dragon blood inside the pool and asked with a bright smile. There was lots of dragon blood in the pool, but the dragon blood was just level 11. The level of the blood was dependent on the blood of the creatures it was absorbed from. The stronger the creatures, the higher the level of the refined dragon blood. About 1,000 caddies will suffice, Lan Qingyue said with a smile. The next moment, she waved her arm and extracted a stream of dragon blood. Wang Xian nodded his head. 1,000 caddies of dragon blood wasn't much. The dragon transformation pool had over 10 tons of dragon blood. These were the refined products of the corpses and blood of creatures that had previously attacked the Dragon Palace. Let's go. I'd like to take a look at the Kuan you are breeding. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue moved and arrived beside the blue whale. With a wave of her arm, Lan Qingyue directed the dragon blood she extracted previously into the body of the blue whale directly. Roar. Above the Dragon Palace, the blue whale let out a roar like an overlord. This gigantic body looked even more robust than ever. The biggest change was found at its head and mouth. After swallowing the dragon blood, its head became sharper with enormous teeth growing out from its mouth. The head of the blue whale was huge, occupying 2/5 of the entire body mass. That meant that its head could reach a dozen meters when it was more than 30 meters long. Each tooth was about 3 or 4 meters. All of them were gray, creepy-looking, and extremely durable. What a huge change. If it has enough blood, wouldn't we be able to nurture a powerful Kuan rapidly? Whale Kuan, level 11. Unable to extract dragon energy. When Wang Xian read the information, he was appalled by the speedy evolution process. It was even faster than those members from the Dragon Palace who went to the dragon transformation pool. Xiaoxian, the level of the Kuan has got something to do with my ability. The Kuan that I raise cannot exceed my own level. Moreover, I can only keep one now with my current ability. I'll need to reach a higher level before I can raise another one, Lan Qingyue explained to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded slightly. The speed of raising a Kuan, if raised by the ancient god Kuan breeder, was unbelievable, but it had a lot of limitations. A supreme class ancient god Kuan breeder could at most rear 10 Kuns. Through Lan Qingyue's explanation, the rearing of Kuan required feeding of the bloodline. In other words, even if other races got hold of the rearing techniques, they could not rear one. Now that Lan Qingyue was the last Kuan breeder in this universe, the ancient god Kuan breeder clan could only flourish when Wang Xian and her gave birth to their offspring. Back at the Yellow River the other time when those creatures were zombified, their sizes actually grew by multiple times. Why didn't this blue whale grow too? Wang Xian asked with curiosity. If the size of the blue whale were enhanced by more than tenfold, it would be crazily huge. A creature that was a few hundred or even up to 1,000 meters was nowhere to be seen in history. The size of Xiaolan is just nice now. Any bigger will reduce its defense. When it reaches level 12, it will double its size to 70 meters. Lan Qingyue explained. Level 12 can grow to 70 meters. When it's level 13, it can grow to more than 100 meters. That means it can grow to a few thousand meters when it's level 17 or 18. Wang Xian did some math and stared at the blue whale. He will become a gigantic warring beast in the future. The picture was formed in Wang Xian's mind. Members of the Dragon Palace stood close to one another before this domineering Kuan of unknown size. Conquer the universe and the millions of clans and races. Impressive. Wang Xian's eyes were brightened up while Lan Qingyue rolled her eyes at him. Xiao Xian. I want Xiao Lan to enter the Dragon Palace, so that he can cultivate here and guard the palace for you. Sure, of course. Haha. Are you hungry? Let's go and have something. Wang Xian let out hearty laughter and hugged Lan Qingyue before he swam towards the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. As soon as he entered, 9 venomous sea snakes swam over with something in their mouths. Her? This is? Wang Xian looked at the 9 venomous sea snakes with a stunned look as he checked out several large bodies. The bodies of the Aurora jellyfish weren't absorbed by the dragon transformation pool? He was slightly surprised. Immortal jellyfish, level 11, substance form. Soulless state. Resurrect it with another soul. No, even the names have changed. They have become immortal jellyfish. I can revive them with another soul. The message in Wang Xian's mind reminded him of another thing which was recorded in the divine dragon transformation. Immortal substance. Just as suggested by its name, it was non-perishable. Unless the substance was reduced to ashes, it would live forever. This referred to vitality, which had a significant difference from stones and soil. Once a soul entered into one of these immortal substances, it could share an eternal life together with it. Wang Xian had a hesitant look on his face as he looked at the bodies of those immortal jellyfish. If he put some souls into the bodies of these immortal jellyfish, they could be revived. Since they would be strong, with powerful assaulting capabilities, they could make excellent subordinates. However, it was hard to upgrade the immortal substance's levels. They could only upgrade when they absorbed another immortal substance. Humans discovered that Turritopsis nutricula can have eternal life. That is to say, immortal jellyfish are evolved from Turritopsis nutricula. Dig a cave in one of the mountains and place them inside. Wang Xian ordered the 9 venomous sea snakes. The immortal substance was a powerful existence. Coupling it with soul-returning branch, Wang Xian could build an undying jellyfish race. As such, this was an extremely precious resource that could come in handy in the future. Back in his bedroom, Wang Xian ordered a venomous sea snake to hunt for food, so that he could enjoy a table of seafood delicacy with Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and Sun Lingxiu. The ingredients were made up of high-level marine creatures. If he brought it to first-grade restaurant, someone would buy it even if it was priced at $10 million. Subsequently, Wang Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace for another 2 days while waiting for Prime Minister Turtle and the rest to resurrect. On the 3rd day, however, Lan Qingyue received a series of messages on her phone when she returned to the yacht to pass instructions for some development issues in Lan family. What? When she read the messages, she was stunned. Immediately, she frowned and leaped into the sea back to the Dragon Palace. Xiao Yu, bad news. Xiao Yu is in trouble. What? Wang Xian was enjoying his time on his bed when he heard the anxious voice of Lan Qingyue. He shot up and responded with a growing sullen expression on his face. Xiao Xian. These are the messages that sect leader Tang used to send with Elder Fang's phone. Lan Qingyue handed the phone to Wang Xian with a stern look. There were over 10 messages, with the first few talking about Xiao Yu and Elder Fang's situation. They had been poisoned when they were sparring with someone. The injuries were severe, and Wang Xian was wanted as soon as possible. The fact that the messages had been sent 2 days ago caused Wang Xian to darken his expression rapidly. Let's go back now. Wang Xian could not wait for Prime Minister Turtle and the rest to resurrect. He quickly walked out of the Dragon Palace and headed for the yacht. Guan Shuqin, Lan Qingwei, Sun Lingxiu, and Mo Qiglong all followed behind. When Wang Xian went back to the room in the yacht, he picked up his phone on the table immediately. He realized the phone had run out of battery, so he quickly connected it to the charger and turned it on. There were over dozens of missed calls, in which most of them were made by sect leader Tang. Wang Xian's expression was even more sullen. He quickly called back sect leader Tang of Thistles and Thorns sect. "Miracle Dr. Wang, you finally returned my call." Sect leader Tang's old and tired voice was heard from the phone. "Sect leader Tang, what happened to my sister?" Wang Xian took a deep breath before asking sect leader Tang directly. "Xiao Yu and her master were poisoned by strange venom. Both of them are currently unconscious." "Miracle Dr. Wang, where are you?" "It would be best if you can come over and take a look immediately," answered sect leader Tang hurriedly. "All right. I will return immediately and will reach you by night." "Where is Xiao Yu now?" Wang Xian asked with a gloomy face. "She is in the villa. We have asked Sui Huang for help, but there's nothing much he could do." Sect leader Tang sounded flustered when she spoke. "I get it. Please take care of Xiao Yu and Elder Fang. I will head back immediately." Wang Xian pulled a long face as he hung up the phone. "What's the matter, Xiao Xian? What happened to Xiao Yu?" "I got a phone message from Elder Fang too." Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwei walked in and asked anxiously. They had been in the Dragon Palace over the last few days. At a depth of over 1,000 meters, there was no reception at all. As such, they had left their phones on the yacht. If it wasn't for Lan Qingyue wanting to settle some company matters, they wouldn't have known something had happened to Xiao Yu. She sparred with someone and was poisoned in the process. Elder Fang was poisoned too. The message was likely from sect leader Tang. Wang Xian's expression turned gloomy. Poisoned while sparring? Sui Huang couldn't do anything with the venom? Although Sui Huang was not a miracle doctor, he was a Dan realm expert and an experienced alchemist. His understanding of poison wouldn't be shallow. If there's nothing he could do about this venom, it must be something extraordinary. To be severely poisoned when sparring? Wang Xian's expression turned gloomier. Dense killing intent gleamed in his eyes. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwei saw his expression. They immediately tried to comfort and calm him down. The yacht steered swiftly towards Rivertown. Their location was rather far from Rivertown, and it would take approximately 10 hours. When the yacht arrived at the villa, it was already 8 p.m. Wang Xian leaped out of the yacht and into the villa. "Young master." When Wang Xian entered the villa, Mo Yuan immediately greeted him. Wang Xian didn't speak much and headed for the room directly. "Young master, Xiao Yu is in the room on the second floor," remarked Mo Yuan instantly. Wang Xian nodded his head. He didn't take the stairs, but instead jumped to the second floor directly and quickly made his way to the door. Bam! "Miracle Dr. Wang, you are here. Xiao Yu and her master are still unconscious." Sect leader Tang stood up immediately the moment he saw Wang Xian and spoke in a fatigued tone. "Let me take a look." Wang Xian turned his attention to Xiao Yu and Elder Fang. Their faces were as white as chalk without any signs of blood. Around them, a deathly aura was shrouding over them. Wang Xian reached his arm out and placed his hand on Xiao Yu solemnly. Dragon energy was injected into Xiao Yu directly. The moment the dragon energy flowed into Xiao Yu, Wang Xian had a grasp of what was happening inside Xiao Yu. Densely packed black dots were scattered all over her body. It looked dreadful. These black dots were slowly absorbing the life energy of Xiao Yu and seemed to have fused with her. "Cleanse." Wang Xian pulled a long face and attempted to cleanse the black dots away with dragon energy. Ugh! As the dragon energy cleansed one of the dots, Xiao Yu grimaced in pain. Cold sweat broke out and streamed down her forehead. Wang Xian turned gloomy. A female disciple from Thistles and Thorns sect immediately used a tower to wipe away the sweat from Xiao Yu's body. "Miracle Dr. Wang, Sui Huang said Xiao Yu and her master suffered from the black bone venom, and the poison is now deeply rooted and fused with their bodies. Using brute strength to cleanse the poison would be equivalent to scrapping their bones with knives. The pain is still secondary. The main issue is that the black bone venom has fused into their bodies and is absorbing 80% of their life energy. Cleansing them will kill only Xiao Yu and Elder Fang. Sect leader Tang was bitter as she spoke. She knew about what Sui Huang was capable of from Elder Fang. He was an existence that only existed in records. If an expert that was above the inborn realm said that they had no hope of recovering, that would almost be equivalent to. Upon hearing sect leader Tang, Wang Xian pulled a long face. He slowed down and used dragon energy to inspect the venom. Just like Sui Huang had diagnosed. Wang Xian realized how thorny the situation was after inspecting Xiao Yu's body. This was the first time he'd encountered venom that couldn't be cleansed with dragon energy. The black bone venom in Xiao Yu had fused with her. Furthermore, the venom was absorbing 80% of her life energy. This resulted in Xiao Yu losing consciousness. If he was to cleanse the venom, he would kill Xiao Yu in the process. What a sinister venom. This is equivalent to letting Xiao Yu and Elder Fang spend the rest of their lives in bed. Dense killing intent leaked out from Wang Xian's body. He caressed Xiao Yu's head and injected streams of Azure Dragon energy into her body. When the Azure Dragon energy entered Xiao Yu's body, Wang Xian was shocked to see the black dots absorbing the energy too. Sect leader Tang, did Sui Huang give any other information on the black bone venom? Wang Xian asked with a gloomy face. Nothing else. The so-called black bone venom is also just a name coined by Sui Huang himself. I have been researching this venom for the last few days and haven't come across anything, sect leader Tang said in a dismal tone. No information? Wang Xian clenched his fist tightly. He looked at Xiao Yu and Elder Fang's pale expressions and was thinking hard for a solution. Miracle Dr. Wang, do you have any solutions? Sect leader Tang looked at him and asked anxiously. Xiao Yu was the hope of the Thistles and Thorns sect, and Elder Fang had now reached the half-step to inborn realm. It would just be a matter of time before she reached the inborn realm. If something were to happen to them, it would be a huge blow to Thistles and Thorns sect. Wang Xian did not reply. At this moment, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue and Sun Lingxiu entered the room. When they saw Xiao Yu and Elder Fang lying on the bed and the gloomy Wang Xian, their hearts skipped a beat. Sun Lingxiu was surprised to see Wang Xian's gloomy expression. She waved her arm and dazzling rays shrouded Xiao Yu and Elder Fang. Huh? Sun Lingxiu's eyebrows knitted together, and she used her light attribute energy to inspect them again. When the light energy shone on their bodies, it was absorbed immediately. Sensing the conditions, she frowned more deeply. Dragon transforming pool? That's the only potential option now. Wang Xian thought hard about this option. The dragon transformation pool had the effect of cleansing one's physical body. With the power effects of the dragon transformation pool, there was a chance the black bone venom could be removed from their bodies. Before that, let's try to help them regain their consciousness. After that, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was determined to find the culprit. If the culprit had the antidote, it would be best. Otherwise, annihilate the entire clan or sect. Or perhaps the outcome would be the same with or without the antidote. Zing! Wang Xian ejected the wood dragon ball of the wood element from his mouth and into his hand after looking at Xiao Yu and Elder Fang, who were lying in bed. As he bent forward, Wang Xian placed the wood dragon ball into Xiao Yu's mouth, which proceeded to enter her body. Instantaneously, the energy of the Azure Dragon transferred itself from the wood dragon ball into Xiao Yu's body. This returned some blush to her otherwise pale face. Xiao Yu, I'm your elder bro. Wang Xian called out to Xiao Yu softly. Ha! Xiao Yu uttered before she opened her heavy eyelids to look at Wang Xian. Elder bro, you're here. That's wonderful. I thought I'd ever see you again. Xiao Yu struggled while managing a smile. That won't happen, Xiao Yu. If you want to see me, you can do so any time. Wang Xian coaxed as he rubbed Xiao Yu's head gently. Elder bro, I won't die, will I? Xiao Yu asked Wang Xian weakly. You won't. With Elder bro around, you'll always be safe and sound. Xiao Yu. Wang Xian assured Xiao Yu with a determined look. Rest assured. I'll help you recover. he affirmed. You're the best, Elder Bro. Xiao Yu smiled before she turned over to look at Elder Fong, who was beside her. Elder Bro, please treat my master as well. She was injured because she tried to save me. So you have to treat her. Xiao Yu pleaded with Wang Xian as she looked back. Don't worry, both of you will be fine, Wang Xian promised confidently. After a brief moment of hesitation as she stood by the side, Sun Lingxiu ejected the illuminating pearl, which she'd obtained prior, from her mouth, and placed it into Elder Fong's mouth. As both the Dragon Ball and illuminating pearl possessed formidable healing powers, they could help the duo in regaining consciousness. Ha! Elder Fong awoke gradually. As she did, she looked on at Wang Xian and the rest in confusion while her delicate face beamed with a smile. Miracle Dr. Wang, sect leader, Xiao Yu, Elder Fong called out. Prepare some food. Sect leader Tang instructed immediately as he spoke to a female disciple of the Thistles and Thorns sect. Don't worry, I'll make sure you recover, Wang Xian promised Elder Fong while facing her. I believe in your medical skills, Miracle Dr. Wang. Elder Fong accepted with a beam. Wang Xian nodded with ease. As the exchanges between Wang Xian, Xiao Yu and Elder Fong ended, the female disciple of the Thistles and Thorns sect came back with 2 bowls of porridge. Wang Xian watched as the duo finished their food before he stepped out with a burdened look. With sect leader Tang following behind, the two came to the living room situated at the level below. Sect leader Tang, could you elaborate on the details? Wang Xian asked with a dull expression as he sat on the sofa alongside sect leader Tang. 4 days ago, Xiao Yu and Xian Fang were back at the sect ground to discuss some matters. They happened to receive news about the discovery of an ancient tomb. Interested, they went over to see if they could recover any treasures. In the end, they were attacked by the young master of the Nine Lotus sect and struck by lethal poison. Sect leader Tang explained. According to the information I've obtained, it was the young master of the Nine Lotus sect who made lewd remarks towards the duo, which led to Xiao Yu exchanging counters with him. In the end, Nine Lotus sect? Wang Xian uttered with a cold stare as savage intention flashed across his eyes. They're a first-class force with 5 inborn experts within their ancestral sect, renowned throughout the Luyun province. I am to blame for my inability. I couldn't exact revenge for them, so I could only wait for your return, Miracle Dr. Wang, he explained in humiliation. This was the sorrow of small sects where they could only bow down in silence after having suffered at the hands of the big sects. They could only swallow the humble pie even if their disciples were being murdered by the latter. Otherwise, the entire Thistles and Thorns sect would be wiped out, should they offend the big sects. This was also the reason why sect leader Tang had hoped for the Thistles and Thorns sect to ascend and become a first-class force. Should there be an inborn expert within the ancestral sect, the situation would no doubt improve by leaps and bounds. Where's the sect ground of the Nine Lotus located? Wang Xian asked sect leader Tang with a heavy look. It's within the first-level divisional area of the Luyun province. But right now, members of the Nine Lotus sect are all gathered at the ancient tomb of Sky City. It's the burial ground of an expert where highly treacherous traps have been laid. They're still there, sect leader Tang explained. There are currently numerous experts from several ancestral sects and clans who've gathered there. Wang Xian nodded in acknowledgement before turning to look at Mo Yuan, who stood at the side. Young master, this is the information I've gathered over the past 2 days, Mo Yuan said as he proceeded forward. At which point, sect leader Tang made his exit mindfully. Here's the information on the Nine Lotus sect, young master. As you were not around, I did not proceed with anything on my own. Mo Yuan continued. Wang Xian took a look at the information on the Nine Lotus sect before asking, as of now, how many amongst the Dragonians have attained inborn status? There are 4, excluding my master and myself. 4 Dragonians have ascended to reach the inborn status. Within another month, all members of the Dragon sect will be able to attain inborn status. Mo Yuan answered. Should I get them over, young master? He asked. No need, I'll see to this personally. Wang Xian declined flatly. He wanted those with the guts to hurt Xiao Yu this badly to know the meaning of trepidation and despair. Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Wang Xian's words. Young master rarely acts personally. He would never trouble himself if matters could be delegated to us. Seems like someone is going to be down with very bad luck. When nightfall came, Wang Xian returned to Xiao Yu's room to check on the duo. They may have regained consciousness under the sustenance of the 2 dragon balls. But while they were awake, sitting up was the most they could manage, as their limbs remained entirely immobile. Wang Xian's heart ached at the sight of Xiao Yu's plight, which added to his fury. At dawn the next morning, when the sun had just risen, Wang Xian came into Xiao Yu's room. His heart ached again as he brushed her head gently while looking at her as she woke with a dazed look. "Xiao Yu, would you like to come along with me? I'll exact revenge for you," Wang Xian asked. "Elder bro, he tricked me. He said he'd only use one hand given his prowess as an inborn. But after he started fighting with me, not only did he use both hands, but he attacked me with poison," Xiao Yu said with a face of spite. "Silly lass," Wang Xian exclaimed as he caressed Xiao Yu's head. "Elder bro will exact revenge for you. Come, follow me," he continued. Thereafter, he bent over to scoop Xiao Yu up before turning to face Elder Fong and asked, "Elder Fong, will you be joining?" "No, I'll pass. Bring Xiao Yu along." Elder Fong declined with a smile. "Sure." Wang Xian nodded before he proceeded downstairs with Xiao Yu in his arms. Mo Qinglong had a wheelchair placed at the foot of the stairs. "You'll have to move around in a wheelchair for the next couple of days. It'll be fine once Elder Bro has neutralized the poison in your body." Wang Xian consoled Xiao Yu with a smile as he sat her in the chair. No issue, Elder Bro. Other than being unable to move my body, I don't feel hurt anywhere," Xiao Yu assured Wang Xian with glee. She was obviously in much better spirits now. "Great. Let's go," Wang Xian signaled as he pushed the wheelchair from behind, accompanied by Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue on either side. Sun Lingxiu did not follow along, but instead remained behind to take care of Elder Fong, whereas Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan followed behind the quartet. At the same time, the Heavenly Hound tagged alongside Lan Qingyue. After carrying Xiao Yu into the caravan, the group set off with Mo Yuan driving in the direction of Sky City. The car was moving rapidly and the girls never stopped talking in the car. They were explaining about the Dragon Palace to Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu was constantly amazed by what she heard. She was filled with anticipation to visit it one day. She had long forgotten about the fact that she had been poisoned. This trip felt just like another tour as she chatted constantly with the other girls. Xiao Yu spoke about the battle she'd had with the young master of the Nine Lotus Sect. The young master of Nine Lotus Sect was an inborn expert. Therefore, Xiao Yu wasn't that dumb to challenge the authority of an inborn expert. However, that young master constantly insulted her. He even declared that he could only use one hand to fight Xiao Yu. As a result, Xiao Yu fought with him out of anger. Although Xiao Yu had not cultivated for long, she was already at the half-step to inborn realm. Moreover, Sui Huang had been guiding her recently. Therefore, she was much stronger than normal half-step to inborn experts. When the young master fought Xiao Yu with only one hand, he wasn't gaining any advantage over Xiao Yu after 10 moves. Furthermore, he was pushed into perilous situations constantly. In the end, he used both his hands and even heavily injured Xiao Yu with the poison. When Elder Fong witnessed it, she attacked with rage and was caught in the venom too. "Brother, you must teach that rascal a lesson on behalf of me. It would be best if you could abolish all his cultivation, so he can't act arrogantly in the future," Xiao Yu said grudgingly. Wang Xian smiled plainly and nodded his head. After witnessing the scenes of the war during the establishment of the Dragon Palace and the defense of the Dragon Palace subsequently, Wang Xian's mindset had experienced a drastic change. War and death were what he would have to experience in the future. He thought of the millions and billions of deaths, the annihilation of entire races and the fall of countries. This taught Wang Xian that by being strong and powerful, one could have a better living. If someone were to offend him, he would kill them. War, to a great extent, had no right or wrong. It was especially so for wars between races and wars for resources. None of the parties were wrong, but billions of lives would be lost in the process. At this moment, Wang Xian was a lot calmer when facing life and death situations. When he came across resources, he would compete for them. If others were to compete with him, then a battle would be imminent. If someone were to offend him or bully the people close to him, it would be the same response. Kill them. The basis of the universe was as such unless he could become the strongest in the universe and no one dared to offend him. Wuxia wouldn't kill the innocent but wouldn't be soft to others either. He would annihilate the Nine Lotus sect and everyone affiliated with it would be killed. This was because he couldn't be sure that the remains of his enemies wouldn't deal a fatal blow to his back one day. The war between races would usually lead to the annihilation of one side. The side that survived would be the correct side. Thrones were built upon the corpses of the people. Sky City wasn't far from Rivertown. The journey took just 6 hours and the group reached Sky City at around 3 p.m. The car drove towards a suburban area of Sky City. "Young master, we have arrived." The car stopped and Mo Yuan spoke. "Let's alight." Wuxia stood up and carried Xiaoyu to a wheelchair before pushing the wheelchair down from the car. "Brother, this is the place." Xiaoyu pointed at the location in front of them and said, "Those mountains are known as the Sky Mountains. There's a lake there and the scenery is breathtaking. The ancient tomb is located right there. Let's go, Xiaoyu. I will avenge you," Wuxia said with a smile as he pushed Xiaoyu forward. Mo Yuan and Mo Qinglong were leading the way. Beside the wheelchair, the heavenly hound followed closely behind Lan Qingyue. It kept looking at Lan Qingyue in awe and regularly rubbed against her to show affection. 6 people, a dog and a girl who was in a wheelchair. No matter how one looked at the group, they would conclude that Wuxia and the group were tourists. "Stop right there." When the 6 people arrived at the entrance of Sky Mountain, 2 young men stared at them coldly. The 2 young men wore identical white uniforms with black lotuses embroidered on them. "This area is out of bounds for ordinary people. Leave at once." The 2 young men looked across the group of 6. Their attention remained on Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue for a little longer before shouting, "Nine Lotus Sect?" Wuxia looked at the 2 young men and asked emotionlessly, "Brother, it's them. They are from the Nine Lotus Sect." Xiaoyu frowned and said to Wuxia, "Huh? You know we are from the Nine Lotus Sect." The 2 young men lifted their heads when they heard Wuxia. One of the young men lifted his head slightly, looked down at them and asked, "Which family or clan are you guys from? Since you know we are from the Nine Lotus Sect, you should also know the ancient tomb of Sky Mountains is now controlled by us. If you want to enter, you need to prove your worth." "Eh? That young brat." When the young man finished his sentence, the other young man looked curiously at Xiaoyu who was in the wheelchair. "She's the young girl who was crippled by our young master." "Eh? It's really her. What gives you the guts to come again? Are you interested in becoming the concubine of our young master?" "Ha. She courting her own demise to challenge our young master." The 2 young men recognized Xiaoyu and started mocking her. Upon hearing them, Xiaoyu was infuriated. It was apparent that the young master of the Nine Lotus Sect had insulted her countless times on that day. "Kill them." While the 2 young men were laughing, Wuxia caressed Xiaoyu's head and spoke plainly. "Huh?" Wuxia's voice was cold and emotionless and surprised the 2 young men. They stopped laughing and gave Wuxia a harsh stare. "Rascal, do you know this is—" Before they finished their sentence, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan had already struck. A palm appeared on their necks tightly. When the 2 young men realized what was happening, their eyes widened and they were filled with fear. "You guys!" Crack, crack. Boom. The sounds of the necks cracking resounded. Soon after, cold demonic flames appeared on Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan's hands, burning the 2 young men. The 2 men vanished immediately, leaving only some ashes behind as evidence of their existence. "Arg, brother!" Xiaoyu exclaimed when she saw the 2 men turning into ashes. Her eyes widened as she lifted her head and stared at Wuxia. The path to becoming strong is filled with blood. Showing mercy to the enemies would be showing cruelty to ourselves. Wuxia caressed Xiaoyu's head and spoke softly. He continued pushing the wheelchair forward and headed deeper towards the mountains. This was just the beginning. Xiaoyu's expression changed and she remained silent. After 10 seconds, she lifted her head, revealed a smile and commented, "I will listen to you, brother." Since a young age, her brother had been taking good care of her. In her heart, everything her brother did was right, even if it meant killing and committing arson. "Yeah." Wuxia smiled and replied, He wanted to let Xiao Yu know that this world was cruel and bloody. This was to prepare her for the long journey ahead. However, he did not require her to change her behavior. The job of an executioner could just be left to him. Behind them, Guan Shuqing felt a little discomfort. However, she recovered quickly. Lan Qingyue's expression did not show any changes. When she accepted the inheritance of the ancient god Kuan breeder, she learnt about the cruelty of the universe. In fact, the ancient god race was the evil side in her opinion. All she wanted to do was just ensure she wouldn't go against her own nature. As part of the sightseeing area of Sky City, the architecture around the Sky Mountain was mesmerizing. At a staggering 142 meters above the sea level and stretching 3 kilometers in length, there were 9 meandering passes along Sky Mountain laid with treacherous paths. At the foot of the mountain lay the famous Great Stone Buddha statue, cliff inscriptions, crane flying pavilion, crane coming pavilion, crane drinking fountain, Xinghua Zen Temple of the Ming Dynasty, Great Scholar Rock of the Qing Dynasty, Shangxi Assembly Hall, Water Pavilion, and Yubei Pavilion, among others. The place seemed particularly quiet, given that there was no one at the Sky Mountain, which otherwise was usually bustling with life. "It's up ahead, behind this mountain crest," a voice could be heard saying. Meanwhile, a young man was pushing a wheelchair with a young maiden in it, while they were accompanied by 4 others and a dog. It was Wang Xian's group of 6. It's been 3 days since the excavation of the ancient tomb. To think that the objects inside have yet to be retrieved. Seems like what's stored within could be very valuable items. Xiao Yu exclaimed with a smile as she looked ahead. Let's go take a look. Perhaps we might even obtain a few treasures. Wang Xian replied with a grin. As he did, he pushed the wheelchair along, which seemed rather effortless, much thanks to the tiled floor laid neatly in brick patterns within the Sky Mountain regions. They passed by one of the pavilions while on their way up the mountain crest. Members from 3 ancestral sects and 2 clans have entered. "I wonder who the treasures inside will belong to," a voice asked. "The 9 Lotus sect is the most formidable amongst them. Plus, they have 2 miracle doctors from the Sacred Followers Guild. So that makes them the most likely," one guessed. But the Luyan family is no weaker in abilities. With 2 inborn experts, they are also very likely to obtain the treasures once they're inside, another speculated. Tens of people have died, one after another, in the past few days, including 5 half-step inborns. "Those must be some really precious items inside," the third exclaimed. "The treasures inside belong to us, 9 Lotus sect," the last boasted. As Wang Xian and the group arrived behind the mountain crest, they heard the commotion from the crowd. Wang Xian looked to the front. A group of close to 80 people had gathered around. From time to time, they would peer into the underground cave which was situated right in the middle where they hovered. The underground cave measured more than a dozen meters wide as it extended all the way down, making it hard to see how deep the cave actually stretched. Along the opening of the underground cave stood about 20 people, who wore synchronized outfits from the same ancestral sect. As they stood watch, they fixed their gaze on the nearby crowd to prevent anyone from entering. The arrival of Wang Xian and the gang had not drawn any attention. As he looked across, his focus eventually landed in the direction of the group which donned the 9 Lotus sect attire. In comparison to the rest who had gathered around, the location occupied by the 9 Lotus sect was obviously much more comfortable. More than a dozen chairs and tables were lined out beneath numerous parasols which stood by the sides of the members. Meanwhile, several people were seated while having tea by the tables as they waited in silence. "Ha!" Wang Xian uttered as he glanced over in a particular direction, with eyes narrowed. It was a familiar figure, an enemy of the past. Miracle Dr. Feng Huazi. Upon the sight of this figure, a look of confusion and suspicion swept across Wang Xian's face. Feng Huazi was currently seated beside a young man, while his arms, which had been previously maimed by Wang Xian, were now dangling aimlessly. Yet, the Feng Huazi of now was all smiles while he sat, as though having lost mobility in both arms was something to rejoice about. "Elder bro, that's the young man," Xiao Yu pointed out. She glared at the young man who was seated beside Miracle Dr. Feng Huazi with eyes of fury. He was the young master of the 9 Lotus sect. "Let's head over." Wang Xian gestured while looking at the young man. He seemed to be in his 30s, as he exuded an aura of the experts while projecting an image of confidence and arrogance. Well-loved and highly respected, he was the renowned young master of the Nine Lotus sect. The term young master was rarely coined within ancestral sects, while it was more common in clans, and this position was much more esteemed than that of saint and saintess. Young master of the Nine Lotus sect, born with gifted talents, having achieved the inborn status at the mere age of 34. It is acclaimed that he will be able to surpass that in his surviving years. Ranked the 5th on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart, his prowess is reputed as a notch above that of the saint and saintess from the sacred sects. Wuxia explained. As he spoke, he wheeled Xiaoyu along towards the location of the Nine Lotus sect members. Huh? Who's that? A voice asked. Is that? Another trailed off. In that instant, Wang Xian's voice drew the attention of everyone nearby. They looked the group up and down after turning over in surprise. That's the young maiden from several days ago, someone pointed out. It's her indeed. I heard that she's a saintess from a second-class force, although her gift in cultivation is very astonishing. She's already a half-step inborn at such a tender age, another gasped. Pity though. No matter how gifted, she exchanged hands with the young master of the Nine Lotus sect. The prowess of a half-step inborn is still very far off from an inborn. She's since been completely maimed by him, another sighed. At the sight of Xiaoyu, who was now in a wheelchair, along with Wang Xian and the rest who stood behind them, the crowd looked on in a state of bewilderment. What are they doing here? The crowd of experts whispered amongst themselves. The attention of the young master from Nine Lotus sect and Feng Huazi, both of whom were currently seated beneath the parasols, was drawn over. They're really here. Ha ha. Ha ha. Feng Huazi laughed upon seeing Xiaoyu in a wheelchair. This was followed by his intense gaze of animosity when he spotted Wang Xian pushing the wheelchair. Miracle Dr. Feng Huazi, so that's Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown? The young master of Nine Lotus sect asked. He had not been too surprised by the appearance of Wang Xian and the group, but returned them a condescending look. That's right, he's the one. Feng Huazi replied with hatred in his eyes. His face darkened when he saw Xiaoyu in the wheelchair. To think he's really got some skills, being able to mitigate the effects of such lethal poison, he snorted. Ha ha! Miracle Dr. Feng, although she's regained consciousness, it appears she's now incapacitated. The young master of the Nine Lotus sect mocked, as he laughed at Xiaoyu. I see, Wang Xian uttered in realization, looking at them. They were laughing away in a discussion of Wang Xian and the group without the slightest regard. It was because of Feng Huazi that this Nine Lotus young master had resorted to attacking Xiaoyu with such lethal poison. Feng Huazi was exacting revenge for those maimed arms of his. The antidote. Wang Xian uttered the words coldly, as he demanded it of Feng Huazi with an indifferent look. Antidote? Ha ha! Feng Huazi laughed before he stood up. You want the antidote? It was a fair exchange, and the loser should bear the consequences. What about it? And yet you're here for the antidote. He gloated with a grimace. When you maimed my arms and when my master spoke to you back then, why didn't you mention antidotes? Feng Huazi fired back. And now you're here for the antidote? Young lad, this is what you call treating others the way they have treated you. Don't you know? He added. Let me be clear. Even if there's an antidote, you're not getting it. Moreover, this poison does not come with one ha-ha, he continued thereafter. Do you know that we, the Sacred Followers Guild, obtained this poison by chance? It's a poison that no one in this world can neutralize. Not even our sect leader of the Sacred Followers Guild, nor the world's most formidable miracle doctor. This poison comes with no antidote, Feng Huazi concluded, and then he sneered. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Feng Huazi was laughing hysterically without reservation, as he felt he'd gotten his revenge. He used to have a bright future but had to sever both of his arms to undergo long-term treatment. Over this period, he had been living in anger and fear. Now that the kin of his enemy had to suffer the same misery or be thrown into even greater despair, Feng Huazi was exhilarated. A distorted sense of excitement. Miracle Dr. Feng Huazi, your arms could still grow out gradually. However, she can forget about standing up in the future. The young master of the Nine Lotus sect revealed a faint smile as he looked at miracle Dr. Feng Huazi laughing hysterically. Haha, you are right. This is the price for messing with me. Feng Huazi stared at Wang Xian with a hideous expression. He licked his lips and resumed his laughter. It's my mistake for not killing you the last time, said Wang Xian emotionlessly. A factionless doctor dares to kill one from the Sacred Followers Guild? Hee. How brazen are you? The young master of the Nine Lotus sect chuckled in disdain. He scrutinized Wang Xian from head to toe before continuing. Now that I have seen the youngest miracle doctor, you don't look that special to me. Subsequently, he lifted his head proudly and turned to Xiaoyu. What's the matter, wild brat? Why are you here in a wheelchair? Were you missing me already? Ha ha. You. Upon hearing the young master of the Nine Lotus sect, Xiaoyu was furious and glowered at him. For hurting my sister, you shall die. Everyone in the Nine Lotus sect will follow you shortly. Wang Xian released his grip on the wheelchair, stared at the young master of the Nine Lotus sect and miracle Dr. Feng Huazi and walked towards them. Oh? You are going to kill all of us? When the young master of the Nine Lotus sect heard Wang Xian, he squinted his eyes and observed the group of 6. With this group? Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown? Hee. Are you under the perception that we are just an ordinary first-class force? What are they here for? Courting their own deaths. Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown is indeed famous. A factionless doctor that is said to be able to call upon 3 to 4 inborn experts. However, he's still a far cry from the Nine Lotus sect and the Sacred Followers Guild. He wants to get revenge? That's courting his death. How full of himself is he? Is the Nine Lotus sect something that a factionless doctor could go against? Moreover, there's still the Sacred Followers Guild. Around them, the crowd saw Wang Xian but were discussing loudly without reservation. A factionless doctor would just be a meager factionless doctor even if he possessed extraordinary medical techniques. When compared with the Nine Lotus sect or the Sacred Followers Guild, it wouldn't even be a meaningful comparison at all. The young master of the Nine Lotus sect stared at Wang Xian nonchalantly. No matter how incredible a miracle doctor was, he couldn't be stronger than him. Wanting to kill him? What a joke. Pa. Wang Xian stretched out his hand emotionlessly. From his side, Amo Qing long threw Zhan Lu into his hand. Today, I'm going to start a bloodbath with the Nine Lotus sect. Wang Xian wasn't paying attention to the discussion of the crowd as he remarked coldly. He's going to do it on his own? Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown must be dumb. The young master of the Nine Lotus sect is ranked 5th on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart and is an inborn expert. This isn't a contest of medical techniques. What a dumbass. From the crowd, a young man spoke loudly in contempt as he saw Wang Xian receiving the longsword. Wang Xian revealed a chilling smile and glanced at the young man. Hee, since you are courting death, kill him. The young master of the Nine Lotus sect looked at Wang Xian with ridicule. He picked up the cup of tea beside him, took a sip and ordered the disciples of the Nine Lotus sect around him. Yes, young master. A middle-aged man nodded his head before turning to Wang Xian. He said, you are just a meager factionless doctor and yet you dare to mess with our Nine Lotus sect? Today, I'll let you be like your sister forever. Just as he finished his words, Wang Xian moved. Although Wang Xian was nursing grave injuries at this instant, he still could match a Dan Realm expert. His speed was incomparably fast. Just as the middle-aged man finished his words, he suddenly sensed a shadow appearing before him. His expression changed greatly. Turning his palm, water circulated around it as he shouted loudly, "Now die!" He slapped his palm forward directly. Too weak. At this instant, a cold and emotionless voice propagated. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief as he turned his head over stiffly. He saw that the young man had his back facing him. It was as though he had not struck previously. However, when the middle-aged man looked down, he saw a long sword being pulled out of his chest gradually. Instantly, he was filled with shock. Cough, cough. You. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Before he could complete his words, he fell to the ground. Wang Xian pulled the long sword out of the middle-aged man's chest. Without taking a second look, Wang Xian continued walking towards the young master of the Nine Lotus sect and miracle Dr. Feng Huazi. He wasn't walking quickly but brought with him stifling pressure. What? What incredible speed and sword! How can this be possible? That middle-aged man from the Nine Lotus sect is a half-step to inborn expert. How could a factionless doctor be so insanely strong? That single strike had shocked the crowd as they stared at Wang Xian with disbelief. The young man who called Wang Xian a dumbass was in a daze. His expression changed constantly as fear gleamed in his eyes. Huh? The young master of the Nine Lotus sect and miracle Dr. Feng Huazi were taken aback as their mood turned solemn. How dare you kill our people from the Nine Lotus sect? When the surrounding disciples from the Nine Lotus sect saw the middle-aged man killed, they quickly surrounded Wang Xian without waiting for the orders of their young master. Kill him, instructed the young master of the Nine Lotus sect coldly. Poof, poof, poof. The instant the young master of the Nine Lotus sect finished his words, Wang Xian struck. It was still that insanely quick speed. The move was simple as Wang Xian simply slashed across the bodies of the 8 disciples from the Nine Lotus sect. This time, none of them had reacted to Wang Xian again. Their eyes opened wider and their bodies shivered as they saw their waists. So strong. SSS. What incredible strength. He's definitely an inborn expert. He's definitely. The crowd gasped and was shocked by what they had just witnessed. In the previous instant, he had killed a half-step to inborn expert. The next instant, he killed another 8 level 9 to half-step to inborn disciples from the Nine Lotus sect. This strength was completely beyond their expectations. Wang Xian turned to the young master of the Nine Lotus sect and Feng Huazi as he remarked, "As I've said, I'm going to slaughter every single one of you." Bam! 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 Wang Xian finished his remarks as the 8 disciples of the Nine Lotus sect fell to the ground. The eyes of the surrounding crowd had all constricted upon witnessing the development. The young master of the Nine Lotus sect pulled a long face and glowered at Wang Xian. He gritted his teeth and said, "Great. Great. I did not expect you to be an inborn expert. What a surprise. However, even if you are an inborn level expert, you will still pay the price for messing with us." The young master of the Nine Lotus sect no longer had the same composure as before. He stood up and put on a set of blue gloves beside him. Feng Huazi sat to the side, eyes shimmering, watching Wang Xian cautiously. Wang Xian held Zhan Lu and continued walking towards them. "Be off and die!" The young master of the Nine Lotus sect snarled as he leaped over to attack Wang Xian in a single shift of stance. His face darkened while the blue gloves he wore shone in sapphire rays with a lotus motif embroidered in the middle. A lotus mirage had formed above the palm with the glove as it emitted bouts of ominous energy. Ranked the 5th on the outstanding young heroes chart. An inborn expert with a bright future. "Why then are you courting doom?" Wang Xian called out as the young master of the Nine Lotus sect lunged at him. To which, he raised his Zhan Lu sword and slew over with ease. Humph, a renowned miracle doctor at such a young age. "Why then are you courting doom?" the young master shot back with an icy gaze. As he did, a sound resembling that of tidal waves crashing blasted from his body. Suddenly, the lotus in his palm ballooned. "How dare you kill our disciples of the Nine Lotus sect? For that you all shall remain here," the young master snarled. Whoosh! The long sword in Wang Xian's hand went straight for the young master's palm. As the Zhan Lu sword slew right above the lotus mirage, it emitted sound which mimicked flowing water, while the aura of the young master only seemed to gain strength. Yet, the Zhan Lu sword sliced through the water lotus in his hand, and continued to slay toward the blue glove. "Such a sharp long sword!" The young master shrieked in surprise as his face flinched, although he continued his attacks using his palm. This lotus glove of his was a level 9 weapon which feared no saber or sword. Blob. However, at the very instant his palm came into contact with the long sword, the young master gasped in fear while his face contorted. Bam! Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang in the air. This made everyone in the crowd look on with wide eyes as they stared at the young master's palm, utterly disturbed. The palm had been split completely as the cut extended all the way towards the arm. It almost caused the entire arm to be mutilated into 2 halves and looked utterly appalling. One move, and the 9 Lotus young master has been seriously injured," one cried out. What sword is that? How could it be this sharp? The blue glove worn on the young master's hand is no mediocre weapon, another yelped. To think of factionless doctors able to take the Nine Lotus young master down with a single strike. How's this possible? The third squawked. To think you've maimed my arm. To think you've cut my arm up? The young master cried with piercing screams. Eyes wide, he looked at his right arm which had been split apart, and roared as he trembled. Behaving like you're all high and almighty. Your fate was sealed the moment you injured my little sister. Wang Xian rebuked. As he did, the movements of his arm showed no signs of stopping as the Zhanlu sword he held slew once again, this time aiming straight for the limbs of the young master. You dare to, the young master snarled in fright. In reflex, his body shuffled backwards for retreat while his desire to escape accelerated his speed. In the end, like the many disciples of the Nine Lotus sect earlier, one strike of the sword was all it took. The esteemed young master of the Nine Lotus sect stood rooted with eyes wide as they filled with despair. Bam, bam, bam. While the arms detached themselves, the legs gave way and broke, and the entire body just slumped onto the floor. To think you dare to, the young master muttered. He was still in disbelief at such an outcome. Just a minute ago, he was still the esteemed young master of the Nine Lotus sect, one who had been placed on a pedestal. But now, his body had been dismembered. How does he possess such formidable prowess? Stop! The experts from our sect will be coming out from the ancient tomb shortly. If you dare kill our young master, all of you will die. Several disciples from the Nine Lotus sect warned as they circled the entrance of the ancient tomb. They shouted in fear upon seeing their dismembered young master. Wang Xian did not heed their warnings, but instead glanced over at the young master who was now trembling violently. The once dashing young master was now staring with hopelessness, having lost all the confidence and prestige of the strong from before. Fresh blood gushed out of his body. Wang Xian then raised his long sword and turned to look at Fang Huazi, who was sitting at his side. The latter was now overwhelmed with fear and shock. How dare you maim the young master of the Nine Lotus sect? Fang Huazi snapped as he supported his arms on the table beside him while glaring intensely at Wang Xian. I'll let him live a while longer, so he can watch the wipeout of the Nine Lotus sect. Wang Xian replied indifferently as he looked back at Fang Huazi. Previously, I made a mistake by not killing you, but this time, I won't give you another chance, he added. You dare to kill me? I'm from the Sacred Followers Guild. You dare to kill me? Fang Huazi grimaced while he glowered at Wang Xian. If you dare kill me, the Sacred Followers Guild won't let this slide. No matter how powerful you are, if you dare to kill me, the Sacred Followers Guild will hunt you down and kill you, he continued. So be it. I'm guessing that your master is here as well. So, I'll let you watch your master die before I slaughter you. Wang Xian dismissed the warnings. He then wielded his sword and struck in Fang Huazi's direction. Don't you dare! Fang Huazi shrieked while his face contorted. His abilities were nowhere near the inborn level. Moreover, given his now handicapped body, his combat powers were merely that of a level 3 to 4 martial artist. With him having absolutely no means of resistance, Wang Xian went straight in and chopped off Fang Huazi's legs. You, the Sacred Followers Guild won't let you off. How dare you hurt me? The Sacred Followers Guild won't ever let you off. Fang Huazi let out an ear-piercing scream. If the Sacred Followers Guild doesn't give me an explanation on this matter, I'll wipe the Sacred Followers Guild out. Wang Xian hollered with murderous intent. TSK, how savage, a voice from the crowd yelped. To think he said he'll wipe the Sacred Followers Guild out. He's simply too impudent. Another gasped. As the crowd heard Wang Xian's words, their hearts stirred. Annihilating the Sacred Followers Guild? Even sacred sects would not dare to make such frivolous comments. To think a factionless doctor would have the guts to face the sacred grounds of a medical sect. The hearts of Nine Lotus sect disciples quivered. To think the young lad standing in front of them was savage enough to talk about annihilating the Sacred Followers Guild. Little wonder he had maimed their young master, given such unrivaled impudence. When the ancestral sect experts are out, this insolent lad will end up in a plight worse than death. one of them scowled. The disciples stared apathetically at the insolent lad as they kept vigil over him. Just then, the disciples heard an utterance coming from the insolent lad. "Kill all of them, every one of the 9 Lotus sect disciples," he ordered. "What?" The crowd around screeched, utterly taken aback. There were slightly over 30 remaining disciples of the 9 Lotus sect around. But they had not made their moves earlier, as most of their combat abilities were below level 8. To think that this miracle Dr. Wong was about to begin his massacre right now. Boom, boom. 2 bouts of daunting forces surged right at them just as they ended their words. Immediately, the crowd snapped their heads back in horror and looked in the direction of Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan. The 2 inborns projected a stance that far exceeded one of an ordinary inborn expert. Whiffs of devilish aura circled about their bodies along with their ferocity. This mortified the martial artists, and they held their breath for a split moment with apprehension in their eyes. Mo Qinglong began to make his move, but he did not attack the disciples of 9 Lotus sect. Instead, he arrived alongside a young man who stood further away. Just earlier, this young man had called Wang Xian a dork, sneering with much sarcasm. He thus deserved death. Meanwhile, the young man nearly peed in his pants as he looked at the aggressive and sadistic Mo Qinglong. "No, don't kill me," the young man pleaded in fear as he retreated backwards. "Die!" Mo Qinglong hollered as he lashed his dragon claws and struck directly at the young man. "Stop right there. How dare you hurt our mortal sect disciples?" a voice ordered. Everyone who had made it into the cave were from first-class forces, while this young man had belonged to the mortal sect. The other voice belonged to an elder of the same sect, as he stood in the center of the rest. The elder possessed inborn-level powers. He hollered when he saw Mo Qinglong blatantly slaughtering his sect disciple, striking a counterattack with his palms at the former as he did. Bam! As the elder's palm met with Mo Qinglong's claw, his face twitched before he receded. "You dare block our path? Then I'll have to wipe all of you out first," Mo Qinglong snarled as his body oozed with a murderous vibe. Behind him, Mo Yuan lunged forth at the mortal sect elder in a single leap and began to attack. "What?" Annihilating them over a mere disagreement in exchange. The crowd gasped. You guys! When the inborn expert from mortal sect saw Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan charging towards him brimming with killing intent, fear flashed across his eyes. He was aghast and looked to be filled with fear. The 2 men before him were too domineering. They attacked his disciple out of nowhere. When he tried to stop them, they wanted to kill him. Domineering and arrogant. If you can't stop the mouth of your disciple from spouting nonsense, we can only let him shut up forever. If you dare to stop us, we'll just have to slaughter you. Mo Qinglong swung his claws of the devil dragon rampantly. Dreadful and strong devilish aura was mixed with his bloodlust. This caused the inborn expert from the mortal sect to be overwhelmed with fear. This momentum was something he could never withstand. Moreover, there was another incredible expert beside him. This expert also had an identical devilish aura and wasn't someone he could stop. I'm just trying to protect my own disciple." Fear flashed across the eyes of the old man. Facing 2 experts who were determined to kill, desperation slowly crept in. Rumble. In the second strike, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan attacked together. "Arg! I'll fight it out with you guys." Incredible aura erupted from the inborn expert from the mortal sect as he growled loudly. Bam! However, the all-out attempt from the inborn expert only managed to stop the attack from Mo Yuan. Mo Qinglong's claws of the devil dragon penetrated through the body of the old man from mortal sect and smashed him heavily onto the ground. The old man from mortal sect was killed on the spot, just because the disciple from his sect was vulgar and he tried to protect his own disciple. The surrounding crowd shivered in fear. Even the inborn experts of these sects and families felt horrified. What incredible strength! Within the inborn realm, they have likely reached the pinnacle. It is especially so for that middle-aged man. He has likely reached the half-step to Dan realm. Our disciples previously. Several inborn experts turned solemn. They recalled their disciples criticizing Wang Xian previously. Although they didn't use any vulgarities, the two men before them couldn't be judged with rationality. Domineering and brutal. Because of a single comment, they had killed the old man. No. Don't. At this instant, the young man who had been rude previously crumpled on the floor in fear. He looked at the corpse of the expert from his sect as fear and desperation slowly overwhelmed him. Rumble. As Mo Yuan waved his arm, a stream of monstrous devilish flames fell onto the young man. The young man stared, opening his eyes wide as his body was reduced to ashes before the astonished crowd. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan turned their attention towards the mortal sect. No. Don't kill us. We have nothing to do with them. Don't kill us. When the disciples from the mortal sect felt their gazes, their eyes were filled with horror as they begged for mercy. The disciples from the mortal sect were truly terrified. The mortal sect only had 2 inborn experts, and one of them was killed right before them. Moreover, he wasn't even able to put up a fight at all. This petrified them with fear. It's all the fault of that damned brat. He shouldn't have mocked that young man. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan looked across them. Seeing the spineless disciples of the mortal sect, all they felt was contempt. Moving again, they attacked the group of dumbfounded disciples of the Nine Lotus sect. Arg! In an instant, pitiful cries resounded within the sky mountains. None of the disciples of the Nine Lotus sect had managed to escape from this massacre. The fresh blood and pitiful cries resulted in a heavy and solemn atmosphere around the crowd. They are going to annihilate the entire Nine Lotus sect. An inborn expert looked on in shock as the young man with the longsword walked towards the back of the wheelchair and pushed the girl towards the cave. This way, please. At this moment, the disciples of a few other forces who were guarding the entrance of the cave immediately opened a path upon seeing Wang Xian approaching. Woof woof. The voice of the heavenly hound resounded. It wagged its tail as it moved beside the young master of the Nine Lotus sect, after which it bit him and flung him towards the side of the cave. It did the same to Fang Huazi and threw him beside the young master of the Nine Lotus sect. You! The young master of the Nine Lotus sect lifted his head and looked around him. Seeing that all the disciples from the Nine Lotus sect had been killed, he couldn't help but feel petrified. Our sect leader won't let you off. He gritted his teeth as he remarked bitterly. I'll not let the Nine Lotus sect have another day of peace. Moreover, I'm going to let you witness it. When Wang Xian heard the young master of the Nine Lotus sect, he lowered his head and said this coldly. Cough, cough. The young master of the Nine Lotus sect shivered in fear. Fresh blood oozed out from his severed limbs as vitality was slowly leaking from his eyes. No matter what the outcome would be, his future had been determined. From the high and mighty young master of the Nine Lotus sect, who held extremely great powers, and an inborn expert, he had become just a handicapped person now. Furthermore, he might very well die from these injuries. This made it hard for him to swallow the truth as he slouched on the floor, feeling hopeless. Why did I offend a Death Reaper like him? The Sacred Followers Guild won't let you off. They will definitely not let you off. From the side, Fang Huazi cursed incessantly. Wang Xian responded with a cold and mocking smile. Around them, the corpses of the disciples of the Nine Lotus sect were scattered all around, filling the sky mountains with the scent of blood. Wang Xian stood at the entrance to the cave and waited silently for the people of Nine Lotus sect and the master of miracle Dr. Fang Huazi to return. Around him, all the other forces were hesitating and eventually chose not to leave. They wanted to witness the outcome. The sun set gradually. It was already into the winter season. As a gust of chilling wind blew past, the surrounding martial artists unconsciously pulled their clothes closer to their bodies. The chilling sensation they felt wasn't just from the chilling wind. It was also from the situation around them. Corpses were scattered around them and the scent of blood filled the atmosphere. Ta-ta-ta. They are back. The sounds of footsteps broke the silence of the surroundings. The crowd felt their hearts skip a beat as they stared attentively at the cave. Ha 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 ha. An inborn spiritual weapon and the ancient spiritual sword technique. My Nine Lotus sect shall kindly accept them this time. The ancient spiritual sword technique is extremely powerful. Among all the known sword techniques, it could easily rank among the top 3. It is said that it is comparable to the Sacred Seas sword technique of the Sacred Seas of Swords. With this sword technique, the strength of the Nine Lotus sect will increase substantially. Brother Wan, can you give me the Nine Lotus Ocean as soon as possible? My disciple still requires it for treatment. Rest assured, Brother Feng. Since Brother Feng has asked, I would naturally not reject. From the cave, the sounds of a conversation propagated out. Soon, a group of people emerged from the cave. The group that came out wore black attire. At the forefront of the group were two old men, and they looked a little exhausted. The raiding of the ancient tomb had brought them substantial rewards this time. Scent of blood. When the two old men picked up the smell, their eyebrows knitted together instantly. What's the situation, clan leader? A middle-aged man asked with a frown. He was currently standing behind the crowd, dressed in all black, and raised the question upon smelling the blood stench like the rest. The clan leader and elder of the Luyun family trailed off. They had been walking at the front of the group while looking around to assess the situation. They were astonished by the sight ahead. They glanced across the ground in the face of tens of dead bodies dressed in white with a black lotus motif. It was obvious that these were members of the Nine Lotus sect. When their sight landed on the area beside the cave exit, their faces twitched in shock. Two grotesque-looking bodies lay next to the cave opening. One of them was wearing a white robe embellished with a black lotus motif and appeared very familiar, while the other also resembled a close acquaintance. It's the young master of Nine Lotus sect, plus Feng Huazi, disciple of Elder Feng. The duo cried out with a heavy look. They scanned around once more. There was no one from the Nine Lotus sect in sight, only dead bodies of their members. These few here? A voice quizzed. In reflex, the group looked ahead immediately and saw a young man pushing a wheelchair while he hovered outside the cave entrance. He was accompanied by a young maiden in the wheelchair. The pair was standing by the cave entrance in silence, as if waiting for those inside to come out. A sanguinary vibe? One asked. Move along, Luyun clan leader. The rest of the forces hurried in confusion, as they were further inside the underground cave and hence oblivious to the scene ahead. With their gazes fixed on Wang Xian and company, the two elders who donned all black attire leaped into the air with one move. As they landed above the cave entrance, they guarded against the surroundings in vigilance. Clan leader, several voices greeted. It came from the members of various forces, as well as several middle-aged men dressed in black robes, as they hurried their way over to meet the clan leader. The disciples of the remaining forces also ran over to receive the experts from their ancestral sects. What's the matter? The two elders of the Luyun family asked their disciples with a burdened look, after a brief glance at Wang Xian and company. Clan leader, the disciples called out. They eyed Wang Xian and the group in fear, before continuing with their updates on the situation. What happened? One questioned. What's the matter with Nine Lotus Young Master and Miracle Dr. Feng Huazi? The others chimed in. Right then, the rest of the forces who were following behind had managed their way out. They shouted at the horrifying sight. The disciples who had been waiting for them outside the entrance hurried over to narrate what happened. What's the situation? Make way for the Nine Lotus sect, an elder demanded while his voice boomed with dominance beneath the cave opening. Hastily, all the forces stepped back to the sides. With a burdened look, they eyed Wang Xian's group of 6. But as they turned back to look at the experts from the Nine Lotus sect, their eyes glowed. The experts were walking over from the furthest edge of the underground cave. The news delivered by the group of disciples had simply overwhelmed them. To think that Miracle Dr. Wang, a mere factionless doctor from Rivertown, had the guts to come all the way here in order to wipe out the Nine Lotus sect. They knew that a battle would break out this time at the tragic sight of the Nine Lotus Young Master and Miracle Dr. Feng Huazi. Eh? How come there's blood stench coming from above? Why? Did some reckless fellow attempt to barge in? A chubby middle-aged man asked. He had just emerged from the underground cave with all smiles. Sect leader, a weak voice called out. The chubby elder was slightly puzzled as he turned over. Yet, when he lifted his head to check, the smile on his face vanished. He looked forth in the direction where the voice had come from. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the air. Shaoling, you, why have you become like this? The plump elder cried out with a contorted expression. With a single leap, he dashed to the side of the Nine Lotus young master as his eyes fumed with fury. "What happened?" the plump elder demanded. "What?" another voice started to ask, upon hearing the commotion. "Who was it? Who has the audacity to kill my Nine Lotus sect disciple?" the plump elder continued. "Huazi," the voice who had asked a question before shrieked this time. As all members of the Nine Lotus sect emerged from the cave, they were followed by Fang Huazi's master, the elder from the Sacred Followers Guild, as well as another miracle doctor from their sect. When they saw the surrounding scene, their eyes went bloodshot with bellicose howls. As he growled, the plump elder turned to face the Nine Lotus young master who was on the ground. Shouting, "Who did this? Tell me who did this? I'll make sure to tear him to pieces," he cried with an awful look. "They're out," Wang Xian exclaimed with a smile, as he saw that all members of the Nine Lotus sect had stepped out from the cave. "Ha!" the crowd asked in bewilderment as they looked over at Wang Xian, whose voice had drawn their attention. Elder Feng, who was beside Fang Huazi at the time, looked over immediately upon hearing the voice. "Rivertown's miracle Dr. Wang," Elder Feng called out in recognition. Elder Feng's focus landed on Wang Xian after scanning his group of 6. "Is this your doing?" he asked with a narrowed gaze as it filled with savagery. "Yep, this is just the beginning. You guys are next." Wang Xian nodded, before he proceeded to draw his sword. "How dare you kill my Nine Lotus sect disciples? I'll make you wish you were dead." An elder snapped upon hearing Wang Xian's words. He darted over with one leap and began to attack. With few questions asked and few details fussed over. He with the guts to kill the Nine Lotus sect disciples, and the audacity to land the youth leader in such miserable plight, shall die. Nine Lotus sect? I wonder who gave you the courage and audacity to harm my little sister, Wang Xian retorted. Taking a stance, he sprung forth to meet the elder heads-on. "You're courting doom," the elder hollered. With his inborn-level prowess, he exuded a chilling force of dominance. "Humph!" Wang Xian grunted sarcastically, as his sword flashed past. One strike of the sword. Again, one strike of the sword was all it took. The elder smacked in Wang Xian's direction with his palm. But after the sword struck right back, the elder's attack halted to an abrupt stop. "And the wipeout begins," Wang Xian announced as he withdrew his sword. With one quick shift, he bolted towards the crowd from the Nine Lotus sect and began to strike. "Huh?" the Nine Lotus sect members uttered with a puzzled look, as they looked on at the elder who had initiated the attack. Why had the elder's attack halted so abruptly? Bam! Under the astonished gaze from the Nine Lotus sect members and the rest, the elder's body crashed onto the floor, while he looked on with enlarged pupils. Blood gushed out from his neck in copious amounts. "Killing the elder with one strike of the sword?" one uttered. "Oh no!" another cried out in realization. Upon realizing that their elder had actually died, everyone from the Nine Lotus sect looked over at Wang Xian, who was now coming for them as they shrieked in panic. "Kill him!" the Nine Lotus sect leader ordered, as he glared at Wang Xian with eyes wide. "Kill!" All the experts from the Nine Lotus sect chimed in unison. As they aimed at Wang Xian, they lunged forward with their palm strike. Pat, pat, pat. Wang Xian wielded his long sword and slashed away at the bodies of the Nine Lotus sect experts with incredible speed. While he was not versed in swordplay, Wang Xian was backed by his formidable combat powers. Coupled with the boost from his inborn-level weapon, it was a piece of cake for him to slay those whose abilities were a level below his, which made killing the inborns as easy as slaughtering livestock. What? How can it be? How can he be this formidable? The onlookers gasped. They were astonished by the ease of the young man as he killed an inborn expert with one strike of his sword. The ease of defeating the Nine Lotus young master may have taken them by surprise, but given that he had just achieved his inborn status, defeating him in one move was not impossible. Yet right now even the experienced and reputed inborn expert had been slain with one strike of the sword. And in particular, it was the long sword which the young man wielded, which had also begun its massacre on the numerous experts of the Nine Lotus sect, taking them down one after another, one strike at a time. So powerful. So powerful. A person in a single strike. All of them were killed in a single strike. How could Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown have such insane strength? He's just 20 and yet ranked 9th on the Miracle Doctor's chart and has the strength that easily kills inborn experts. What kinds of insane talents does he have to reach this level? Amidst the sky mountains, the surrounding crowd looked in shock. A young man with a long sword in his hand was slaughtering the entire Nine Lotus sect without reservation. A person in a single strike. All the experts from the Nine Lotus sect, including inborn level experts, were all falling with a single strike. His strength is incredible. When the sect leader of the Nine Lotus sect saw the experts in his sect being killed easily, he felt a chill running down his spine. Staring coldly at Wang Xian, he clenched his fist tightly. How dare you kill our people from the Nine Lotus sect? Die now. Seeing elders and attendants of the Nine Lotus sect falling one after another, the sect leader of the Nine Lotus sect was burning with anger. He moved and attacked Wang Xian directly. The aura around him was no inferior to Mo Yuan. As he moved his palm, his aura had the momentum of a deluge and swept towards Wang Xian. The surrounding martial artists, who weren't at the inborn realm, immediately retreated. What an incredible miracle doctor! He has hidden his strength too well previously. A master alchemist, a miracle doctor, and now he's also an inborn expert. Elder Feng stood by the side and witnessed the horrifying acts of Wang Xian. He couldn't help but feel a chilling sensation as his expression turned exceptionally bitter. For a person like him, even if we can't become friends, we can never become his enemies. Otherwise, Elder Feng clenched his fist tightly. A razor-sharp weapon that resembled a surgical knife appeared in his hand. We must definitely kill him. Otherwise, there will be countless troubles in the future. Ruthlessness gleamed in the eyes of Elder Feng. If Miracle Dr. Wong were just a master alchemist or a miracle doctor, he wouldn't be wary of him at all. As an elder of the Sacred Followers Guild, a miracle doctor or an alchemist wouldn't concern him, even if this person was a genius. However, if the same person possessed insane strength, he couldn't just overlook him any further. In the underworld, strength dictated everything. An insanely talented young man like him would likely have an 80% chance of entering the Dan realm in the future. He could never allow a person like him to get stronger. Kill! Elder Feng shouted coldly. Horrifying aura erupted from his body. The miracle doctors around him followed closely behind him. In their hands, they had identical surgical knives. The elders of the Sacred Followers Guild are taking actions. Oh gosh, why would the Sacred Followers Guild want this young man dead? That miracle Dr. Wang crippled the disciple of the elder in the Sacred Followers Guild. It's only natural that they want to kill him. In fact, the entire Sacred Followers Guild might just attack him. When the surrounding crowd saw Elder Feng attack, they were shocked. Wang Xian's eyes were chillingly cold. Seeing Feng Huazi's master and the sect leader of the Nine Lotus sect approaching him, he waved his arm. A dazzling golden glow emanated from Zhan Lu. That sword is emanating dazzling golden light? Why am I feeling the treasured sword in my hands trembling violently? What is happening? Inborn spiritual weapon. That sword is an inborn spiritual weapon. The crowd exclaimed and stared fervently at Zhan Lu in Wang Xian's hand. Inborn spiritual weapon. It's no surprise why it's so sharp and could kill an inborn expert in a single strike. The sect leader of the Nine Lotus sect gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die!" A huge, 5-meter palm struck towards Wang Xian with the momentum of a deluge. Boom! How dare you injure my disciple? Today, I'm going to annihilate you. Elder Feng pierced his weapon towards Wang Xian coldly. On the weapon, a chilling light gathered into a point and seemed capable of shooting through all objects. Hee. Seeing over 10 people attacking him from all directions at the same time, Wang Xian plunged Zhan Lu into the ground coldly. BZZ, BZZ, BZZ. At that instant, the surrounding crowd felt as though they were being dragged into a dazzling gold world. Rays of golden light coalesced into sharp weapons and attacked in all directions from Wang Xian within a radius of 20 meters. What? This is a sword domain. Elder Feng, the sect leader of the Nine Lotus sect, and the rest who were charging towards Wang Xian were in shock to notice the razor-sharp weapons that appeared from nowhere. That's a powerful sword, but you will still die. The sect leader of Nine Lotus Sect drew a circle around him with his palm. The next instant, a water screen appeared around him. The water screen was just like Tai Chi as it rotated gradually around him. Using minimal force, he swept aside the razor-sharp swords. Ha! Elder Feng let out a loud cry. At the same time, metallic aura emanated from him and surrounded him completely. It was as though he had turned into a golden Vajra. As the sword energies fell on him, sounds of metal clashing resounded. This is really glamorous and cool. Wang Xian looked around him. With the energy of the metal divine dragon, he incited the razor-sharp edge of Zhan Lu and coalesced them into countless razor-sharp sword energies. After which, he attacked in all directions within a 20 meters radius around him. At that instant, he felt as though he was controlling thousands and thousands of swords. However, you guys are still going to die. Wang Xian placed his hand on Zhan Lu and smiled gently as he gripped it. Die! At this instant, the palm of the sect leader of the Nine Lotus Sect was already above Wang Xian's head. With a gruesome expression, he smashed down heavily. However, the golden light on Zhan Lu shone even brighter. Strong and dazzling golden rays caused everyone to tear. Everyone in the surrounding crowd had now looked away as a painful sensation cruised in their eyes. Roar! Suddenly, everyone heard a horrifying roar. The golden rays coalesced into a 5-meter-long divine dragon that met the palm of the sect leader of Nine Lotus Sect directly. The metal divine dragon emanated bone-piercing rays. He opened his huge jaws and attacked the sect leader of the Nine Lotus Sect directly. What? The sect leader of the Nine Lotus Sect was horrified to see Wang Xian's head turning into a horrifying divine dragon. Retracting his palm, the Tai Chi water screen around him emitted strong blue light and circulated even quicker. Bam! The metal divine dragon swung its claws towards the water screen directly. Bam! Dreadful energy of the metal dragon split the defense of the sect leader of Nine Lotus Sect easily, and the claws struck heavily into his body. Fresh blood spattered everywhere. Bam! Having knocked the sect leader of the Nine Lotus Sect down in a single strike, Wang Xian swung his tail towards Elder Feng and the rest. Boom! Strong and powerful dragon energy landed on the bodies of the surrounding people. What? Elder Feng was greatly shocked and immediately pierced the razor-sharp weapon in his hand towards the dragon tail. Dang! What he heard was the sounds of metal clashing, following which tremendous force fell on him. Boom! As the dragon tail swept across, all the people fell to the ground. Whoosh! The divine dragon disappeared and countless long metallic sword energies appeared once again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless sword energies struck towards the people on the ground. Arg! Pitiful cries filled the atmosphere as the surrounding crowd felt their hearts palpitating violently. What happened? To think the piercing rays of the metal element have stretched over an area of 20 meters in radius. One gasped. It's too petrifying. Is this the combat prowess above the inborn level? Another squeaked. All around, the crowd quivered at the endless stream of spine-chilling cries. The area, which was now concealed by the metallic sheen, had made it impossible for them to check out the combat situation inside. Suddenly, the crowd was taken by storm. As the golden sheen disappeared gradually, they began to peer in its direction. Slowly, a figure emerged. It was a young man with a long sword in his hands, while the weapon was rooted upright into the ground. Countless scratch marks marred the surrounding ground's surface. Alongside lay the corpse of the miracle doctor and elder from the Sacred Followers Guild, together with several bodies of the Nine Lotus Sect experts. To think that one person can take down 4 inborn experts. Such formidable capabilities. So that's the prowess of Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown? Simply wicked. The crowd murmured at the sight and looked on in disbelief. A young man in his 20s, who was also a miracle doctor ranked 9th amongst all within the underworld, had such formidable powers to add. Single-handedly, the young man had defeated all experts within the Nine Lotus Sect, as well as the elder and miracle doctor from the Sacred Followers Guild. Such an extraordinary gift is unrivaled and unprecedented, be it in the past or future. Even the first on the outstanding young heroes chart would pale very much in comparison. The 2 elders from the Luyun family commented as they exchanged glances. Both of them could sense the intense astonishment from the other party. Such a character was deemed to have unparalleled achievements, as though a dragon had managed to ascend to the highest of skies. Few, flamboyant moves which expended too much energy, especially with my serious injuries, are gaudy and impractical, Wang Xian commented while raising his head, before he pulled the Zhanlu sword out from the ground and looked around. Ahem, 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 ahem. Just then, sounds of two coughing could be heard, as two silhouettes began to pick themselves up off the ground. It was the sect leader of the Nine Lotus sect along with Elder Feng. They're dead. To think that they're all dead. The Nine Lotus sect leader exclaimed with a dazed look. Up till now, he remained clueless as to why the young man had annihilated the Nine Lotus sect. This made him shudder. As he raised his head to look Wang Xian in the eye, the Nine Lotus sect leader pleaded with a tinge of misery. Can you tell me what feud you have with my Nine Lotus sect? Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian let out a brief smile before he proceeded over and stared at the Nine Lotus sect leader. The poison which my little sister's been struck with is affiliated with your Nine Lotus sect, Wang Xian replied apathetically as he pointed to Xiaoyu in the wheelchair. What? The Nine Lotus sect leader gasped with eyes wide, shocked by the sight of Xiaoyu, who was wheelchair-bound. This young maiden, based on his knowledge, was a disciple of a second-class force, and also the younger sister of a miracle doctor. Earlier, he had agreed to the decision of his good friend Elder Feng when the latter suggested that Nine Lotus young master inject a poison into the young lady's body when they were exchanging blows. How could a second-class force compete with them, the Nine Lotus sect? How could a miracle doctor match up against the elder of the Sacred Followers Guild? From what he had seen, it was nothing more than the death of one on the spot. He had not expected the elder brother of this young lady to actually be this terrifying. Those formidable powers were definitely not of the inborn realm, but at least a half-step to Dan realm. He dared not imagine it as any level beyond. You. What do you want? The Nine Lotus sect leader asked in trepidation. With an awful expression, he wiped the fresh blood off his face. Haha, what do I want? Haven't you seen it for yourself? I want. Wang Xian responded before he raised his Zhanlu sword. Not one surviving soul from your Nine Lotus sect. You, the Nine Lotus sect leader uttered. But the Zhanlu sword came down on him even before he could continue. As he paused, he felt a sharp pain searing at his chest. With widened eyes, he eventually fell to the ground. After withdrawing his Zhanlu sword, Wang Xian looked over at Elder Feng, who stood to the side. Elder Feng watched as the Nine Lotus sect leader was killed, and narrowed his eyes at the sight of the latter's death. He gazed over at Wang Xian with a contorted look. The antidote is kept within the Sacred Followers Guild. If you let me go, I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, the poison in your little sister's body can never be neutralized. Elder Feng spoke to Wang Xian in a lowered pitch as his eyes glistened. Feng Huazi said that this poison does not come with an antidote, and even the sect leader of your Sacred Followers Guild is unable to neutralize it. Wang Xian spoke flatly as he eyed Elder Feng. Upon hearing this, Elder Feng's face flinched, despite which, he continued with an awful expression. This poison comes with an antidote. Regardless of this, you'll have to die, Wang Xian retorted. As he shot Elder Feng a look of disregard, he raised the Zhanlu sword in his hand. What you, Elder Feng uttered. Wang Xian did not bear the slightest hesitation. Regardless of the antidote's existence, he and Feng Huazi would have to die. Should there be an antidote, he would stomp over to the Sacred Followers Guild and ask their leader for it. Should there be none, those close to Feng Huazi shall perish with him. He really killed him. To think he really killed the Sacred Followers Guild elder right on the spot. One shrieked. Slaying the elder of the Sacred Followers Guild. This is no doubt a slap in the face to the sacred sect. Justified or otherwise, the Sacred Followers Guild will have to seek revenge for Elder Feng. Another added. This miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown is really menacing, having killed 4 inborn experts from the Nine Lotus sect, as well as the elder of Sacred Followers Guild. No one knows how things will develop from here. In the face of such a powerful existence, even the Sacred Followers Guild will have to treat this matter seriously. The third chimed in. Everyone continued to look on in astonishment. having witnessed the killing of the Nine Lotus Sect leader and the Sacred Followers Guild elder by Wang Xian. With his long sword in hand, Wang Xian came over to the sides of the Nine Lotus young master and Feng Huazi before bending down. As of now, the two had been overwhelmed with despair. While they trembled, their eyes with Wang Xian's as though the devil had descended upon them. Didn't think of this, did you? That you would end up in such a state for staging an attack on my little sister? Wang Xian asked as he looked at the young master. Eyes filled with tears, he sank his head as his face looked dead as dust. Isn't it good to be well and alive? Why did you seek death? Wang Xian concluded before standing up and began to take aim with his sword. This is an ancient tomb, how apartment. It'll do as your burial ground, Wang Xian added. Upon hearing the comment, everyone around shuddered. They looked at the young man, both in awe and trepidation. Thereafter, they watched as the young man walked to the side of the wheelchair and smiled at his younger sister before the duo left with the former pushing the wheelchair. The rest continued to watch, with no less trepidation than fear, even as the duo went further away. Behind the crowd, Mo Qilong and Mo Yuan approached the bodies of the Nine Lotus Sect members. They retrieved the long sword, also an inborn spiritual weapon, along with the secret manual of the ancient spiritual sword technique before following behind the sibling duo. Simply too powerful. How could such a formidable youth exist in this world? One of the onlookers gasped. What do you guys reckon of his prowess? Do you think he's half-stepped to Dan Realm? Another quizzed. The forces left behind crowded around and began to buzz as they watched the figure disappear. Several inborn experts who were closely acquainted exchanged glances before frowning. I think he's at half-step to Dan Realm, an elder from the Luyun family murmured. Likely the inborn realm. I saw his last defining strike where the long sword was rooted into the ground while he held it with both hands. It's likely that the last stance was executed by the inborn spiritual weapon in his hands, another contested. One from the inborn realm killing for inborn experts all at once, where the four are all very formidable inborn experts too? The third argued. Half-step to Dan Realm's too inconceivable. I reckon he's a pinnacle inborn, so he can still achieve what he did under the boost from an inborn spiritual weapon, the last suggested. The interactions between the few inborn experts continued while they shuddered at the sight of the bodies which were sprawled all over the place. The prowess of the Nine Lotus Sect had suppressed that of all other forces present. They were also the ones to have gained all the recovered treasures from this ancient tomb excavation while the rest showed zero signs of resistance. Yet, this was also the powerful ancestral sect which had been annihilated by a young man, using one long sword. The ancient tomb ended up as the cemetery of the Nine Lotus Sect members. Based on the young man's tone, his gang had no intentions of letting the Nine Lotus Sect off. This was an utter extermination of the sect. The top of the outstanding young heroes chart goes to that young man. The underworld is, once again, experiencing an upheaval, a voice declared. The car left from Sky City, heading towards Rivertown. It was a 6 to 7 hour journey. Within the span of this time, this incident caused a huge uproar in the underworld. The underworld had the Underworld website to facilitate the flow of information between martial artists, issuing missions and announcing some matters. The underworld had never been peaceful. Each day, there would be information about certain families being annihilated, certain experts being assassinated, or certain experts reaching the inborn realm. To put it simply, the underworld was a fast-changing and lively place. All the sects and families paid close attention to the Underworld website to understand what was happening around the underworld. Today, a shocking piece of news was released on the website. Subsequent to the annihilation of the Dark Conjurers, this was the second incident that shocked the entire underworld. In the forum of the Underworld website, a thread with a shocking headline popped up. Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown annihilated the Nine Lotus Sect with his own hands. All the experts of the Nine Lotus Sect were killed. Furthermore, he has killed Elder Feng from the Sacred Followers Guild and his disciple, Feng Huazi. When the thread appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone. The Nine Lotus Sect was a powerful first-class force. They had 5 known inborn experts, among which the young master of the Nine Lotus Sect was the most famous. He ranked 5th on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart and had reached the inborn realm in his 30s. His exceptional talents were even better than the saints and saintess of several other sacred sects. This was a powerful sect with substantial numbers of talents emerging. Among the first-class forces, they were also one of the strongest. To become an elder in a sacred sect, one undoubtedly had to be an inborn-level existence. Moreover, the elders of the Sacred Followers Guild were also largely powerful miracle doctors. Their names might not appear on the miracle doctors chart, but their medical techniques wouldn't be any inferior to the top 10 on the chart. Yet, these two powerful groups had been annihilated. When the people clicked into the threads, they saw photo after photo of corpses. These included the elders and disciples of the Nine Lotus sect. Other than those, there were photos of corpses of Elder Feng and his followers from the Sacred Followers Guild. When the people saw the large number of experts' corpses, they couldn't help but shiver. For days ago, an ancient tomb was revealed in the Sky Mountains in the Sky City. Many forces would likely know about it. In the end, several powerful sects surrounding the Sky Mountains occupied the area. Among them, the Nine Lotus sect occupied the most central position. A saintess from a second-class sect also rushed to the ancient tomb in Sky City. She had a clash with the young master of the Nine Lotus sect and was severely injured and gravely poisoned by him. That young girl was the saintess of the Thistles and Thorns sect and its future sect leader. At the same time, she's also the sister of Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown is the youngest miracle doctor on the Miracle Doctors chart and ranked 9th on it. Poison Doc once complimented him. It is said that Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown not only possesses incredible medical techniques, but he is also a level 3 alchemist. His talents are exceptional, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the proud son of heaven. Today, Miracle Dr. Wang pushed his sister in a wheelchair and brought 2 inborn experts with him to the ancient tomb in Sky City. With just a single sword with him, he easily crippled the young master of the Nine Lotus sect and slayed the disciples of the Nine Lotus sect. When the sect leader of Nine Lotus sect returned from the ancient tomb with the other experts of the sect and Elder Feng from the Sacred Followers Guild, Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown slew all of them with a single sword. Holding his inborn spiritual weapon in his hand, he fought with over a dozen experts and killed all of them. A miracle doctor, alchemist, and dreadful inborn expert at the age of 20. Looking through history, he's definitely the only one. Among this generation of youths, who can possibly match him? Who can possibly match him? A simple introduction together with several photos instantly shocked everyone who saw the thread. The first comment on the thread was by the person who had started the thread. Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown is truly too insanely strong. With just a sword, no one could stop him. Nine Lotus sect could be considered to be a very powerful sect. Yet, they were annihilated by him alone. I have witnessed this with my own eyes and I'm still feeling the goosebumps at the thought of it. He's too powerful, killing 5 inborn experts at the age of 20 alone. Among this generation of youths, who could possibly be a match for him? The thread had only been up for 5 hours but had gathered over 50,000 replies. The fervent attention paid to it pushed it to the front page. Is this real? The Nine Lotus sect is a very powerful first-class force. They have several inborn experts. How could a 20-year-old young man annihilate all of them? Unbelievable. When I saw this thread, I couldn't believe my eyes. Is this even possible for a person to be so demon-like? The 4 first-class forces, Luyun family, West Mountain sect, Emptiness sect, and Lawless Mountain sect, were all present and had witnessed it with their own eyes. I was there too, and the whole matter was even more astonishing than what the forum starter had described. A 20-year-old miracle doctor, alchemist, and inborn expert. Moreover, he's factionless. How could this miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown be so insanely talented? He's too incredible and demon-like. 20 years old. How can there ever be such a demon-like existence? The incident has been verified. The strength of Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown is truly shocking. However, he has killed an elder from the Sacred Followers Guild. This matter won't just end as easily as this. As the saying goes, those whom the gods favor often die young. Although the talents of Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown are truly exceptional, the Sacred Followers Guild will not let him off for killing Elder Feng from the Sacred Followers Guild without reservation. I wonder how the Sacred Followers Guild will respond. With their pride as a sacred sect, this matter won't end so peacefully. The Sacred Followers Guild will most likely take action. Giving this demon-like existence another 10 years, he might very well reach the realm above the inborn realm. What an incredible talent! Some people believe that Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown has already attained strength above the inborn realm. I just wonder if they are right. Shocking! The Outstanding Young Heroes chart has been updated. The former number 1, Young Master Hai Long, has been pushed down to the second spot. Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown has made it to the top. Moreover, he's the youngest of all. If Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown survives, he will definitely be similar to the Island Master of Sea Serpent Island in the future. As just a single person, he would be an existence that could match up to an entire sacred sect. On the Underworld Forum, all the martial artists were discussing fervently. There were even people who were certain that if Wang Xian did not die prematurely, he would definitely play an important role in the underworld in the future. A 20-year-old inborn expert was already enough to impress everyone. Moreover, this 20-year-old expert could even annihilate a powerful first-class force alone and kill the elder from a sacred sect. This piece of news spread rapidly to the upper management of each sect. Regardless of their location, it was also quickly conveyed to the sect masters of these sacred sects. A 20-year-old existence that could slay 5 inborn experts was indeed worthy of their attention. All kinds of information regarding Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown quickly reached the hands of the experts from various families and sects. The whole underworld was shaken because of Wang Xian. All the martial artists were astonished by Wang Xian's strength. Those terrifying gifts and demon-like talents. He was someone who put the other youths of this generation to shame. Birds were flying in the sky above an island with viridescent trees, and a kind of captivating flower grew on the island. The beach was enchanting with a group of vintage-looking buildings in the middle. The entire island was like a wonderland. At this time, a group of young men was lying before a wooden house on the beach. There were babes by the side, snuggling affectionately beside these young men. Her? Something big happened in the underworld. Just then, a young man exclaimed with astonishment while he was looking at his phone. Things happen in the underworld every day. Why? What caught your eyes? A young man in a black swimming suit was caressing the babe beside him as he spoke with a smile. Hai Long, you're no longer the first on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown, age 20, has annihilated 9 Lotus Sect and slew an elder from Sacred Followers Guild. That young man was appalled as he scrolled through the thread posts. What? Someone replaced Hai Long and took over the number 1 in the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. Several young men sat up around him as they cast their attention to that young man. Only one young man, who was wearing a yellow robe with a golden dragon embroidered on it, did not sit up. He squinted his eyes slightly. It's true. He went up against 4 inborn experts alone and killed all of them. What a great strength he has. The Outstanding Young Heroes chart reviewed him as the 20-year-old demon-like genius. He killed 4 inborn experts with a sword. The formidable results landed him the first position on this chart. Several young men exclaimed in shock. He killed 4 inborn experts at the age of 20. Just like what the underworld's critics said of him. A demon-like genius. Let me take a look. The young man in a yellow golden dragon robe stretched out his hand and spoke to the other young guy at the side. Look, Brother Hai Long. That man quickly walked over and handed his phone to him. With inborn spiritual weapon, he slew 4 inborn experts alone. When the young man read the story on the phone, he drew his lips and said, Perhaps I have not made my move for a long time. As he spoke, he returned the phone back to that young guy and sat in his chair without taking this to heart. Brother Hai Long, your strength is? When the group of young men heard his casual tone, their eyes narrowed as they tried to sniff out some information. If my dad contains his strength at inborn realm, I can exchange over 10 strokes with him, Hai Long said nonchalantly. What? The group of young men was stunned, with disbelief on their faces. The ability to exchange more than 10 strokes with his father was extremely fearsome. Hai Long's father was ranked 2nd on the Outstanding Experts chart. He was the true blue peerless expert and an unrivaled existence. Once, his father killed an inborn expert with just one finger, shocking everyone in the underworld. Yet, Hai Long was able to exchange more than 10 strokes with his father even though he had controlled his level to be the same as his son. Brother Hai Long is invincible among the young generation. When that Wuxia meets you, he will find out what a real outstanding young hero is. That's right, Brother Hai Long. If he bumps into you, he'll pale into insignificance in comparison. Every one of them began their bootlicking. Hee. Isn't the competition for the young heroes going to start soon? I'll go and have some fun this year, Hai Long said with a beaming smile as he looked off, exuding immense confidence and superiority from within. Outstanding young heroes chart? The charts in the underworld are all jokes. Killing 4 inborn experts just by yourself at the age of 20. Your strength is quite formidable. But I'll defeat you if I have an inborn spiritual weapon. In a quaint house among the towering mountains, a young man drew his lips as he read the message sent by his subordinate. Amitabha. All martial arts in the world originated from the ancient temple. Finally, I have the chance to go out after staying in this monastery for more than 30 years. Back at an ancient temple, a young monk received an order from his master to make his way out of the mountain. As such, he was smiling from ear to ear. He stroked his bald head and said, "What a wonderful and attractive world outside. Oh, I have to make a name for myself. Recently, the underworld has been quite bustling." Hee. The young monk looked greasy on his face with cloudy eyes, and didn't look like a monk at all. The underworld was experiencing turbulent times with the appearance of a demon-like genius. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, some prideful talents were unconvinced. The top 5 rankings on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart were all at the Inborn realm. This was a known fact. Many sects and schools also hid their gifted disciples for their safety. As such, more hidden talents remained unknown. After all, there was more than 1 billion people within the country. The probability of a demon-like genius appearing was extremely high. Back at a vast space surrounded by a dense bamboo forest in a grassland, there was a palace sitting in the middle of the bamboo forest. The palace was huge, spanning an area of 10,000 square meters. The entire region was filled with the scent of medicine. If any ordinary people were to stay in this place, they could comfortably live up to 100 years old. There was quite a large amount of herbs planted around the palace. It was incredibly picturesque with the palace pavilions within it. The signboard titled, Sacred Followers Guild, was hung on one of the main buildings located at the center of the palace. This matter obviously arises because Elder Feng crippled Miracle Dr. Wang's sister with venom. Hence, Miracle Dr. Wang had his killing spree. I think we should plan our moves properly. Elder Yan Shi, our elder of the Sacred Followers Guild, has been killed. What plan do we need? Everyone in the underworld is waiting to see our response. If we don't react to it, I'm sure everyone will think that we're weaklings. We cannot allow this precedent. So what if he is known as the demon-like genius? We should kill him. Since he killed Old Feng, he must die. This is the Sacred Followers Guild's dignity. A group of more than 30 fearsome elders were sitting within the hall. They all shared the same mightiness of a supreme leader as they quarreled within the hall. However, the chairperson's seat was empty as the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild was not present. Yan Shi swept his gaze across everyone sitting in front of him with a frown as he said, "The objective of the Sacred Followers Guild is to help each other, ensuring the safety of every miracle doctor. No one will provoke us if we don't do it first. Now, Elder Foam has been killed because of his own doings. Do we have to take revenge for someone who creates troubles?" Yan Shi. Shut up. Old Feng is dead and it hasn't been that long. He's one of our elders in the Sacred Followers Guild. Aren't we avenging him for when he was killed by someone else? That's right. No matter who's at fault in this incident, the one who killed them deserves death. This is to let everyone know the consequences of messing with us. The Sacred Followers Guild. Before Yan Shi could finish his sentence, 2 old men seated opposite him shouted harshly, "We will post the image of the corpse of that brat onto the Underworld website and make him the example of the consequences of messing with the Sacred Followers Guild. Send out the Sacred Enforcers. That young man has to be killed. If he had just crippled Elder Feng, we wouldn't have said a further word. However, since he chose to kill him directly, it is a show of disrespect to our Sacred Followers Guild. We have to let him know the consequences." Another two old men shouted emotionlessly. Yan Shi frowned and looked displeased. He faced the group of elders and said in a solemn tone, "Let's report this to the guild leader and see what he has in mind before acting. Our guild leader went out to sea 3 days ago and we aren't sure when he will be back. We can't possibly be waiting for him forever. Yan Shi, since you don't want to be involved in this, shut your mouth. We will lead a few sacred enforcers over." At this instant, an old man opposite him stood up and chided. He looked across the group opposite of him. "I'll bring the sacred enforcers along with a few elders. We don't need your involvement." Tisk. As the old man finished his words, he headed for the exit. 5 elders stood up, followed closely behind and left. Yan Shi was feeling conflicted. The few other old men around him shook their heads, stood up and left without saying another word. Brother Wang Xian. This incident has been blown out of proportion. The journey from Sky City to River Town took 6 hours. Night had fallen when they arrived back at the villa. The moment they stepped in, they saw Sui Huang sitting on the sofa. "Is that so? All I did was annihilate a first-class force." Wang Xian looked at Sui Huang before carrying Xiao Yu to the sofa. Sui Huang took a look at Xiao Yu and shook his head. "Brother Wang Xian, your name has shocked the entire underworld now. Annihilating the entire 9 Lotus sect, killing the elder from the Sacred Followers Guild, the number 1 demon-like genius on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. Any single achievement is able to shock the entire underworld. You are much better than I was when I was young. You are making it sound like you are better than me now." Wang Xian looked at Sui Huang and made a joke. Upon hearing Wang Xian, Sui Huang raised an eyebrow and was clearly infuriated. "Brat, do you want to have a fight now? With my experiences, I will easily crush you to the ground. I shall not be calculative with an old man like you. Seeing that night has fallen and you are still here, I believe you aren't just interested in telling me this, right?" Wang Xian smiled and sat beside Sui Huang. "What? Am I not welcome?" Sui Huang stared at him and started scrutinizing him from head to toe. He squinted his eyes and commented, "Are your arts of refining elixir pills really as incredible as the rumors have claimed? You can now refine level 3 elixir pills easily." "I guess so. I'm a demon-like genius and am not someone you can compare with." Wang Xian chuckled and his lips curved into a smile. "You?" Sui Huang choked on his words and stared harshly at him. "You are really arrogant. Now that you have killed an elder from the Sacred Followers Guild, they will definitely not let this go easily. Old Huang isn't in the Sacred Followers Guild currently, and the matters of the guild are managed by the group of elders. I believe they will be giving you trouble soon." As Sui Huang spoke, he looked to Wang Xian. "I haven't managed to get in contact with him. When I do, please let this matter rest." "Huh?" Wang Xian was taken aback by what Sui Huang had said. The old Huang that he was talking about was most likely the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild. "Give me troubles?" Tisk. Murderous intent gleamed in Wang Xian's eyes. This matter isn't something he could just put to rest on his side. Sui Huang sensed the murderous intent in Wang Xian's eyes. He frowned and asked in a solemn tone, "What are your thoughts then?" Wang Xian leaned back on the sofa, looked to his side and saw Guan Shuqing chatting with Xiao Yu. Subsequently, he remarked coldly, "If the Sacred Followers Guild has the antidote, this matter could be put to rest. If they don't, all the families and kin of that elder Feng will have to die." As he spoke, he looked to Sui Huang. "I don't wish to see an incident like this for a second time." Sui Huang felt his heart skip a beat when he met Wang Xian's eyes. His eyebrows gradually knitted together. The overly confident young man before him wasn't his junior. Instead, he was a terrifying expert that could equal him. As an expert, he would have his pride and bottom line. Clearly, the elder from Sacred Followers Guild poisoning his sister with lethal venom had completely breached his bottom line. At this point, it was no longer the issue of whether the Sacred Followers Guild would seek revenge. Instead, it was whether this young man would let this matter slide. The elder of the Sacred Followers Guild had poisoned his sister because he was taking revenge for his disciple. This put Wang Xian on the defensive. Will there be others attacking him once again to seek revenge for that elder? As an expert, Wang Xian would never let this happen again. He was going to crush this idea that people might be harboring against him. In that case, he had to ensure the deaths of all his potential enemies. This was a very domineering method but was also a method often used by strong experts. Experts wouldn't let this type of risk linger on. Brother Wang Xian, can you hold back and not act at this moment? Within 5 days, I'll let old Huang give you a satisfactory answer, said Sui Huang as he looked to Wang Xian. Huh? Wang Xian was stunned for a moment by what Sui Huang said. Subsequently, he nodded his head and answered, "All right, since old Sui you have requested this, I shall listen to you this time. 5 days. If this isn't settled in 5 days, I will go to the Sacred Followers Guild." All right, 5 days are enough. Sui Huang revealed a smile. 5 days was enough time for him to contact the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild. As long as he explained the situation, old Huang should know how to handle it. This matter had started because of an elder from the Sacred Followers Guild after all. All right, the old man shall leave. Regarding your sister's situation, I'll ask some of my old friends and see if they have any solutions. My dear disciple, your master shall be leaving now. We will start on refining elixir pills tomorrow. After exchanging some pleasantries with Wang Xian, Sui Huang stood up and headed for the exit with a smile. After Wang Xian finished his dinner, he returned to his room and looked up the Underworld website on his computer. Seeing that all the comments were about him or matters related to him, he chuckled nonchalantly. He could be considered as a rather low-profile person, as he would leave some matters for the Dragonians to handle. If this incident didn't concern Xiaoyu, he wouldn't have acted personally. However, since he did, so be it. If he became known throughout the underworld, so be it. As for those comments about him being likely to die young as he was favored by the gods, he simply chuckled upon seeing them. It was still not certain who would be dying first. After Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing returned home, Wang Xian continued browsing for some time before getting into the bed. He was pondering about the situation of Xiao Yu and Elder Fong. I'll bring them to the Dragon Palace in 5 days' time. Just as Wang Xian was resting, the underworld was still discussing fervently about what had happened today. When it was close to 10 p.m., a new thread appeared suddenly. Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown shall die for killing an elder from our Sacred Followers Guild. It was from the Sacred Followers Guild. Boom! When the thread appeared, the entire underworld was overwhelmed by the sanction coming from the Sacred Enforcer and the response from the Sacred Followers Guild. Every sacred sect had a law enforcement department to deal with some external underworld matters. In another way, to exhibit the mightiness of a sacred sect. Sacred Enforcer was the law enforcement department of the Sacred Followers Guild, targeting any clans and families who were going against the Sacred Followers Guild. As the only law enforcement team of the Sacred Followers Guild, they had extreme powers. The entire team was comprised of foreign-born experts. If they faced stronger opponents, they could send out the elders of the Sacred Followers Guild. Among all the sacred sects, the Sacred Followers Guild was the only sect that was formed by allying ties. Their guild leader was the #1 most powerful existence on the Miracle Doctors chart. The rest who joined were either formidable miracle doctors or experts who received kindness from some of the miracle doctors. The elder team of the Sacred Followers Guild had a strong presence as well. Each of them possessed a strength that was inborn and above. On top of that, they had impressive connections. The sacred sect that was formed by the various miracle doctors was ranked at number 6 among 9 other sacred sects. They were just short of some foundations. But even so, a sacred sect is, after all, a sacred sect. Not many people could withstand a killing order or a sanction from a sacred sect. Even as mighty as the assassin organization, the Dark Conjurers, was, they could only hold up when the sacred sect issued a killing order to get rid of them. Not to mention, it was an assassin organization that was good at hiding. Now, it was only a factionless doctor, regardless of the fact that he was known as the demon-like genius now. Everyone hurriedly clicked on the thread. Under the thread title, there were a few words. The dead body shall be revealed. Everyone in the underworld was stunned and shocked. Looks like the Sacred Followers Guild is utterly outraged. They gave a response immediately on the Underworld website that night, announcing that they would be revealing the dead body. That was an explicit announcement, telling everyone that they are going to kill Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. Now that the Sacred Enforcer team has made their move, I bet they are rushing down to Rivertown tomorrow. This time, there should be 6 to 7 inborn experts or even more. He's doomed. Not many people can survive the killing order from sacred sects unless Miracle Dr. Wong of Rivertown decides to go on hiding without Sacred Followers Guild finding out. Could this rare demon-like genius get punished by the Sacred Followers Guild? But thinking of it, that's the price he needs to pay for killing an elder of the Sacred Followers Guild. Some of them from the Underworld website side after they saw the thread published by the Sacred Followers Guild in which their response did not come as a surprise to them. As a sacred sect, it was normal for them to take revenge for killing one of their elders. Despite the fact that the other party was equally strong with demon-like talents, compared to those who analyzed objectively, there were more people who were gloating at the misfortune or even beginning to sneer at Wang Xian. Sacred enforcers fight anyone brazen. After Wang Xian, there will be others. Who asked you to be insolent? I bet you're shocked now. Haha, what demon-like genius. How dare you play punk? Now you're getting punished. Anyone going to Rivertown tomorrow? Let's watch the demon-like genius getting himself killed. And we can take a photo too. Haha. All the geniuses in the world who have not grown up are all trash. Only when you're a grown-up can you call yourself a genius. So what if you're a demon-like genius? You're getting punished anyway. Many martial artists in the underworld jeered at it. A 20-year-old demon-like existence had attracted much jealousy. Now that he was going to be punished, they were all excited, rejoicing in other people's misfortune. Many people were getting ready to make a trip to Rivertown to watch how the demon-like genius get himself killed. It was more exciting to watch with their own eyes. So what if you're a demon-like genius? You're going to get killed. The entire underworld was bustling at night. At the break of dawn, the weather was gloomy. With Rivertown in the rainy season, the sky was gray and the rain was going to fall. Young master, here's the announcement from Underworld. Mo Qinglong was looking cold as he walked over when Wang Xian was carrying Xiao Yu and Elder Feng to the roof in the morning. What did it say? When Wang Xian saw him, he poured himself a cup of tea and walked towards the yard, gazing at Xiao Ran, who was cultivating. Sacred Followers Guild announced on the website that they will be punishing you to avenge the elder of Sacred Followers Guild, said Mo Qinglong. Her? Wang Xian froze for a moment and looked at Mo Qinglong. He raised his eyebrow and squinted his eyes. Are they going to punish me? Young master, this was the announcement released by Sacred Followers Guild yesterday. As Mo Qinglong spoke, he handed his phone over. Sacred Enforcer is the department in Sacred Followers Guild that deals with external affairs. They are formidable and represent the entire sacred sect. Hee. Wang Xian read the message on the phone with a smile on his face. I was going to look for them. I did not expect they would come looking for me. Now the 4 inborn levels Dragonians are at the villa by the side. So is Mo Yuan. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Mo Qinglong's eyes. No matter the number of people who turn up or who they are, leave no one alive. Wang Xian handed the phone back to Mo Qinglong with coldness in his eyes as he watched Xiao Ran practicing. Currently Xiao Ran was already in martial artist level 9. It would be slightly challenging to attain a breakthrough to half-step to inborn. Perhaps he would take a few years and probably another 10 or so for the inborn level. Of course, that was under the circumstance that he did not take any spiritual grass or elixir pills. If he had sufficient elixir pills as supplements, he could make a breakthrough to inborn realm within a short time. As for the killing order of Sacred Followers Guild, Wang Xian did not take it to heart at all. He was resting in his villa, enjoying his leisure time. While doing so, a group of strangers stormed into Rivertown. About 7 or 8 luxurious black Audi cars drove in from another province with middle-aged men and some elders sitting inside. Beside them were all the razor-sharp weapons, exuding formidable mightiness. All of them were in black uniforms with Sacred Followers Guild words in the middle of their shirts. The 2 cars that were driving at the forefront held all the elders. Each one of them gave off a vibe of a supreme leader. As the 8 cars steered towards the sea, their target was the Supreme Seas Development Zone. Apart from the 8 unified Audi cars, there were also dozens of cars driving towards the Supreme Seas Development Zone too. All the young men were sitting within the luxurious sports cars, driving at an extreme speed. Vroom. As the vrooming sound was heard, all the sports cars were already parked at the entrance of the Supreme Seas Development Zone. Apart from those sports cars, there were some SUVs, totaling to more than 30 luxurious vehicles. All the dashing young men stepped out from those cars one by one. Some of them had babes in their arms as they smiled from ear to ear, while some of them were simply thrilled. Young Master Jiang. Haha. You were pretty early. A young man alighted from a Lamborghini and walked towards the young man in a Porsche a short distance away as he spoke. I'm here for a show, and it's only natural for me to arrive early. The men from the Sacred Followers Guild should be coming soon. I might miss it if I'm late. Young Master Jiang had a head of red hair. He smiled as he observed his surroundings. There are quite a number of people who came for the show. Haha, of course. We are talking about the most demon-like genius and the #1 person on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. The fact that he will be punished soon is naturally a draw. From an SUV that was nearby, a plump man alighted with a smile. I'm so jealous of him. At the age of 20, he's a miracle doctor that ranks 9th, a powerful alchemist and a horrifying inborn expert. I would be so happy that I would wake up from my dreams if I had any one of his achievements. A handsome man who was wearing a suit and tie alighted from his vehicle. He looked towards the villa as he sighed emotionally. Zhang Yuan, Gouda, Lu Kaiping. You guys must be really free to come all the way here. Aren't you the same too? Otherwise, what would you be doing here? I came here to witness if this miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown is as incredible as he is in the rumors. Several young men alighted from their vehicles. Some knew one another while others didn't. However, all of them were part of the ancient martial arts circle and thus would at least have heard of one another's names. Jiang Yuan, isn't this Supreme Seas Development Zone a seaside development of your family? The young man in a suit walked towards the red-haired Jiang Yuan and asked with a bright smile. That's right. It is developed by one of my family businesses. Jiang Yuan smiled and nodded. Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown stays here. He is not an ordinary man. No one in Rivertown dares to mess with him. He's not just capable. Based on the information I have gathered, Miracle Dr. Wang embarrassed the Flame Palace during their pilgrimage. Nonetheless, Flame Palace has since been annihilated. The young man in a suit said with a bright smile. However, his eyes were filled with jealousy. Having such terrifying strength and authority at the age of 20 would make anyone envious, including elites from these famous families and sects. Flame Palace was just a newly promoted sacred sect and paled in comparison to the Sacred Followers Guild. Since Sacred Followers Guild have made such claims, they definitely have the confidence to follow it through. Jiang Yuan smiled and continued. My only question now would be if this miracle doctor has escaped? Based on my sources, he is still in the villa. I wonder where he gets his confidence from to wait here for the sacred enforcers. TSK. The young man in the suit snorted, the villa is by the sea. If he wishes to escape by the sea, it won't be easy to find him. You are right. If he were to escape to the sea, even the experts from Sacred Followers Guild would not be able to do anything. However, if he were to escape today, he would have to lower his head and live in shame in the future. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. What do you guys think? Will Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown escape? A young man walked over and asked loudly. Another young man smiled and made his conjecture. This is really hard to say. However, my own personal view is that the chances of him escaping are over 70%. Haha. Regardless, I'm going to start a thread on the Underworld website and do a live stream for all to see. A young man took out his phone, took some photos of the surroundings and started crafting a thread on the Underworld website. Title of thread: Punishment of the Sacred Enforcers. Will the demon-like genius cower like a turtle, or would it put up a resistance against the sacred followers? Let me make my conjecture first. The genius miracle Dr. Wang will definitely be dead. A thread that was filled with mockeries and some photos of the surroundings was started by the young man. At this moment, a young man exclaimed, "The vehicles of the Sacred Followers Guild are here." Instantly, silence shrouded the area. Although they were all rich young masters, they were nothing in front of the Sacred Followers Guild. Moreover, those that came this time were the Sacred Enforcers and elders from the Sacred Followers Guild. A single elder from the Sacred Followers Guild was already more powerful and influential than their entire family. 8 Audi cars stopped at the entrance of the Supreme Seas development zone, and a group of people alighted from these vehicles. Those are the elders of the Sacred Followers Guild, and there are 5 of them. They have sent 5 elders. The surrounding group of young men were astonished to see these old men alighting from the first 2 vehicles. The 5 old men's identities were evident from the clothes they wore. Look behind them. Those 2 enforcers are captains of the enforcing teams. Oh gosh! They have sent 2 captains over. The rest of the group is made up of 20-odd half-step to inborn experts. Oh gosh! The team that's been deployed this time is so powerful. 7 inborn experts and 20-odd half-step to inborn experts. Considering the strength of the team that is here, the Sacred Followers Guild appears to be determined to kill Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown. As the elders of the Sacred Followers Guild are well-versed in medical knowledge, their attacks are much stronger than ordinary inborn experts. They are definitely not the same as the inborn experts from the 9 Lotus sect. 7 inborns. Seems like the Sacred Followers Guild are placing emphasis on this issue. This Miracle Dr. Wong is doomed. The surrounding group of young men discussed softly among themselves. As for the young man who had started a thread on the Underworld website, he enthusiastically took photos of the experts from the Sacred Followers Guild and uploaded them immediately. Sacred Followers Guild has deployed 5 elders and 2 captains of the enforcement teams. If Miracle Dr. Wong doesn't escape, he will definitely be killed. After editing his captions and attaching the photos, he sent them out immediately. At this very moment, the appearance of this post attracted the attention of umpteen martial artists in the underworld. The whole thread was exceptionally active and the audience was waiting anxiously for new updates. Damn it! 7 inborn experts. This is enough to annihilate a few first-class forces. Sacred Followers Guild has indeed acted quickly. This Miracle Dr. Wong of Rivertown is doomed. This is the consequence for offending a sacred sect. Even such a demon-like genius is about to be killed. A genius will be falling today. There were new comments made in this thread every second. The Underworld forum was incomparably lively and countless martial arts families and sects were paying attention to it. Greetings, elders from the Sacred Followers Guild. I am Jiang Yuan from the Jiang family of the Northern City. This property belongs to our Jiang family. Let me bring you over. Jiang Yuan mustered up his courage, walked towards the elders from the Sacred Followers Guild after seeing them alighting from their vehicles, and spoke deferentially. The few elders from Sacred Followers Guild looked at Jiang Yuan and glanced at the group of young men who were here to watch a show. The elders were nonchalant about their purpose and waved their hands. Bring us over, one of the elders said plainly. Yes, elders, please follow me. According to my sources, that brazen Miracle Dr. Wong is still in the villa. However, I don't know if he has escaped by now. How dare he kill the elder of our Sacred Followers Guild? Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, he's a goner, an elder said emotionlessly as he headed inside. Beside him were 4 other elders who looked on with a face of apathy, while a group of aggressive-looking sacred enforcers followed behind. The looming sense of brutality sent chills to the group of youths nearby. Even though they were merely tagging along at the back, they could clearly sense the overpowering aura coming from the sacred enforcers. With his back slightly bent forward, Jiang Yuan directed the way for the group from the Sacred Followers Guild by taking the lead. The crowd, made up of scores of men, walked into the villa with faces of intense somber. Towards the end of the path, they arrived at a villa by the sea. Jiang Yuan turned towards the elders of the Sacred Followers. Elders, this is the villa. Miracle Dr. Wong is right in this villa, he explained respectfully. This is the place? One of the elders asked flatly. With narrowed eyes, he looked beyond the entrance gates of the villa, which was currently wide open. He's really obnoxious, leaving his doors wide open. Is he waiting for us to enter? Another elder commented with glistening eyes. He's asking for doom, a burly elder in the middle snorted before striding into the villa with wide steps. Be careful, old who. Watch out for traps. Another elder cautioned as he watched from the back. Humph, then I shall experience for myself the powers of this wicked genius. The burly elder dismissed the advice with little regard. Thereafter, he braced himself while a powerful force of aura surged from within his body and filled out every inch of space his attire could hold. "Let's go!" The elders who had yet to make a move called out before following behind and making their way into the villa. "Let's tag along. Since the elders from the Sacred Followers Guild did not chase us away, let's follow behind." The rest of the group whispered amongst themselves. "Let's distance ourselves further away lest we get implicated should a fight really break out later," one of them reminded. "Don't worry, given the prowess of the Sacred Followers Guild, they'll crush that fellow. We're very safe behind them," another disagreed. These youths who had tagged along behind the elders hesitated for a brief moment before following behind their steps into the villa. Boom! A loud blast resonated across the sky. The weather was overcast as dark clouds loomed above before rain started to pour. "Trespassers who take even one step into the villa shall die," a voice spoke apathetically to the crowd. To which, the crowd of youths looked inward in astonishment. Within the courtyard, a young man was resting beneath the parasol by the swimming pool. With a tea set placed beside him, the young man sat idly while raising his head to gaze at the light drizzle with a calm and serene face. Alongside the young man were 7 others, which consisted of 4 youths and 3 middle-aged men. It was the middle-aged man who stood nearest to the young man that spoke. Amongst the septet, no one could tell the exact background of the 4 young men. As for the 3 middle-aged men, one of them looked very eye-catching with his really lengthy hair. "Ha ha!" The burly elder who had arrived by the door let out a dry laugh. His mouth hung slightly open while he stared at the young man beneath the parasol. "You're the lad who killed Elderfong? Miracle Dr. Wong of Rivertown?" the burly elder asked before he strode inside as ferocity raged in his eyes. "Trespassers who take even one step into the villa shall die." Another plump elder laughed as he looked at the warning sign beneath his feet before marching in. "A factionless doctor who killed our Sacred Followers Guild elder and pit himself against us. I wonder who gave you such courage. Or should I say, I wonder what gave you the confidence, such that you dare utter these words." The plump elder continued. Meanwhile, the other elders flooded their way in one by one. Immediately after, they were followed by a group of over 20 sacred enforcers who shot the 8 ahead a murderous look. "Come on, let's get inside too. Trespassers shall die?" What a joke! How obnoxious for someone who's about to meet his doom. Jiang Yuan smirked as he watched members of the Sacred Followers Guild make their way in. As he joked, he slighted the 8 inside the villa dismissively, shooting them a look of disregard. "Haha, since they've said that trespassers shall die, I'm all the more tempted to get in." Another youth dressed in a suit giggled as he skipped into the villa. At the back, the youths who followed along began to scurry in one by one without a care. As for the middle-aged men who mentioned how trespassers shall die, have they shrugged it off completely? Perhaps they're still unaware of how powerful the forces of the Sacred Followers Guild will be this time. A youth laughed to himself as he smirked, while posting about the situation online. He took a couple more photos and attached them along with his post, smiling as he did. "We've entered the villa of Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown. Beside him are 7 others. What made me laugh, though, was how they said, 'Trespassers who take even one step in shall die.' Ha! How hilarious!" The youth chuckled till his eyes formed slits. As he laughed, he raised his head and looked into the villa. Wow, he cheered. "Wang Xian, you've killed our Sacred Followers Guild elder. Accept your doom." Just then, the ringing of swords being drawn from their sheaths could be heard. One by one, the sacred enforcers began to flash the weapon in their hands. The atmosphere within the villa was overwhelmed with an omen of carnage. Astonishingly, even the raindrops dispersed themselves towards the perimeter and beyond, as if in fear. "Ha!" Wang Xian snickered as he lowered the teacup in his hand onto the table. Raising his head, he looked up and scanned the crowd of experts from the Sacred Followers Guild. "I did not look for you people. Little did I expect you guys to come looking for me instead." "Splendid!" Wang Xian laughed. "Obnoxious and arrogant young lad," the burly elder chided as he looked at Wang Xian, who sat somewhat aloof. "I have to say, young lad, that you're really impudent. To think you've got the nerve to be waiting for us here. Right now, you've dug your own grave. So I'll leave you a complete body," he added. A wicked genius who has been regarded as a rare occurrence in this millennium. Did you think that you're already invincible? How dare you disregard our Sacred Followers Guild? I'll give you a chance to end your own life now. Another elder mocked, right after the burly elder finished. Just as the second elder ended his words, a terrifying stance oozed from his body and forced its way over, in an attempt to cocoon Wang Xian. Haha, we'll give you a chance to self-terminate, the rest of the elders chimed in unison. As they took a step forward, they too were oozing with the same stance. Meanwhile, the group of sacred enforcers swiveled the weapon in their hands as they stood behind. Boom! Their threatening tenor filled the air within the villa. Across the sky, deafening thunder clapped once again as the drizzle grew into a thunderstorm. Blob blob. Yet, there was still not a drop of rain within the entire villa as they had been blocked off by the powerful stance. Being tough as steel, the stance simply terrified all. Simply formidable. They're really too powerful. With 7 unrivaled inborns and over 20 half-step inborns, they could even take down 9 to 10 inborn experts, one of the onlookers praised. The elders of the Sacred Followers Guild are too forceful given such stance. Even our clan leader falls behind by a huge gap. I'm afraid. Another agreed. To think that even the rainwater has been forced out of the perimeters. Their stance is truly rock solid. Such is the powerful force of a sacred sect. With so many experts, what enemies can they not take out? The third gasped. This young lad is doomed. The last sniggered. Just commit suicide now. You are courting death by killing an elder from the Sacred Followers Guild. That's right. Get on your knees and commit suicide. A sacred sect isn't someone a factionless doctor like you can afford to offend. Demon-like genius? Number 1 on the outstanding young heroes chart? So what if you are? If you offend us, even a genius will be sent into his coffin. Feeling the stifling and horrifying aura from the group of experts of the Sacred Followers Guild, the 30-odd young men who had followed behind were exhilarated and started ridiculing Wang Xian loudly. Commit suicide? Sacred Followers Guild is indeed brazen. Asking me, Wang Xian, to commit suicide. Wang Xian stood there and looked at the crowd before him. His expression turned cold as he lifted his head. An elder from the Sacred Followers Guild poisoned my sister. I promised a senior that I would only look for you guys 5 days later. It appears now that my decision then was wrong. Today, every single one of you can forget about leaving, said Wang Xian. At the same time, he curled his fingers slightly into a claw. Haha. You are still thinking of resisting? Fine. Today, I shall kill every single one of you in the name of punishment of the Sacred Followers Guild. The burly elder broke into laughter upon seeing Wang Xian's reactions. He pulled out a longsword from his waist as he waved his arm. I, Hu Fu, shall behead you personally to avenge old Feng and in a memorial to his spirits. Haha. The Sacred Followers Guild wants to punish me? Since you guys are here, don't bother leaving. As Wang Xian completed his sentence, he charged towards the group of elders from the Sacred Followers Guild. Haha. You are indeed worthy of your name. This kind of arrogance is incomparable. Seeing Wang Xian charging forward, the burly elder laughed brazenly. I shall claim your life. Kill. The burly elder struck and the other elders behind him shouted coldly in unison. In an instant, the 7 inborn experts from the Sacred Followers Guild moved. The 20-odd half-step to inborn experts who were wielding weapons also launched their attacks at Wang Xian. The solemn atmosphere instantly turned into a savage one. The expressions of the group of young men instantly changed upon sensing the intense killing intent masked in the atmosphere. The genius is about to die. The show has begun. Haha. That miracle Dr. Wang is indeed brazen. He is the first person I've seen who is so arrogant. It will be against all expectations if he survives after acting so brazenly in front of a sacred sect. The group of young men took several steps back and watched in anticipation. They were waiting anxiously for the demon-like genius to be slain. Kill! At this moment, Mo Qinglong snorted coldly upon seeing the Sacred Followers Guild attacking. Rumble! Instantly, terrifying auras could be felt emanating from the 7 of them. Devilish aura circulated around the 6 of them. As for the remaining middle-aged man, he wielded a long sword and the killing intent from him was even stronger. Show no mercy. Mo Qinglong's voice sounded again. The group of 7 charged towards the sacred enforcers. Huh? The aura that the group of 7 emitted shocked the experts from the Sacred Followers Guild. Inborn. 7 inborn experts. The burly elder was astonished and his pupils dilated. What? There are 7 inborn experts? Those 4 young men are also inborn experts. The elders beside him were also stunned. They looked at the 7 of them and were aghast. These 4 young men looked like they were at most 30 years old. They would never have expected these 4 young men to be inborn experts. A 30-year-old inborn expert would have made it to the top 5 in the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. Even a sacred sect would find it hard to nurture this kind of prodigy. Yet, the 4 young men before them were all inborn experts. Those who oppose us, the Sacred Followers Guild, will be hunted and annihilated. This includes your families and sects, the burly elder shouted gloomily. 7 inborn experts had definitely exceeded their expectations. In their opinion, even though Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown had good connections, he could at most call up 3 or 4 inborn experts. However, this was under normal circumstances. Considering that he was facing the Sacred Followers Guild, who would be willing to risk offending a sacred sect to help him? The Sacred Followers Guild had been certain after considering Miracle Dr. Wang's connections. It would be a safe estimate to say that only a maximum of 1/3 of them would help him. However, 7 inborn experts appeared suddenly. This completely exceeded their expectations. A force with 7 inborn experts would be considered very strong within the underworld. For this enforcement mission, only 7 inborn experts were deployed. Kill. Leave no man alive. Ruthlessness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. The next instant, he moved and appeared beside the burly elder. His fingers bent like a dragon claw and were packed with dreadful powers. Arg! However, before Wang Xian's attack connected, pitiful cries erupted from the surroundings. The 4 Dragonians who had just reached the inborn realm had charged into the group of 20-odd half-step to inborn experts. Complete domination. With the strong bloodline and powers, the Dragonians could be considered as above average among inborn experts despite just having reached the inborn realm. The Dragonians could easily kill these experts who were just at the half-step to inborn realm. What? 7 inborn experts. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? How could he summon 7 inborn experts? Moreover, they have no qualms with killing the sacred enforcers of the Sacred Followers Guild? Are they all willing to make a sacred sect their enemy? 7 inborn experts. 7 inborn experts. How did he call upon so many experts? Furthermore, these experts are willing to stand up against the Sacred Followers Guild. The surrounding group of young men was astonished when they saw the 7 inborn experts. No one would have expected that the people who stood beside the young man were 7 inborn experts. Those 4 men were at most in their 30s. How could they be inborn experts? Where did these inborn experts come from? Zhang Yuan's looked in fear at these inborn experts that had appeared suddenly. The miracle doctor did not escape because he was confident in his strength. He didn't mind making the Sacred Followers Guild his enemy. The young man in a suit was stunned as he mumbled. Around him, the other young men were all dumbfounded. The sudden appearance of 7 inborn experts together with Miracle Dr. Wang, who was ranked number 1 on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. This force. Sacred Followers Guild can't kill him, remarked one of the young men with a gloomy expression. Arg. Old who? Elder who? Suddenly, a wretched scream propagated throughout the villa. The group of young men was taken aback and immediately turned towards the direction of the scream. What? As they looked over, their eyes widened and were slowly filled with horror. At this moment, the burly elder had a huge wound in his chest area. His eyes widened and stared in fear at the young man before him. Bam! Bam! The burly elder fell flat onto the ground while all vitals from his body disappeared in a flash. Within a short few seconds, another elder from the Sacred Followers Guild had been taken down, making everyone shudder in utter shock. This had been an elder from a sacred sect, which made him one powerful elder to think he had been taken down with one strike. This time, all the young men could see that the young man had not resorted to using any inborn spiritual weapons. Many within the underworld had rumored that it was because of the inborn spiritual weapon that the young man could defeat inborn experts easily. Yet, the young man had not used any weapons right now. Nonetheless, he had killed an elder from the Sacred Followers Guild under such circumstances. Horror of horrors! Young lad, off to hell you go. Otherwise we, the Sacred Followers Guild, will never rest till one of us dies. An elder from the sect hollered with a contorted look. As he shouted, he aimed for Wang Xian's head with the sharp knife in his hand. Never rest till one of us dies? Then all of you from the Sacred Followers Guild shall perish today. Wang Xian retorted coolly as the energy of the metal dragon made him shimmer in golden. Under the gloomy weather, the glow made Wang Xian shine like a glorious and powerful monarch. As he arched his claws, he slashed 4 other elders of the Sacred Followers Guild who were standing at a side. TSK, TSK, TSK. As his arm swung past, the frightening golden claws lashed at the quartet. The energy of the metal dragon made the 4 elders flinch. Buzz off! One of the elders shouted as his eye twitched in trepidation. The seemingly ordinary attacks from this young man had made him sense an impending danger of death. The golden scratch marks appeared as though they could tear his body apart, causing him to resist them instinctively out of fear. Wang Xian watched with an apathetic look. Given his current powers, getting rid of an inborn was an easy feat. As he saw his claws being restrained by the 4 elders, Wang Xian shuffled them about and turned to strike at the elder who stood in the center of the group. Scram! The elder barked as he saw Wang Xian's claws coming for him, while he attempted to block them by smacking his long sword in front of him. Creak, crack. Ah! The elder let out a cry. Yet, the terrifying claws cut right through the precious sword and stabbed the elder's chest. As the piercing scream rang in the air, the hearts of everyone around palpitated. You're not at the inborn level. You're definitely not, the elders gasped. At the sight of how easily Wang Xian had taken down their comrade, the remaining 3 elders of the Sacred Followers Guild shrieked with contorted faces, while one of them growled with wide eyes. An inborn expert can't be this powerful. Even if you're half-step to Dan Realm, you can't be this strong either, another elder exclaimed. As he spoke, he stopped his attacks and retreated several steps back involuntarily before looking at Wang Xian in disbelief. He seemed very relaxed after killing one of their elders with a single strike. Such a formidable feat could not have been achieved by an inborn expert. In fact, not even a half-step to Dan Realm. While they also had half-step to Dan realms within the sacred sect, none of them could match up to the prowess of this young man. As 2 elders had been killed, the remaining 3 from the Sacred Followers Guild shuddered as they looked on with fear. Just what sort of person had they offended? Haha! Did you really assume that I, Wang Xian, fear your Sacred Followers Guild? Wang Xian snorted as he took a glance at the bodies which lay beneath him. With a shift of stance, he lunged straight at the last 3 elders for attack. Like I said, all of you will have to die, Wang Xian howled. You? The trio shook at the sight of Wang Xian coming for them. Their haughtiness and confidence of the past were now replaced with trepidation. From the looks of it, the mention of self-termination earlier. Ah! Just then, a series of piercing screams rang out continuously, drawing the attention of the 3 elders from the scared Followers Guild. They saw the leader of the Sacred Enforcers crying out in despair, as one of the middle-aged men from Wang Xian's gang seared right through his body. They also saw the numerous members of the Sacred Enforcers getting slayed by the other 5 inborn experts. One by one move at a time. Just how could that young man be this powerful? Little wonder why you'd dare to wait for our arrival here and why you'd dare to pit against a Sacred Followers Guild. One of the elders choked with his fists tightened while his face seemed very pale. How's this possible? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The group of young men who had come in hopes of a good show shrieked with eyes wide. They looked on at the sight in front of them in disbelief. To think that powerful experts of the Sacred Followers Guild had been massacred without the slightest resistance. Within a short 2 minutes, 3 inborn experts had been slayed, while the remaining 3 had no means to resist at all. Before this, the elder of the Sacred Followers Guild had mentioned that he was not inborn. So that means one of the youths gulped as he watched in stupefaction. Realm above inborn. He must be at the realm above inborn, being able to slay an inborn expert with such ease. He's definitely a legendary immortal of the land, he continued. What? How's this possible? He's only 20 years old. How can a 20-year-old be this powerful? The group of young men stared with wide eyes while their legs nearly gave way due to the thorough shock. It's doomed. All experts of the Sacred Followers Guild are doomed. So it turns out that he had no need to fear the Sacred Followers Guild at all, given such formidable prowess. Little wonder why he didn't run away, slaying all experts of the Sacred Followers Guild without the slightest reservation. He's out to become their nemesis. Standing in a daze, the young men shook at the sight of the massacre. They had come to witness the slaughter of the demon-like genius, Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown. But little had they expected such an outcome. A reputable sacred sect ended up crushed, slayed with such ease. Ah! The blood-curdling screams rang through the air once again. All the young men looked on bleakly as they watched the final 3 elders of the Sacred Followers Guild being taken down. Bam! 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 The corpses lay on the ground, as though the thunder from the sky had blasted right through their hearts. As the screams dissipated, another 20+ corpses were added onto the ground. Subconsciously, the young men receded several steps back. In awe and with fear, they gazed at the young man who remained standing amidst the chaos while not a trace of blood could be seen on him. The young man remained as before, without the slightest stir of emotions, as he appeared calm as still water. But the crowd had witnessed otherwise, how this young man had taken down 5 inborn experts within a mere few minutes. Where the 5 were elders from a sacred sect. Blob, blob. One of the youths gulped. As his legs began to turn to jelly, he turned around in an attempt to get out of the villa. He wanted to get as far as he possibly could, away from this hellish place, as his heart surged with an outburst of regret and trepidation. He would never have come here, had he expected such an outcome. Shaken, the rest of the petrified crowd also tried desperately to make their escape, upon the sight of someone leaving. Like I said, since you're here, don't bother leaving. Right then, a satanic voice lingered in their ears. As I've said, since you are here, don't bother leaving. Rumble. Swish. Torrential rain fell. However, it was not stopped by the terrifying aura this time, and the torrential rain fell in the yard of the villa. Hearing the devil-like noises, the group of young men froze in fear. Although they were thinking of escaping, all they could do now was shiver in fear. The raindrops that landed on their cheeks were eerily cold. Every single one of them was petrified. Wong. Miracle Dr. Wong. This had nothing to do with us. We are just here to take a look. One young man turned and spoke to Wang Xian while shivering in fear. The cold sweat on his forehead together with the raindrops made him look especially wretched. Compared to his high-spirited self previously, he looked like a completely different person. Bam! Miracle Dr. Wong. I know I'm wrong. I'm wrong. But please spare my miserable life. Please let me off. We were blinded to have come. Miracle Dr. Wong. I know my mistakes now. Please give me a chance. Jiang Yuan immediately went on his knees, kowtowed and begged for mercy. However, it was he who had brought the group of experts from the Sacred Followers Guild previously. Furthermore, he'd added insults. At this moment, as he saw the blood mixed with the rainwater flowing to him, his eyes were filled with despair and horror. He had disregarded all sense of dignity as he pleaded for mercy. Bam! Bam! Miracle Dr. Wong, it was our mistake previously. Please let us off. I am begging you. I kowtow to you. Miracle Dr. Wong, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. Please spare us. All the young men had broken down. When the first one went on his knees, the rest followed quickly. Fear was written all over their faces. Wang Xian looked at them with ridicule and contempt. Just a while ago, they were still gloating over his punishment from the Sacred Followers Guild. What about now? When you came, didn't you hear what I said? Since you came in, you have made your own decision. Wang Xian looked at the group of young men before him. Killing intent flashed across his eyes as he turned around and headed back to the villa. Since they had made their decision, they would have to pay a price for it. No. No. Please don't kill us. The young men were in despair as they saw Wang Xian leaving and the 4 young inborn experts walking slowly towards them. They were shouting for mercy loudly. Arg! Arg! However, the screams lasted only for a short while. This bunch of elites from various families and sects would never have expected that coming to gloat at Wang Xian for being punished by the Sacred Followers Guild would lead to their death. Huh? At this moment, Sui Huang appeared at the entrance of the villa. He looked at the corpses in the villa and raised an eyebrow. He then quickly looked towards Mo Qinglong and the rest before shaking his head and leaving. The sacred enforcers had been annihilated, and so had the group of young men who came for a show. The sacred enforcement this time ended with total annihilation. However, everyone was still waiting for the outcome on the Underworld website. They were waiting to see the Sacred Followers Guild uploading pictures of the corpse of Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. That post from the young man was still being discussed actively on the Underworld website. The number of replies was increasing at an astonishing speed. OP, hurry up and update us. What is the situation now? Did Wang Xian get killed? Hurry up, hurry up. Let us see the demon-like genius corpse. What a shame. A demon-like genius like him appeared before us like a meteor and will be disappearing quickly like a meteor. 7 inborn experts and 20-odd half-step to inborn experts. This will be more than enough to kill Miracle Dr. Wang. OP, update your post. The replies kept piling up as everyone was rushing the OP to update his post. They wanted to see the scene of the demon-like genius being killed. Time passed by gradually. 1 hour, 2 hours, yet the OP was nowhere to be seen. The martial artists of the underworld were as restless as cats on a hot tin roof. What happened to the OP? Are you eating shit? Why aren't you updating? Hurry, hurry. What is the situation now? I can't wait any longer. Yeah. Just look at the novel Invincible Divine Dragon's Cultivation system. Their updates are so fast. Why are you so slow? Hurry up and update. OP. I, your father, have been waiting here for 2 hours. However, just as everyone was waiting for the ending, another thread surfaced. All my friends are uncontactable. Those that have gone to Rivertown for the show are all uncontactable. It has been over 2 hours since I heard anything from them. When this thread appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of many people. When they clicked in and saw the contents, their expressions turned heavy. Last night, many people had decided to head to Rivertown to watch the Sacred Followers Guild kill Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. This was known by many in the underworld. However, all those people who went to Rivertown were all uncontactable. Furthermore, the previous OP had gone silent after updating it for some time. All these facts when pieced together made the rest feel that something wasn't right. Even the OP who made the new thread felt that something might have happened to his friends. Encountered a mishap? Sacred Followers Guild is a reputable sacred sect. They wouldn't kill those who came for the show recklessly. If that was the case, only one possibility remained. They were killed by others. And the others could only be Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. When someone made this conjecture, everyone was shocked. With the experts from the Sacred Followers Guild around, how could Miracle Dr. Wang kill innocents? What is happening in Rivertown? Where are the experts from the Sacred Followers Guild? Why aren't we getting any information from the Sacred Followers Guild now? I have a bold conjecture. Could it be the Sacred Followers Guild and those who went for the show were all killed by the Miracle Doctor? How could this be possible? The team that was sent down by the Sacred Followers Guild this time around was incomparably powerful. How could they be killed instead? The discussion went on. Gradually, half a day passed. In the evening, a new thread appeared suddenly and took the entire underworld by surprise. We can almost verify that all the experts, elders from the Sacred Followers Guild and those who went to Rivertown to watch the show have been killed. The poster had the name All-Knowing. It was from the Omniscient Group, the most powerful information agency in the underworld. Once the Omniscient Group confirmed an event, its reliability would be 100%. When this thread was posted out, it was like the underworld experiencing a 10.0 earthquake. The powerful experts from the Sacred Followers Guild had all been killed. All the powerful elders and captains of the Sacred Followers Guild were dead. Death of the Sacred Enforcers. Demise of the Sacred. When everyone saw the post uploaded by user All-Knowing, the entire underworld was thrown into upheaval. Demise of the sacred. This was the demise of the sacred. 7 inborn experts along with 20 half-step inborns. These forces could easily have made up 1/5 to 1/6 of the entire Sacred Followers Guild, given such prowess. Yet, they were also the same forces that had been completely wiped out. Without a doubt, they must have been killed by Miracle Dr. Wong of Rivertown. This is really unimaginable. Just how powerful is this Miracle Dr. Wong of Rivertown? Those were experts from the mighty Sacred Followers Guild. 7 of them to add to it. First, he killed the elder from the Sacred Followers Guild. Next, he slew 7 inborns from the same sect. He's out to pit himself against the sacred sect. How tough is this Miracle Dr. Wong of Rivertown? And how mighty are his forces? Within the underworld, the martial artists had spiraled into a heated discussion. The news was simply too shocking for all of them. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Sacred Followers Guild, all the elders sat in the palace hall with darkened expressions. 5 elders, 2 sacred enforcer leaders, and 20 half-step inborns have been killed. This Miracle Dr. Wong of Rivertown, he's bent on pitting himself against us Sacred Followers Guild. An elder chided with a looming look. We've lost 7 inborn experts in one shot, 8 including Elder Fong. The Sacred Followers Guilds incurred such major losses within a short few days. We have to seek revenge for this. Right now, this concerns the pride of our Sacred Followers Guild, along with our foothold as to how we establish ourselves in the future. Hence, we have to wipe this humiliation clean. The elders chimed in furiously. This was a grave matter. It was no longer a matter of right or wrong, given the murder of 7 inborns and 20 other experts. As a sacred sect, they would have to get rid of the murderer by all means. We'll have to kill Miracle Dr. Wong of Rivertown. Yes, we'll have to, otherwise our Sacred Followers Guild won't ever have to think of gaining a foothold within the underworld from now on. All the elders snapped in aggression. Even Yen Shi, who had been sitting by the side, sighed as he knit his brows. 7 inborn experts had been slain. This was no longer a matter which could be forgiven out of kindness. Humph, kill? Sending yourselves to your graves. At that moment, a holler could be heard across the entire palace. Who's that? Upon hearing those words, all senior management of the Sacred Followers Guild in the palace hall stood up with an ominous expression. Who's that? Show yourself. How dare you trespass into our Sacred Followers Guild? Asking for doom. A frightening aura surged from the sect's senior management which stifled the surrounding air. All right, why so snobbish? A voice replied in annoyance. Thereafter an elder soon appeared within the hall at lightning speed. Sui Huang. All the elders of the Sacred Followers Guild gasped before they stepped up immediately and bowed. Sui Huang, what brings you here? They greeted. Had I not arrived, the entire Sacred Followers Guild could have been wiped out by the time old Huang gets back. Sui Huang replied with displeasure as he glanced across the crowd of elders. Sui Huang, you, the elders began in bewilderment. Slightly irritated, they looked at him with frowns. The Sui Huang in front of them had been a close friend of their guild leader. He was also the Laozu of a sacred clan, which made Sui Huang a legendary existence, one who they could not afford to disrespect. Just the few of you punks and you want to go kill that behemoth of Rivertown? From what I see, I think it's best that you guys just stay here and behave yourselves, Sui Huang chided. Damn it, you guys are also asking for it. I just told that lad yesterday not to come and create trouble at the Sacred Followers Guild. In the end, you guys went over to seek death by harassing him. Sui Huang reprimanded them with displeasure. As he spoke, he sat flopped onto a seat by the side and sipped some tea. What? The crowd asked. They were puzzled and shocked by the comment. Regarding this matter, you guys should just stay out of it. Wait till I've contacted your guild leader and discussed this with him. To sum it up, just don't go looking for trouble with that little demon of Rivertown. Just you guys alone would be sending yourselves to your graves should you go over. Sui Huang warned the rest. Just stay here and behave yourselves. As for old Huang, that old fogey, I couldn't reach him. Yet he's made me so worried. Pat. As Sui Huang ranted incessantly, he flung his cup onto the table in a display of his discontent. With a change of stance, he vanished from the palace hall, leaving behind the crowd of Sacred Followers Guild elders who looked on in surprise. What does Sui Huang mean? one of the elders asked in a lowered tone as his face contorted in bewilderment. Sui Huang has instructed that we leave that little demon alone. Seems like Sui Huang knows that Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. Furthermore, that Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown is no simpleton. Either he really possesses formidable powers or he's from a very prominent background, such that even Sui Huang Sr. has to treat him as someone with equal standing. That young man. Don't tell me he possesses the same prowess as Sui Huang. Otherwise, why is it that even Sui Huang would refer to him as Little Demon? Shock gradually revealed itself on the faces of the Sacred Followers Guild elders. The message within Sui Huang's statements earlier had brought more surprises than they could handle. Especially these sentences in particular. I just told that lad yesterday not to come and create trouble at the Sacred Followers Guild. In the end, you guys went over to seek death by harassing him. Don't go looking for trouble with that little demon of Rivertown. Just you guys alone would be sending yourselves to your graves should you go over. The messages hidden within had astonished them. Should that young lad really possess the same prowess as Sui Huang or guild leader, or come from an equal force, then Elder Feng really had it coming for using poison to attack his little sister. If that's the case, it's because of Sui Huang's intervention that the other party hasn't made his way here. Otherwise, to think that we'd go seek revenge without even knowing the situation? Haha. Yanxi laughed at the irony of the matter. Such was the pride of a powerful ancestral clan. Should others have killed one of theirs, a powerful ancestral clan would seek revenge with neither a care for the cause nor a concern about the consequences. Yet, the Sacred Followers Guild had obviously compromised themselves by underestimating their opponent this time around. What do we do about the discussion that's spreading within the underworld? Surely we can't just sit back and do nothing? An elder asked with an awful look. After all, their reputation still mattered. Just come up with a random excuse, and we'll discuss this again when guild leader is back. Another elder replied with a darkened expression. Silence filled the entire palace hall of the Sacred Followers Guild as the elders pondered in a daze. At night, the entire underworld was still discussing the massacre of the Sacred Followers Guild experts and disciples of various clans who had tagged along to Rivertown. Suddenly, the Sacred Followers Guild made an announcement. A group of experts from the Sacred Followers Guild have been attacked by ferocious sea monsters, of which only 3 of them have survived. As for other matters, they will be dealt with upon the return of the guild leader. Everyone within the underworld was dumbfounded by the news. What is the situation? The group of elders and sacred enforcers of the Sacred Followers Guild had not been massacred by Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown, but instead had been marred to death by ferocious sea monsters? While the news had been beyond everyone's expectation, most chose to believe in it after a brief moment of bewilderment. After all, this was an announcement made by a sacred sect, so they could not have made the story up in order to lie and conceal the truth. But what they did not know was that this was the final cover shame by the sacred sect. They weren't killed by Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown, but based on all other objective signs? In an office in a skyscraper, a middle-aged man wearing a suit saw the reply from the Sacred Followers Guild on his computer screen. His eyebrows knitted together. Based on the information gathered by the personnel from their omniscient group, the experts from the Sacred Followers Guild and the crowd that came to watch the show had not left the villa of Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown after entering it. As to what really happened, they couldn't be certain. Nonetheless, they were sure that these people were dead. Therefore, their omniscient group had announced the deaths of the experts from the Sacred Followers Guild. Following the operatives of the group closely to ensure 100% reliability, they didn't confirm that those people were killed by Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. Were they killed by savage beasts from the sea? Could it be that Miracle Dr. Wang has a dreadful and savage sea beast as a pet? Or could it be just like what the Sacred Followers Guild claimed, that the experts encountered an accident with savage beasts from the sea? At dawn, Rivertown was covered in a storm. Most of the truth was masked or washed away. Even the omniscient group found it hard to verify most of the information, and they weren't 100% certain. Nonetheless, a lot of martial artists felt more relieved at this point. If the experts from the Sacred Followers Guild had been killed by Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown, that demon-like existence would be truly too terrifying. At this very moment, within a cave abode deep in the mountains surrounded by flowers and birds, It was a luxurious and beautiful cave abode. A beautiful lady and a burly middle-aged man were sitting in the center. Before them, a group of middle-aged men stood upright and neatly. "Don't we have any news on Yao Quan yet?" The beautiful lady gritted her teeth and her eyes were a little red as she questioned the burly middle-aged man before the group of middle-aged men. "Madam, we still do not have information on young master at this moment. From what we gathered from the people around the Yellow River, we understand that young master had some conflicts with Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown. Subsequently, we found out that young master contacted the family head of the Lei family and the double-faced heavenly axe before his disappearance," the group of middle-aged men replied solemnly. The disappearance of Bien Yaoquan had caused a huge ruckus within the Medical Saint sect. The Bien branch of the Medical Saint sect was expending all efforts and resources to investigate. However, Bien Yaoquan and the Poison Duo had kept their actions completely secretive and hadn't told anyone about them. Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown? The burly middle-aged man sitting by the side frowned as his expression gradually turned heavy. With the Poison Duo around, even a strong first-class force would find it hard to erase them without leaving traces behind. This Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown. A gloomy light flashed in the eyes of the burly middle-aged man as he spoke bitterly. It had been close to half a month. His son had been missing for close to half a month. With Poison Duo protecting him, ordinary first-class forces would find it hard to kill them without leaving traces of clues behind. Based on the rumors of Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown over the last 2 days, he would likely possess such capabilities. Find out more about this Miracle Dr. Wong from Rivertown. I want every piece of information regarding him, instructed the burly middle-aged man. Yes, sect leader, the group of middle-aged men responded in unison before leaving. Qifeng, Yuhuan will be fine. He will be fine, said the beautiful lady with teary eyes as she grabbed onto the arm of the burly middle-aged man. He will be fine. I'm Bien Qingfeng. No one dares to harm my son. No one dares. The burly middle-aged man tried to console the lady. He lifted his head and wore a stern and fierce expression. If anyone dares to, he will die no matter who he is. At night, a yacht was steering towards the sea from the villa connected to the sea. Brother, will you really be able to cure my master and me in the Dragon Palace? It was a little dark and the heavy rain continued pouring. The group sat on the sofa of the yacht when Xiao Yu suddenly asked Wang Xian this. Of course, rest assured. Brother will be bringing you to a place filled with miracles. Wang Xian nodded his head with a gentle smile. When night fell, Wang Xian decided to not wait any further. He got up and brought Xiao Yu and Elder Fang along as he steered towards the Dragon Palace. He planned to make use of the tremendous energy within the dragon transformation pool to transform the two of them into dragons and cleanse the venom lingering within their bodies. This was also his last-ditch attempt. Really? I didn't get to go the previous time and I definitely have to make it up this time. It's a shame that the final examinations are coming up soon. I'll likely miss it this time. Xiao Yu was initially exhilarated but soon pulled a long face as she spoke. The semester was coming to an end and the final examinations would be starting soon. However, she would likely miss the examination. It's all right. I'll settle the matters about your examinations. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head as he continued, where would you like to go for the winter holidays? I'll bring you around. Winter holidays? When Xiao Yu heard Wang Xian, her eyes lit up. I want to roam the entire country from the south to the north. For the summer holidays, I want to head overseas to play. Xiao Yu let her thoughts roam and revealed a satisfied and joyous expression. All right, when you recover, I'll bring you around. Wang Xian nodded his head and Elder Fang beside him also smiled. Next to her, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingwei and Sun Lingxiu walked over. With a group of beautiful girls accompanying him, Wang Xian had a great time chatting and eating. Late at night, the yacht arrived above the Dragon Palace. Xiao Yu, Elder Fang. Don't be too surprised in a while. Let's go. Wang Xian carried Xiao Yu and supported Elder Fang as he remarked. To the astonishment of the two girls, Wang Xian carried and pulled them along as they dived into the sea. When the majestic and awe-inspiring Dragon Palace appeared before them, the two girls were dumbfounded. Despite having heard about the Dragon Palace from Lan Qingwei and Guan Shuqing, Xiao Yu was still deeply astonished when she saw the incomparably huge Dragon Palace under the water's surface. The beautiful Dragon Palace made her feel innate respect and fear for it. It was especially so when they arrived at the Dragon Palace. Their eyes widened as they stared at the various huge structures around them. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, several creatures swam towards Wang Xian. The first to arrive were the 9 venomous sea snakes. They remained stationary before Wang Xian in a respectful manner. "Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King." At this instant, more and more creatures appeared, with each being more unique in physique than the last. They swam before Wang Xian, went down on one knee and greeted him. Are these the crawfish soldiers and crab generals of the Dragon Palace?" Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the Dragon Palace members before her. Even Wang Xian was shocked as he looked at the crowd before him. The ones at the very front were the Anomalocaris and the Golden Swordfish race. At this point, the two races had undergone the baptism of the Dragon Transformation Pool. After the baptism, their form had undergone tremendous changes. The Anomalocaris was standing upright. Around them, bluish sparks glowed. 2 incomparably huge front limbs looked forceful and seemed to be hiding horrifying electric energy. The stature of approximately 2.5 meters looked extremely intimidating. The sections of Anomalocaris bodies were filled with massive powers as the shells had turned totally blue, looking more like dragon scales. In addition to the 2 huge forelimbs, the small claws had undergone massive changes which had turned into something similar to that of a dragon claw. However, it was still much smaller as compared to its powerful forelimbs. They had bluish shells with eyes that were blinking with thunderbolts' radiance in it. The entire Anomalocaris race looked hallowed as they were completely changed from their heads to tails. 5 level 11 and 1 level 12. The rest are level 10. Wang Xian looked at the Anomalocaris race with a surprised look. After the baptism of Dragon Transformation Pool, they had upgraded by a level. However, Wang Xian was most astonished by the changes in the Golden Swordfish race. Looking at the complete human form of the Golden Swordfish race, Wang Xian was dumbfounded. Complete human form. With a body size of 2 meters, they had arms and legs just like any other burly men. The spikes on their heads had disappeared entirely. They were replaced by sharp and long swords in their hands. The swords were about 1.5 meters long with dragon head-looking hilts. The entire swords were shaped like divine dragons. The swords were connected with their arms while their entire bodies were encompassed in unusual armor. Behind their backs, their fins had evolved into pairs of wings. Perhaps they were still weak, which was why their wings were small. Wang Xian locked his gaze on the Golden Swordfish race, who had experienced massive changes, as he was totally caught by surprise. How did they turn into something humanoid after the baptism? Your bodies. Wang Xian looked at the leader of the Golden Swordfish race and asked with doubts. Currently, that leader had hit level 12 with a body size of 2.5 meters. He was looking almighty with that golden armor. Dragon King, the Swordfish race had monotonous attacks because we could only strike with the spikes on our foreheads. Back in the Dragon Transformation Pool, when we were forming our shapes, we thought of the humans that we once met. They were holding weapons in their hands, making a variety of attack moves. It was superb, so we thought of transforming into something human-like. But we can restore our previous forms too. As the leader of the Swordfish race explained, he jerked his body and transformed back to a golden swordfish once again. Oh well. Wang Xian exhibited a trace of a smile when he witnessed the transformation of the golden swordfish. Given their forms in the past, their assaulting patterns were really monotonous. There was nothing but penetration. With the new humanoid golden swordfish, they could enter human society without having to be discovered. Old MO, you'll teach them how to read and speak. After some thought, Wang Xian turned his attention to the sharp swords in their hands again. Hand them the art of ancient spiritual sword technique. Perhaps the golden swordfish race can become mighty swordsmen. Wang Xian smiled as he spoke. How would it look like if swordfish practiced swordsmanship? It's truly amazing. Elder Fong was in total surprise when she watched Wang Xian communicating with a group of terrifying beings. Her eyes flickered as she stared at him. Let's go. Xiao Yu and Elder Fong. I need to put you in the dragon transformation pool to remove the venom in your body. After you enter into the dragon transformation pool, your bloodline will evolve to divine dragon bloodline, which means you can transform into a dragon in the future. Wang Xian reminded Xiao Yu and Elder Fang, but his primary purpose was to let Elder Fang know about it. A dragon? Elder Fang was shocked, but she nodded with some expectations. Haha, I can become a metal divine dragon, but a water dragon is fine too since it's pretty. Well, azure dragons look good too. Xiao Yu chuckled with a face full of excitement. Wang Xian smiled as he led Xiao Yu and Elder Fang through the Dragon King Hall. Under their bewildered gazes, they reached the dragon transformation pool. Within the pool, Prime Minister Turtle and the rest were still in a slow process of reviving. No one knew how long they would take. Xiao Yu, Elder Fang, you'll need at most 2 days to recover in the dragon transformation pool. In the meantime, call me if you need anything, said Wang Xian to the duo as they nodded their heads with force. After placing them into the dragon transformation pool, Wang Xian sat by the side and observed them. When the duo entered into the pool, their vitality increased rapidly. Xiao Xian, don't worry. Elder Fang and Xiao Yu will be all right. Guan Shuqing consoled Wang Xian. Okay, let's go. I'll get a venomous sea snake to keep an eye over here. Let's get some rest. Wang Xian nodded and returned to the Dragon King Hall. Back in the palace, Missouri Qinglong was teaching the golden swordfish race how to read and speak. At the same time, he was coaching them on their sword moves. After the baptism of the dragon transformation pool, the golden swordfish race was so intelligent that they could memorize everything they had learned. In particular, their swordplay. When they trained themselves within the dragon field, their efficiency of cultivation could hit twice the speed, which was very powerful. The Anomalocaris race was instead cultivating in the dragon cave. After taking a look, Wang Xian exhibited a satisfying look on his face. After Prime Minister Turtle and the rest were revived, Wang Xian could lead them to conquer the entire Eastern Sea. Grew. Just when Wang Xian and the others were resting in the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Transformation Pool was undergoing a massive change. Within the pool, bloody water was bubbling around Xiao Yu and Elder Fang. The dragon blood within the Dragon Transformation Pool gradually turned black after entering their bodies. The vague black spots that were stuck on their bones did not disappear from their bodies. Instead, they were growing at an exponential rate. The black spots slowly spread throughout their bones, where all the white bony areas were turned black. As the black spots spread themselves, their bodies were slowly getting inky. Kaka. The Dragon Transformation Pool allowed anyone to evolve into a divine dragon. But a Dragon Transformation Pool at level 1 could not support the instant transformation. Like the Golden Swordfish and Anomalocaris races, their bloodline, physique, talent, and intelligence would be significantly enhanced after the baptism of the Dragon Transformation Pool. They could even change their forms. Similarly, Xiao Yu and Elder Fang could not turn into divine dragons directly after entering the Dragon Transformation Pool. It would take a long period of cultivation to achieve that. However, the dragon blood did not cleanse the black spots within their bodies due to their powerful energy. Instead, they combined to form something even more horrifying. Their bones were making cracking sounds. Buzz. At this time, the black devil dragon on the 9 columns around the pool was giving off a slight glow. Xiao Yu and Elder Fan in the pool were undergoing a huge change. They were evolving into something closer to the devil dragon, but yet different. To put it more accurately, it was something even more terrifying and hideous than the devil dragon. Their flesh and blood seemed to be perfectly hidden within the bones as the terrifying black-colored bones began to be revealed. Mutated divine dragons. Skeletal dragons. Growlinger. A soft roar erupted from the dragon transformation pool of the Dragon Palace. The roar was sonorous and soft but easily propagated throughout the entire Dragon Palace. Arg! How did I become like this? At this moment, a shrieking scream sounded. Within the Dragon Transformation Pool, Xiao Yu and Elder Fang stared at each before screaming. Their bright eyes were filled with disbelief. After looking at each other, they looked at their own bodies. Xiao Yu's tears streamed down immediately. Bones. She was covered in bones that appeared dullish black and glowed in a faint and dull light. Her body looked segmental and each segment was connected to razor-sharp thorny bones. Her body was approximately 5 meters long and looked just like a terrifying mystical dragon forged with dullish gold metal. They were a little different from ordinary divine dragons and had 2 wings that spanned approximately 1 meter to both sides of their body. Although one could say these 1 meter long frames were wings, they were more ornamental than functional. Their dragon claws were entirely black and shimmered in a chilling black glow. The black skeletal dragon didn't appear to be evil at all. Instead, it carried with it a tinge of holiness. Moreover, it looked incomparably domineering and majestic. However, this was the conclusion one would get if one used the perspective of a guy. In the eyes of Xiao Yu and Elder Fong, they were just exceptionally grotesque monsters. Xiao Yu, Elder Fong. At this instant, Wang Xian, who had been in his room previously, came rushing towards the dragon transformation pool after hearing the screams of Xiao Yu and Elder Fong. When he stood by the edge of the dragon transformation pool, Wang Xian was dumbfounded to see Xiao Yu and Elder Fong's current form in the dragon transformation pool. Woo! Big brother. I have turned into a monster. I have turned into a monster. Xiao Yu cried out in fear. She moved and flew towards Wang Xian at astonishing speed. Crack, crack, crack. While flying, the sound of metal clashing was made. She looked domineering and majestic and was just like the void skeletal dragon that existed in the records of mythology. Wang Xian raised his arms and wrapped them around Xiao Yu's huge head. On his face, he wore a bitter smile. Mutated divine dragon. Oh gosh, it's a mutated divine dragon. Xiao Xian. What's a mutated divine dragon? At this moment, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingwei and Sun Lingxiu, who had followed closely behind Wang Xian, looked at Xiao Yu in shock as they asked, "Brother, I'm so ugly now." Sob, sob. Brother. Xiao Yu's feminine voice came from the skeletal dragon. No matter how one looked at it, he would find this to be really weird. Xiao Yu, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You can still regain your human form. Wang Xian comforted Xiao Yu as Elder Fong also flew towards him. Wang Xian looked at them, forced a smile, and said, For you all, this should be a blessing. Wang. Miracle Dr. Wang. How could this be a blessing? Elder Fong's voice was trembling as she shook her head and stared at Wang Xian. From the perspective of a divine dragon, this is indeed a blessing. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head before continuing. I don't understand why you two have become skeletal dragons, but this is undoubtedly a blessing. A skeletal dragon is a mutated divine dragon with devil attributes. It could also be called a mutated form of a devil dragon. Divine dragons can be separated into 9 different attributes of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, and thunder. However, there are still mutated attributes besides these 9 attributes, among which there are skeletal dragons and frosty divine dragons. Based on the records of the divine dragon transformation, mutated divine dragons are much stronger than ordinary divine dragons. In every 10,000 divine dragons, there might just be one. To become a mutated divine dragon is extremely difficult. The reason why both of you have become skeletal dragons is likely to be due to those black dots of venom. My guess is that the black bone venom isn't a kind of poison. Instead, it's an incredible treasure. It is just that when injected into ordinary humans can't withstand this form of energy and thus show symptoms of being poisoned. Wang Xian made his conjecture. Mutated divine dragons were rare occurrences within the divine dragon race. It was also extremely difficult to become one. Now that Xiao Yu and Elder Fong had become skeletal dragons, it could be a huge blessing for them. Sob sob. Brother, I don't want to become an ugly skeletal dragon like this. I don't want to. I want to become other dragons. Xiao Yu shook her head unwillingly. Seeing that huge skeletal head acting like a spoiled child was truly... Wang Xian could only smile bitterly. Xiao Yu had been full of anticipation and hope when she entered the dragon transformation pool. She was still imagining herself becoming a beautiful water divine dragon, or the majestic metal divine dragon, or an azure dragon that could control wood. As for a devil dragon, she had never thought about it. And yet, she had now turned into the mutated skeletal dragon, something she considered to be worse than the devil dragon. Change back into your human form. Change back to your human form. Wang Xian smiled and comforted her. Xiao Yu's eyes were red from crying. Based on the transformation technique, she turned back into her human form with just a thought. Wang Xian waved his arm and shielded her body. Elder Fong, who was by the side, also returned into her human form. Wang Xian couldn't help but steal a few glances. Her figure completely triumphed over Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue. Huh? What are you looking at? The voices of Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue erupted from his side. Wang Xian immediately turned his head around. Waving his arm, he shielded Elder Fong's body. Elder Fong's face was flushed. In her mind, the cultivation arts of the skeletal dragon surfaced. Ka-ka-ka. Sounds of metal clashing and rubbing came from her. Soon, Elder Fong was covered in black armor. The battle armor had a black glow and completely covered her alluring figure. Her long hair rested behind her, making her look incomparably cold. However, perhaps it was because Elder Fong's figure was too exceptional. There was a different kind of charm emanating from her. Xiao Yu saw the bone armor appearing on Elder Fong. With a thought, similar bone armor covered her body too. This bone armor was indeed part of the skeletal structure within their bodies. Moreover, it possessed incredible defensive strength. Isn't this pretty good? Look at how stunning you are now. Wang Xian smiled and commented as he looked at Xiao Yu. Covered in bone armor, they looked just like powerful female warriors. Xiao Yu looked at her own body and pouted. She was still feeling unsatisfied about it. Although the bone armor in the human form was cool, turning into the dragon form was too grotesque. It's better to just maintain the human form. Elder Fong showed a bitter smile. Feeling the incredible strength within her, she felt slightly relieved. Elder Fong felt that these boundless powers were even greater than the Inborn realm. It should have been equivalent to the legendary half-step to Dan realm. Acclimatize yourself with your own powers and show them to us. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu and continued. Both of you have made huge leaps forward in the dragon transformation pool. It isn't about strength, but rather your bloodline. The current dragon palace is just at the first level. Rationally speaking, it is only capable of breeding dragon species but not giving rise to divine dragons. Now that you all have become divine dragons, you could really call that a meteoric rise. Wang Xian remarked joyously. He wondered what kind of venom was required to enable Xiao Yu and Elder Fong to transform into dragons directly. He was thinking of visiting the Sacred Followers Guild when he had the time to see if they still had more of such venom. When you were in your human form, your strength was half-step to Dan realm. After you turned into a skeletal dragon, your strength is close to level 11 and the divine dragon level is at 7. The difference is not that huge, said Wang Xian after watching the strength exhibited by Xiao Yu and Elder Fong within the dragon palace. Both of them were different from him. They had transformed into divine dragons through the dragon transformation pool. Hence, their strength was not much different, regardless of whether they were in dragon or human forms. However, Wang Xian was transformed into a divine dragon through the system. Hence, there were some differences. Both of them had upgraded their strength to half-step to Dan realm from half-step to Inborn. That was a great leap in the levels. Very soon, they could advance to Dan realm and become the legendary existences of the underworld. Too powerful. I'm simply too powerful now. Ha ha. Xiao Yu had excitement all over her face while Elder Fong was overwhelmed too. She did not expect she could reach such a daunting stage with her strength. As she looked at Wang Xian, there was an unusual radiance that flashed across her eyes. If it were not for this young man, she would not have thought of entering the Inborn realm, not to mention the legendary Dan realm. Xiao Yu, you are much more powerful than me now. All of you are better than me. Guan Shuqing walked to Xiao Yu and spoke with envy. Hee, sister-in-law, why don't you go into the dragon transformation pool and evolve into a divine dragon? In that way, you can also become very powerful. Xiao Yu tugged at Guan Shuqing's arm and spoke while smiling. No! Wang Xian shook his head. Shuqing has the most prestigious bloodline, and it's unsafe for her to enter into the pool. Shuqing, I think you'll be reaching the Inborn realm soon. Right? Yes, soon. I still need at least half a month. Guan Shuqing smiled. Let's have a celebration for Xiao Yu and Elder Fong's recovery. Lan Qingyue smiled as she spoke when the gang came to the Dragon King's bedroom. It's better to go back to the yacht. Wang Xian smiled and said after seeing the sizable messy bed, "I'll get some men to hunt for some food." The 6 of them came to the yacht above the Dragon Palace as they were happily cooking. Living on the sea was very relaxing. Having delicate seafood with a glass of red wine in each of their hands, they gazed upon the beautiful sea, looking extremely loosened up.
It's winter vacation. Let's have some fun on the sea for a few days.
Wang Xian was lying on the sofa as he suggested this to Xiaoyu, Guan Shuqing, and the rest. Sure. All of them nodded their heads, smiling from ear to ear. Standing on the deck of the yacht, they were gazing at the vast ocean while enjoying the sea breeze. "Oh, Qingyue, do you know if there are other places like gambling cruises around the sea?" asked Wang Xian to Lan Qingyue with curiosity. According to Mo Yuan's investigation, there were many recreational zones on the vast ocean.
To humans, the vast underwater world was a mystery.
But on the surface of the sea, it was another paradise to the martial artists. Martial artists were unable to display their remarkable strength in the bustling urban society unless they were out in the sea.
There were many islands out in the sea for leisure and tourism. Most of the places only received the riches and the martial artists.
Things that could be found in the sea were nothing average. Many of the martial artists, clans, and families had placed their focus on seeking marine resources, especially when the mainland had been lacking in resources for the last decades. My dad told me before that there is a region with cruises. There are food, entertainment, and all kinds of leisure activities over there. Let me call my dad and ask him. Lan Qingyue replied with a smile.
Wang Xian nodded. Even though the Dragon Palace was stationed underwater, he was still unfamiliar with the ocean.
My dad sent me a coordinate. Let's go over.
Soon, Lan Qingyue received a reply and told this to Wang Xian.
Great, let's go. Wang Xian chuckled.
Wang Xian got Mo Qinglong to steer the yacht while the rest were beaming as they headed to one of the recreational spots in the sea.
The recreational spots were closer to land compared to the Dragon Palace. Hence, they had to make their way back. Xiao Xian, look, there are 2 vessels ahead. It's about the same as those that we saw the other time. As the yacht was sailing along the sea, 2 vessels that seemed rather familiar appeared before their eyes. Wang Xian slightly squinted his eyes as he looked over.
The bodies of the vessels were dark in color, looking durable.
There was a banner with a sharp sword flying in the air on the sail. On the ship stood a mixture of middle-aged men and young men with swords in their hands. The 2 vessels were similar to those of 3 cruises they had encountered not long ago. The only difference was the size of these 2 vessels. They were much smaller with a size of 30 meters each. Something white was found on the water surface between the 2 vessels that looked unusually striking. Wang Xian and the gang had a clear view this time as it was daytime. This is the second time we've run into them. What are they doing? Lan Qingyue was a little surprised to see the 2 vessels. They had also been anchored in the middle of the sea the other time. Now they were doing the same thing. Let's check it out, Wang Xian told Mo Qinglong and the gang.
He remembered that an old man on that vessel attacked them with some mighty explosives in the last encounter. They were attacking them to chase them out of that region.
Back then, Wang Xian had been anxious about the construction of the Dragon Palace. Hence, he did not bother. This time, he wanted to have a good look. What's going on? We haven't seen any ice fish in the past few days. Where have they all gone? This shouldn't be happening.
At this time, a middle-aged man was staring at the center spot with an awful look on the sacred seas of swords vessels not far away.
Attendant Yun, something has not been quite right these past few days. Not only are the ice fish gone, but also the Chilean fish. We haven't seen any of them within these 2 days.
The duo was flustered as they spoke.
A young man was holding onto a sword by the side. He was 1.9 meters tall with a striking appearance. He exhibited a prideful demeanor from within. However, he was frowning slightly at this point in time.
The ocean was a substantial treasure-hunting ground. One of the biggest reasons that many sects established their bases in the sea was because of its resources.
They could hunt mighty fish species in the sea through some special techniques. These fish contained a high amount of energy. Feeding on them was not any different from eating the spiritual grass. It was more so that the high amount of energy from the marine animals could allow martial artists to enhance the strength of their bodies. The dominant marine animals in the sea were valuable resources for the clans. These animals were known as spiritual fish. However, Sacred Sea of Swords had been able to catch not a single spiritual fish in the past 2 days. Attendant Yoon, Senior Brother Ma, there's a yacht heading in our direction. Just then, a disciple walked over and pointed to the back as he reported to the middle-aged man and that young man. Get them out of our territory, the duo said with much impatience. Get out of our territory. An order resounded on the surface of the sea. On a black ship, a young man carried a sharp blade in his hand and stared harshly at the approaching yacht. The same words as that night? Their territory? When Wang Xian heard him, he squinted his eyes. The seas are just part of the territory of the dragon race. It doesn't matter if it's below or above the surface. Wang Xian's eyes shimmered. Dreadful marine creatures were currently occupying the area below the surface of the sea. On the surface, strong and powerful ancient sects had occupied the area. The entire sea had been divided and controlled. Wang Xian smirked. It appeared that he wouldn't be just competing against creatures below the surface of the sea, but also had to compete with ancient sects above the surface. He wouldn't wish for someone pissing him off above his head. The yacht continued cruising forward. He had sufficient time to toy with them. This time, Wang Xian wouldn't just make a detour. Huh? When that young man saw the yacht not accelerating or turning around, he raised an eyebrow as his expression turned chilling. Seems like someone is courting death. At this point, a middle-aged man and the young man walked forward. Their gazes were fixed coldly on the approaching yacht. They had already been restless previously. Now that they were seeing a yacht approaching them, their mood got worse. The yacht club had alarmed some spiritual fish below the surface of the sea. Over the last 2 days, they hadn't encountered a single one. Now that this yacht was disturbing the area, it would be harder for them to encounter one. The middle-aged man and young man gradually drew their swords as they watched the yacht approaching. Beside them, disciples from the Sacred Seas of Swords on the 2 ships were looking in the direction of the yacht, smirking with contempt. How dare you encroach into the territory of our Sacred Seas of Swords? You guys must be courting death. When the yacht was 2,000 meters away from them, the young man shouted harshly. His voice reached Wang Xian and the group's ears clearly. Continue ahead as plotted. Wang Xian instructed Mo Qinglong. Yes, young master. The yacht remained on its original path. It appears that there are people who aren't showing any regard for our Sacred Seas of Swords. Kill them. Sink into the sea those who dare to encroach on the territory of the Sacred Seas of Swords, the middle-aged man and the young man instructed emotionlessly. In the sea, each ancient sect occupied a region. People from other forces could enter the region but were forbidden from capturing spiritual fish in the region and also forbidden from lingering for an extended period. These were the rules of the sea and were established through strength. Those who were stronger would occupy a bigger area. In other words, they would obtain greater resources. Facing the yacht, the Sacred Seas of Swords wouldn't back off at all. This was their territory. In their territory, others should follow their orders. These were the rules of the jungle, the rules of the survival of the fittest. Whoosh! The young man saw the yacht passing by 50 meters away from them. He swung his sword lightly towards the sea. In the direction where he pointed, the seawater coalesced rapidly into sharp blades. In an instant, 10 long swords made of seawater appeared before the young man. The middle-aged man beside him did the same. As he waved his arm, seawater formed countless long swords and were sent piercing forward. Insolent brats! The young man snorted. The water swords flew towards the yacht at an astonishing speed. Who gives you the guts to be so brazen in the territory of our Sacred Seas of Swords? Are you really that eager to go to hell? On the 2 ships, the disciples of Sacred Seas of Swords saw Senior Brother Ma and Attendant Yoon strike as they looked towards the yacht with disdain. Their actions were incomparably domineering. Above the sea, the rule of survival of the fittest was greatly manifested. Interesting. Seeing them strike, Wang Xian showed a faint smile. Let's go and ask them about the sea. Wang Xian smiled. A huge wall of seawater was raised before the yacht as he waved his arm. It acted as a water shield and took the attacking water swords directly.
Subsequently, Wang Xian leaped into the air and flew towards the two ships. Xiao Yu and Elder Feng were eager to give it a try. They jumped into the air and flew closely behind Wang Xian. Guan Shuqing could only pout. Having not reached the inborn realm, she was still unable to fly in the air for short periods. What? Flying in the air?
They are inborn experts.
This is bad.
We have encountered experts.
It's no surprise that they ignored our warning. On the two ships of the Sacred Seas of Swords, the disciples were shocked and stunned to see Wang Xian raising a water wall with a single wave of his arm and that he was flying towards them.
That's a young man. He's so young and yet he has already reached the inborn realm. There are still 4 beautiful ladies behind him. Oh gosh. All of them are flying in the air. 5 inborn experts.
These inborn experts are so young. Which powerful sect are they from? How can they be so young?
When the disciples of the Sacred Seas of Swords saw Xiao Yu and Elder Feng approaching them, their eyes widened and were filled with disbelief.
Senior Brother Ma and Attendant Yun could feel their eyelids twitching violently as they stared solemnly at Wang Xian and the group.
We are the disciples of Sacred Seas of Swords.
May I know what intentions you guys have?
The middle-aged man and young man saw Wang Xian landing on their ship. Seeing the overly young looks of the group, they were in awe.
Wang Xian looked at the crowd of disciples of Sacred Seas of Swords with contempt and superiority.
Explain to me the distribution of powers of the sea.
Wang Xian's eyes landed on the middle-aged man and young man and instructed them directly.
You.
When the young man saw how Wang Xian was looking down at them and that he didn't seem to have any regard for them, his expression sank.
Speak. Wang Xian stared harshly at that young man. Disciples of a sacred sect.
Your territory? Everything has to be backed with the corresponding strength. If you guys are the disciples of a sacred sect, I alone am the entire sacred sect.
Wang Xian had 0 favorable opinions of the disciples of Sacred Seas of Swords who dared to attack him.
If you dare to look down on me, I'll stand before you with absolute authority.
We are the disciples of the Sacred Seas of Swords. This is the territory of our Sacred Seas of Swords. That young man gritted his teeth, clenched his fist and spoke solemnly. He emphasized the Sacred Seas of Swords once again. Clearly, he was trying to warn Wang Xian with the name of the Sacred Seas of Swords. Your territory?
How hilarious. Do you know the consequences of attacking me?
Wang Xian smirked, looked at the brazen and arrogant young man before him, and moved his arm. Boom! The seawater around them turned into a huge water snake and dived towards the young man. Don't you dare!
You will be making the entire Sacred Seas of Swords your enemy.
The middle-aged man standing by the side chided loudly when he witnessed Wang Xian attack.
Hee! Wang Xian responded with a cold and mocking smile.
That water snake moved at astonishing speed towards the young man.
The young man's expression changed radically. The longsword in his hand glowed in dense blue light as he swung towards the water snake.
Ah! To his horror, the young man realized there were only faint ripples when he wielded his sharp sword at the water snake. With eyes filled with trepidation, he hurriedly receded.
However, the speed of the water snake burst as it wound itself around the neck of that young man.
You, cough!
Fear filled the young man's eyes. When he was about to speak, he felt a fearsome strength that choked him, making him breathless.
How dare a half-step to inborn be so insolent? Are you brazen because you think you're great, or is it because the sacred sect is backing you up? Wang Xian asked disdainfully as he stared at that young man.
Gentlemen over here, stop.
We were rude just now. Please forgive us. The middle-aged man at the side bowed to Wang Xian with his cupped fist as he looked extremely embarrassed. The surrounding disciples of Sacred Seas of Swords were looking sheepish as they glared at Wang Xian with tension while holding onto their swords. They were out to hunt the spiritual fish with no other experts from the sect tagging along. The most formidable ones were 2 half-step to inborns.
You know you were rude?
Wang Xian glared at the middle-aged man with contempt as he swung his arm. Kaka! A bone-cracking sound was heard. That middle-aged man stared with his eyes wide opened as he looked to his side immediately. Bam! That young man fell on the deck with a loud thud. All the disciples from Sacred Seas of Swords felt their hearts palpitating violently as traces of fear flashed in their eyes.
He killed Senior Brother Ma. He actually killed the disciple of Sacred Seas of Swords. A disciple could not believe his eyes as he exclaimed in a low voice. "Explain to me the distribution of powers of the sea." Wang Xian demanded of the disciples of Sacred Seas of Swords. The middle-aged man had an extremely awful look on his face as trepidation was found in his eyes. He took out a map from his coat and handed it to Wang Xian. "This is the map of the power distribution in the sea. You could have saved yourself the trouble if you handed it to me earlier." Wang Xian sneered when he took over the map as he swept his gaze across everyone. "I have already given the map to you. What else do you want?" Sensing a faint killing intent from Wang Xian's eyes, the middle-aged man slightly darkened his expression as he asked Wang Xian with embarrassment. "Nothing much. Since you guys made an attacking move on us just now, I want you to receive a move from me too." Wang Xian revealed a smile as he expanded his arms. "You?" Upon hearing Wang Xian, there was a gloomy look on the middle-aged man while the rest of the Sacred Seas of Swords disciples drew their swords immediately. Boom! Just then, a booming sound came from the waves suddenly. All of the Sacred Seas of Swords disciples had a change in their expression as they looked to both sides. The sea turned extremely choppy as though feeling the anger from God of the sea. "Oh no, our boat is sinking." One of the disciples suddenly realized the sea level and the vessel were on the same level because the vessel was sinking. All he had was a frightened look on his face. The sea began to rise, swallowing the entire vessel. Everything looked as though a terrible disaster had arrived as the vessel continued to sink. "How dare you kill the disciples from Sacred Seas of Swords? The sect will never let you off." There was a drastic change in the middle-aged man's expression as he leaped, making an attempt to flee. Bam! However, daunting sea waves suddenly gushed up into the air, throwing him back into the sea. The vessel sank rapidly. Within a minute, the ocean began to calm down as though nothing had happened here before. "Let's go!" Wang Xian swept his glance around before he made a swift movement to the yacht. "Brother, I realize those disciples from the so-called sacred sects or first-class forces were very haughty. They just killed anyone readily and were tyrannical." Xiao Yu did not feel anything for those people who were drowned in the sea by Wang Xian. Even though she'd just gotten in touch with the underworld not long ago, she had a strong understanding of what it was like being in the underworld. The disciples of the sacred sects and ancestral clans considered themselves superior as they looked down on those from the weaker sects. Some of the experts even struck at those weaker ones when things did not go their way. "Speak with your fists." The rules of the jungle were reflected realistically in the underworld. Wang Xian smiled as he nodded. "This is the essence. The elephants don't care for an ant if it's dead. They will not remember it. Nobody will care about the mosquitoes when they are smacked to death either." Those disciples with a strong background or who came from some families were all prideful and full of self-confidence. They loved to look down on those who were weaker than them. Dragons were too proud to stay in one place with snakes. That was the logic. Hence, those sacred sects were never in the good books of Wang Xian. So it was with the Sacred Followers Guild. One of their elders was killed and they just sent their men to kill him without asking for any reason. The Sacred Sea of Swords was the same. When Wang Xian and the gang were passing through this place from afar, they came under fire from the Sacred Sea of Swords. It was the same this time. They struck after a warning. Wang Xian never had a good impression of sacred sects. Hence, he would leave no mercy for those who provoked him. Since you want to talk with your fists, then let's do it. The outcome will be determined by strength. From now on, I'll not strike if no one provokes me, but I'll kill anyone who offends me. Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked at the map in his hand. The power distribution map of the sea region included those zones around Asia. There are more than a dozen forces throughout the Eastern Sea. The territory occupied by Sacred Sea of Swords is the largest, while there are some foreign forces as well. The map was very detailed on the territory distribution around the nearby region. Apart from the Eastern Sea, the rest of the areas were covered by many different kinds of forces. There were at least 30 forces in the entire Asia region, among which some of them could be comparable to the Sacred Sea of Swords. Apart from that, there were some disordered regions in the sea. The disordered regions were places no forces were occupying except some smaller forces, including wandering sea groups.
Wandering sea groups were similar to pirates who dealt with all kinds of business. Some of the wandering sea groups even dared to enter the territories of other forces. Looks like it's very messy in the ocean as well. Everyone talks with their fists. With various forces and wandering sea groups rooted in the sea, it seemed to be extremely chaotic. Wang Xian briefly exclaimed to himself as he stared at that recreational area, which belonged to the first-class force, Qing Bisect. There was an island surrounded by many cruises, making it an attractive tourist spot. Many affluent people and martial artists would go there for some recreational activities. The yacht was steering toward that region rapidly. After 3 hours, the cruises appeared before them one by one. Beside those cruises was a small island that spanned a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. Various yachts were docked by the side of the island. Even in the middle of the ocean, this place remained a cool tourist attraction. Oh gosh, it's so beautiful here. After parking the yacht beside the island and paying exorbitant fees, Xiao Yu, Guan Shuqing and the girls alighted from the yacht and looked around the island with anticipation. The entire island was divided into separate regions. Within it, clean and clear seawater was flowing, and the entire island had been modified to include a swimming pool. Moreover, there were restaurants, cafes, and bars surrounding the pool. With a huge shade cast on the island, the entire area was exceptionally stunning, and the place was ideal for swimming and relaxing. The island is a place for relaxing. If you are interested in other entertainment, you can board the various cruises around. There are a total of 5 cruises providing various services. The employee at the yacht docking area explained to Wang Xian with a radiant smile. All right, thank you. Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked around him and revealed a smile. It's so beautiful. The water on this island is a hot spring from the sea. This is simply amazing. Xiao Xian, look. There are cruises for accommodation, food, water treatment, and even gambling. Guan Shuqing looked around her and was ecstatic. Other than that, there was a beautiful beach where they could even go fishing. There was also a cruise used specifically to receive martial artists. The entire premise could be said to be the holy land of tourism and wasn't a place that could be matched by other tourist spots in the world. Similarly, the cost here wasn't affordable by ordinary consumers. Go! Let's go to the food cruise first before returning for the hot spring, drinking some coffee and lying down for some rest. Haha, this is too great. Xiao Yu held onto Wang Xian's arms as she remarked joyously. All right. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. The group of 6 headed towards one of the cruises. On the food cruise, there were various delicacies from all over the world. One could even find spiritual fish for sale on the top deck. Xiao Yu and the girls had a sumptuous meal of delicacies. After eating, the group of them went for the hot spring. They rented a hot spring pool where they could order all kinds of coffee and beverages from the side while immersing themselves and resting in the hot spring. The day passed quickly as the group rested and relaxed. At night, there was a bonfire party by the beach. There were unique delicacies and beautiful ladies from all over the world, making the entire beach a place of sin. However, the order of the entire region was still great. No one was kicking up a fuss and no one dared to do so. For this place to become such a lively and popular tourist spot, safety and order had to be 100% guaranteed. At night, at the top level of the accommodation cruise, Wang Xian, Xiao Yu, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls were sitting by the balcony. They were playing bridge while enjoying the beautiful scenery before them. The island from a long distance away was well lit and looked exceptionally beautiful. Touring here had lifted the spirits of everyone. Let's enjoy ourselves for a week here. We can return after the week since we aren't in a hurry, too. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu and the girls as he commented with a smile. My master is still asking me to return as soon as possible. Guan Shuqing stuck out her tongue playfully as she commented. It's all right. I'll inform him. I'll raise your strength to the inborn realm over these few days. In this case, Sui Huang won't nag at you. Wang Xian chuckled. He realized something. When the two of them had intercourse, he could increase Guan Shuqing's strength level. It might be because of the relationship between the dragon and the phoenix. Wandering sea groups. Get out of the territory of our Qing Bisect. At this moment, a chilling roar erupted from the sea and propagated throughout the region. We have come to the Qing Bisect's territory. Pay us 100 spiritual stones now and we will leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for going on a killing spree.
A brazen voice propagated through the night sky.
Scram! You guys are just a group of locusts. Otherwise, all of you shall die.
Haha.
You want all of us in the Century Ghost group to die. Your Qing Bai sect doesn't have such capabilities yet. Now we shall grant you a minute to think about it. Give us the spiritual stones or we will start a slaughter here. The brazen voice erupted once again and resounded in the sky.
Wuxia stood up in shock and looked ahead. At this moment, all the rooms on the cruise lit up after hearing the brazen voice. Many people walked out of their rooms feeling puzzled.
Amid the dark seas, a ship that was roughly 70 meters long stopped before the island.
The ship had a green glow and was entirely green.
It was extremely creepy and similar to ships used a long time ago. It was made of wood, but it looked incomparably tough. On that ship, the crew members were all carrying samurai swords. They wore green ghost masks and looked exceptionally savage. A strange ship. Wuxia was a little surprised by that green wooden ship and recalled the ship of the Sacred Seas of Swords. The ship of the Sacred Seas of Swords was made from a special metal. When he stood on the ship, he could feel that the ship was extremely tough.
However, Wuxia wasn't paying too much attention to it when he sank it. Could there be mysterious pirate ships like those in the movies?
Wuxia smiled. Subsequently, he looked down at the ship. Those are the Wandering Sea Groups. Moreover, they are Wandering Sea Groups from Japan. Scumbags.
Century Ghost Group is a rather strong and infamous wandering group. They possess incredible strength. Once they annihilated 2 weak first-class forces in the vicinity and plundered all the treasures. They must have their eyes set on Qing Bai sect now.
Rumor has it that the ship of the Century Ghost Group can dive 10 meters under the surface and cruise rapidly. How insane is that?
The Century Ghost Group is formed by some martial artists from Japan. These scumbags are just like locusts in this piece of sea region. They go around plundering and surprisingly have infiltrated this place today.
At this moment, voices of martial artists started coming from various directions. Many people had gathered on the deck and were looking down. Clearly, many martial artists knew the Century Ghost Group well and hated them. Wandering Sea Group?
Century Ghost Group?
Wuxia heard them and raised an eyebrow.
He had not expected to encounter the Century Ghost Group after receiving information about the Wandering Sea Groups earlier in the day.
There were many Wandering Sea Groups on the sea from all parts of the world. In this piece of sea region, the strongest Wandering Sea Groups included Century Ghost Group, Haijiao, Naka, Night Phantom, and Creepy Snake.
These few Wandering Sea Group were infamous and had annihilated first-class forces previously.
Haijiao and Naka were formed by criminals in the underworld and Century Ghost Group was from Japan, while Naka and Creepy Snake had been established by martial artists from India and Sarawak. Wandering Sea Groups owned no territory. They relied on robberies to reap benefits.
Many forces hated them, especially those large transportation companies. If they did not pay any fees, the Wandering Sea Groups would hijack the transport teams.
They were much more terrifying than those average pirates. TSK, 1 minute is up soon. Looks like you don't know what's good for you. All of you will regret it. Ha ha.
The haughty laughter was heard, resounding throughout the entire sea region. Century Ghosts members, don't blame the Qing Bai sect for fighting all out with you if you guys don't scram now. The angry bellow came with a force that was filled with immense righteousness.
Just the Qing Bai sect?
Even the Chinese sacred sects cannot handle us. Haha, if not for the Chinese guardian divine beasts, that so-called underworld of yours would already be long gone.
A disdainful voice was heard again. Time's up. Since you are ignorant, then, hayak shui gue. Do it now. Boom boom. When the voice trailed off, there was a sudden loud and violent sound. Under the cruise, the sea began to turn choppy. Immense energy was coming from the bottom of the cruise. You're seeking your doom. The eyes of people from Qing Bai sect turned red when they heard the roar coming from the bottom of the cruise. In a fit of rage, they rushed to the Century Ghost Group before them.
TSK, you guys are burning with a frenzy of rage, aren't you?
Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll annihilate all of you.
As the sneering voice was heard, the martial artists from the Century Ghost Group, each with a ghost mask, flitted towards Qing Bai sect's vessel. Both parties engaged in a battle. In the dark, hundreds of ghosts moved like phantoms, and no one could see them clearly. Ah, the cruise is sinking. Everyone, back to the island. Now, don't panic. Head to the island at once. At this moment, 5 cruises jerked violently at the seaside as the water gushed into the cabins. Although they were at a shallow spot, the sea level could still submerge half of the cruise. Members from Qing Bisect stood before the cruise and commanded the passengers at the top of their lungs. They are blowing the ship from below. Sensing the ship was rapidly sinking, Guan Shuqing let out a surprised exclamation. "Let's get off here," said Wang Xian to Xiao Yu and Guan Shuqing as he leaped in the direction of the island. Some of the surrounding martial artists were also jumping off from the cruise. Oh no, Qing Bisect is not a match for Century Ghost. Qing Bisect has only 2 inborn experts keeping guard here. I heard there were 5 inborn experts within the Century Ghost group. That Shui Gui is one of them. When Wang Xian had just landed on the island, he managed to overhear 2 middle-aged men exclaiming as they looked out to the sea. Everyone turned and looked over. All the hundreds of Century Ghost members who were wearing ghost masks over their faces had made it to the cruise of Qing Bisect, among which 3 people in masks that had flashing green radiance were engaged in fierce battles with 2 inborn experts from Qing Bisect. The rest of the Century Ghost members were waging war with the remaining disciples of Qing Bisect. Fearsome and experienced Century Ghost members could slaughter Qing Bisect disciples of the same level easily. As such, there were devastating screams everywhere. Ah! Old Tong! At this time, one of the 2 inborn experts from Qing Bisect, who was battling in the air, let out a sudden sharp shriek. TSK, trying to stop the Century Ghost with just 2 inborn experts? I ask you not to resist, and yet you're digging your own grave. A person with a ghost mask suddenly emerged from the water. He was holding on the sharp claw that caught both legs of that inborn expert while he lifted his head and revealed a hideous smile. Bam! That inborn expert landed into the sea with intense ripples before the water surface finally calmed down. Old Tong! Damn you guys! I'll kill you all! Another inborn expert bellowed in a fit of rage as he exuded a sapphire glow from his body. Desperate struggle. 3 experts of Century Ghost sneered as their masks continued to give off a greenish radiance that was incredibly creepy at night. Haha, some of you will head to the central cruise and take all the treasures away. The remaining ones, start fishing. To UFO, Io, Akajita, let's go fishing. Hayak. One by one, those wearing ghost masks charged out from the vessel of the Qing Bisect. They were covered in blood as they screamed with a hideous look. Some of the Century Ghost members headed for the cruise in the center. That cruise was dedicated to receiving martial artists, and they provided auction and trading services. Hence, there were many treasures in it. Another dozen people flitted towards the island as they stared coldly at all the people on it as though they were prey. We're doomed. Qing Bisect was unable to stop the attack of Century Ghost. Oh no, they are fishing. Let's run. Run now. We'll not survive if they catch hold of us. They're ferocious. Everyone, run for your life. Upon seeing the Century Ghost members breaking down the defense of Qing Bisect by killing their experts, those rich folks and martial artists who were here for a tour were appalled. In particular, those martial artists had a huge change in their expressions as they hurriedly fled towards the island. Fishing is a term coined by the Wandering Sea groups. It meant robbing the valuables from the ordinary passengers and martial artists. If anyone encountered a ferocious wandering group and got fished, they would be killed. Hayak, trying to escape? Can you run away from us? A dozen Century Ghost members cast their gazes in Wang Xian's direction with glowing green radiance shooting out from their eyes. They began to hunt them down. Ah! Upon seeing the masked Century Ghost members charging towards them, those ordinary wealthy people were horrified as they ran towards the island. Hayak, let's start our fishing. One of the Century Ghost members in the middle had a perverted look in his eyes as the people before him screamed in panic. Holding onto a dazzling dagger, he licked his lips as he looked at a young woman. This bunch of fellows are so cruel. Elder Fong displayed a hint of anger when she saw the gruesome look on their faces. A bunch of trash. Kill them all. Wang Xian swept his gaze across all the Century Ghost members. In a swift stance, he darted towards one of them before him. Fishing? I will turn all of you into dead fish. Humph. Xiao Yu exhibited an intoxicating expression on her face. Ever since her strength had greatly enhanced, she'd had no chance to strike at all. Her quick movement was accompanied by a ferocious aura. Skeletal Dragon was out for a kill with swift and violent assaults. Xiao Yu did not like the appearance of the Skeletal Dragon. Still, she had no choice except to sweep up a violent attack. A loud explosion was given off in the air. With a palm movement, a bone sword appeared in her hand. The black bone sword was radiating pitch-black radiance as it was wielded at a Century Ghost member who was targeting a young woman. Huh? You dare to attack us? Haha. Kill these recklessly ignorant fools first. When the dozen-odd members of the Century Ghost group saw Wang Xian, Xiao Yu and the group charging and attacking them, their expressions turned as cold as ice. The Century Ghost member in the center charged towards Xiao Yu with a dagger that glowed in a creepy green light. His savage-looking mask glowed dazzlingly. Noticing the speed at which Xiao Yu charged towards him, he was shocked. Little brat, you are pretty fast. However, let me show you the way of assassination. As that Century Ghost member moved his arm, the green dagger left after images. Seeing how arrogant and brazen this guy was, Xiao Yu was filled with contempt. She slashed down with the bone sword in her hands. How fast! That Century Ghost member was taken by surprise and immediately blocked it with the phantom-like dagger. Kaka! However, as the bone sword swung over, his dagger was easily sliced into two. At the same time, the long bone sword slashed down at the body of the Century Ghost member. Papa! That Century Ghost member stopped. The glow of his mask dissipated gradually, split in the middle and eventually fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A stream of blood flowed down from his head. He had been split in half from top to bottom. Xiao Yu was taken aback and clearly made uncomfortable by the scene. Die! At this instant, the other Century Ghost member to the left moved beside Xiao Yu like a specter. He had long claws which emanated a chilling green glow, and he swung them towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was shocked and immediately stretched her left hand forward. A black bone spike extended out from her arm immediately. The bone spike was 3 to 4 meters long. To the astonishment of that Century Ghost member, the bone spike pierced through his chest. Seeing Xiao Yu easily kill 2 Century Ghost members in the blink of an eye, Wang Xian couldn't help but feel his mouth twitching. The attacks of a skeletal dragon were exceptionally brutal. Considering the toughness of Xiao Yu's bones, these bones could match the toughness of level 11 defensive equipment. At this point, even inborn spiritual weapon couldn't put a dent in Xiao Yu's impenetrable physique. Kill! Wang Xian threw his arm forward and streams of water shot towards the 5 water spirits before him. Bam! Bam! The 5 water spirits didn't put up the slightest resistance as they were instantly killed and their bodies slashed into 2 at the waist. I'll get those 4 inborn realm Century Ghost members. As for the rest, I'm leaving them to all of you. Wang Xian looked to Xiao Yu and the group as he spoke. Moving off, he headed over and attacked in the direction where the 4 Century Ghost members were surrounding the inborn experts from Qing by sect. The expert from Qing by sect was covered in wounds. Moreover, there was a layer of poison on these wounds, causing sizzling sounds. That inborn expert's eyes were bloodshot. He had totally disregarded his life while battling with the 4 Century Ghost members. If the 4 Century Ghost members hadn't been thinking of avoiding injuries, the inborn expert from Qing by sect would have long since been finished off. A pile of trash, and yet you guys dare to encroach on our sea territory and kill the innocent. How presumptuous! The 4 Century Ghost members who were attacking the expert from Qing by sect suddenly heard a voice coming from behind them. They raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Xian. There's another inborn expert. This is troublesome. Kill him. The 4 Century Ghost members were flushed with bloodlust. 2 of them charged forward immediately. A samurai sword slashed upwards while a razor-sharp claw swung down at the same time. Be careful. Their weapons are covered in poison. When the expert saw Wang Xian charging forward, he immediately reminded him of this loudly. 2 piles of trash. I can kill them as I wish. Wang Xian looked at the duo charging towards him with contempt. Picking up the scent of blood from them, his eyes turned chillingly cold. The scent of blood on the duo was even thicker than that on Mo Qi-Long and Mo Yuan. One had to note that Mo Yuan and Mo Qi-Long had each killed 400 to 500 people when they annihilated the Dark Conjurers. However, the 2nd-century Ghost members had taken even more lives. "Scumbag, I'm going to cut you up." The Century Ghost member, who was carrying a samurai sword with both hands, slashed upwards. "Ant!" Wang Xian swung his hand and countless razor-sharp arrows shrouded towards the duo. Rumble! Thousands and thousands of water arrows shot out in unison towards the 2nd-century Ghost members. However, the arrows were stopped by their weapons and eventually landed on the floor. The 2nd-century Ghost members' expressions sank. "This guy is a little hard to deal with," a Century Ghost member commented as he looked alertly at Wang Xian. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the two of them sank rapidly into the sea. The seawater was just like a meat grinder and started circulating violently. Arg! Screams of desperation reverberated. The seawater was dyed red and soon the commotion died down. "What?" The other 2nd-century Ghost members were shocked to see Hai's widow and Nizhu being slain instantly. "The sea region isn't a place where trash like you guys can do as you wish in the future." Ruthlessness gleamed in the eyes of Wang Xian. As he moved, he appeared before the 2nd-century Ghost members who'd had the inborn expert from Qing bisect cornered previously. Arg! Suddenly, pitiful cries reverberated from the yacht. When the 2nd-century Ghost members turned around, they saw their underlings being killed off one after another. Bitterness and sadness shrouded their eyes. "Run!" The two exchanged glances and remarked coldly. They didn't show any hesitation at all. One of them sprinted away while the other jumped directly into the sea. "Wanna run?" Wang Xian's figure shimmered and appeared before the 2nd-century Ghost members instantly. "How quick?" That Century Ghost member's eyes shrank. He quickly threw a punch and scattered a green poisonous substance towards Wang Xian. Roar! At this instant, a roar erupted from the bottom of the sea. A huge snake emerged, swallowed the Century Ghost member, and dived back into the sea. Wu Wu is dead. The last Century Ghost member, called Shui Gui, was petrified to sense that the presence of Wu Wu had dissipated completely. Shit! Shit! If you let us, the Century Ghost Group, know about your identity, we will definitely let you experience the torture treatment from us. Shui Gui dived towards the bottom of the sea frantically. What? At this moment, he suddenly saw the young man who had attacked him previously before his eyes. His pupils shrank and fear welled up. Blop! Blop! All of a sudden, Shui Gui could sense the surrounding seawater crashing towards him. He held his neck in horror as he attempted to break away from the vice-like grip of the seawater over his neck. How can this be? I'm Shui Gui. How can his speed in water be? You are just an insignificant spirit. Wang Xian took a glance at Shui Gui before making his way back to the surface of the water. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. The moment Wang Xian emerged from the sea, the inborn expert from Qing bisect hurried over and thanked him sincerely. You are welcome. These guys are too arrogant. Since they were in my way, I just had to clear them. Wang Xian nodded his head plainly and looked towards the yacht. At this instant, the commotion on the yacht died down. All the members of the Century Ghost Group had been killed. I'd like to express my gratitude on behalf of Qin bisect for helping us out. The old man looked at Wang Xian, bowed down and clasped his right fist with his left palm as he spoke. He appeared to have something to add but stopped short of it. Young brother, are you Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown? Her. Wang Xian was not surprised that the old man had recognized him. In the underworld, not many people could recognize his look. But many people knew about his strength. There was only one person in the underworld who could kill the Century Ghost and Born members at such a young age. That was none other than Wang Xian. Hence, the old man from Qing bisect recognized him immediately. You're really the Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. The old man cupped his fist again with a tinge of shock in his eyes. Miracle Wang is indeed the youngest inborn expert and the #1 on the outstanding young heroes chart. Thank you. Wang Xian smiled at the old man before he waved a dismissive gesture and flew towards the cruise. Xiao Xian. Upon seeing Wang Xian, the ladies immediately went over to him. What a letdown. I wanted to stay here for a few more days to have fun. Xiao Yu grumbled as they observed the ruins around them.
It was hard for them to find such an enjoyable recreation. They felt helpless when such a thing happened in the end.
We can only head back.
The surrounding cruises were sinking. Even though they were not totally submerged, they could no longer be used for recreational purposes. Some of the tourists and martial artists were still standing on the island, trembling in fear. From time to time, they kept looking over at the cruise ships with astonishment.
Yes, we can only go back. Sigh, what a spoiler.
Lan Qingyue and the rest shook their heads. Let's get back to our yacht. We can go to other places as you wish. Wang Xian chuckled as he spoke. Let's go over now. We still have about 10 days before our Chinese New Year.
They headed to the yacht after much thought.
After they returned to the yacht, Xiao Yu was asking for a mahjong session. The girls began to crowd around and played mahjong together. Wang Xian looked over with his chin lifted, and they reminded him of a scene in the movie, Flirting Scholar.
Is Miracle Dr. Wang around?
Just then, a voice was heard from the outside. Yes, come up, please. Wang Xian walked out of the living room and came to the deck. That old man from Qing Bai sect, along with a middle-aged man, arrived holding things in their hands. Miracle Dr. Wang.
The old man walked over with respect while the middle-aged man put the things on a table. Miracle Wang, I'm Duan Muin from Qin Bai sect. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope you like it. If it were not for you, we would have suffered a huge loss. Thanks for your help.
The old man thanked Wang Xian once again. Okay. Wang Xian took a glance at the things on the table, but he did not turn them down. He looked around with doubt. Is it very frequent for such a thing to happen?
The wandering sea groups will rob a few times in a year, but it is not common for such a formidable wandering sea group like Century Ghost to do it.
The old man revealed a bitter smile. There were only 4 or 5 powerful wandering sea groups in the Asia region. They don't enter into our waters as they are usually active in the disordered region.
Disordered region? Wang Xian thought of the markings around the disordered region on the map. Can you tell me more about the disordered region?
Of course. The old man waved a friendly gesture while he was thinking of what to say. The disordered region is a place that has not been dominated by any of the forces. That region is a treasure-hunting ground. All the forces wanted to occupy that region, but it is on the cross-section point of 4 to 5 countries. Even those forces and organizations that are as strong as sacred sects are looking to occupy it. That region is a breeding ground for the spiritual medicine, pure blood coral. None of the forces are willing to let go, but none of the forces can get rid of the rest of the forces. As a result, dozens of forces are gathered over at that area, forming a disordered region.
Subsequently, the emergence of the sea creatures has stirred up more of a mess in that sea region. Now everyone is killing one another, robbing spiritual grass and treasures.
Only those who are rather formidable or ruffians can conduct long-term activities over there. The old man explained slowly to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded. It was absolutely normal to have killings and robberies in a treasure ground without governance.
When such a situation persisted for a long time, a disordered region in the sea was formed. I don't know why the Century Ghost Group dares to invade our territory. The foreign forces are getting brazen. Chinese underworld power remains weak in the international arena.
The old man exclaimed, given our current situation, I don't know how many decades we will take to catch up with the foreign forces. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. This was not the first time he heard that the underworld's forces were weak.
Compared to those forces in the foreign countries, the ancestral clans in the underworld were much weaker.
The Chinese ancestral clans liked to keep it to themselves. All the precious manuals would be carefully hidden and the conditions to inherit them were rather stringent.
To prevent the leak of cultivation manuals, many families and clans only allowed men to inherit them.
Coupled with the history of when the imperial court was in power, they wantonly burned all the secret manuals to prevent martial artists from creating disorder.
Since then, many secret manuals disappeared. Generation after generation, the almost invincible underworld had now become the weakest existence in the international arena. Even the knight and mage bloodline from Europe was much more powerful. This was also the reason why Fire God denomination dared to infiltrate the underworld and annihilate Flame Palace. After chatting with Duan Muin, Wang Xian realized he was someone who worried about the nation and could not take it lying down that the underworld's forces were weak. At the same time, he was also disgruntled with the internal strife in the underworld. Those domestic families and clans were killing each other for just an acre of resources, treasures, and spiritual grasses. Yet, the international forces had already set their eyes on the vast ocean and began to plunder resources from other countries. Qing Bai sect often came into contact with these international forces as their territory was located in the middle of the sea. Hence, they often felt great pressure. Wang Xian listened and chatted with him for half an hour before sending the old man off. This Qing Bai sect is not bad. From the conversation with Duan Muwen, Wang Xian came to an understanding that the competition at the ocean was much higher than the peaceful domestic land. Many of the disciples were not as arrogant as those in the mainland as well. This had something to do with their living environment. The powerful ancestral sects in the mainland raised arrogant disciples that no one dared to provoke. In the long run, they developed haughty and demanding characteristics.
The disciples from the sects in the sea had stayed in a dangerous and competitive environment for too long. They had encountered too many stronger opponents, which developed into their cautious characteristics. Disordered region.
Wang Xian took out that map again and drew his lips. Whether the underworld's forces were weak or strong, it was none of his business. But he could take down the disordered region first. He could start with this region and clean up various clans and forces in the sea. Great.
The golden swordfish are learning how to speak and read. I can build them into a formidable maritime force, wiping out everyone else.
There are still 50 Dragonians in the dragon sect, and if they are to grow stronger, they will be a force that could dominate the underworld.
In the sea, there were also around 130 golden swordfish. Suppressing the forces in the sea region in the vicinity shouldn't be a problem at all either. It would take a huge amount of resources to level up the Dragon Palace. He would have to seize all resources available frantically for future developments. The forces overseas are really strong?
Wang Xian's lips curved into a faint smile. It would not be long before he led the members of the Dragon Palace into the international stage. It would be just like the present situation where those who were unwilling to submit would all be destroyed.
When the day arrives, perhaps no one will ever say the Chinese underworld is weaker.
Wang Xian smiled as he plotted out his plans in his mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Wang Xian's phone rang. He took a glance and realized it was old Qin looking for him. Brother Wang Xian, where are you now? The voice of old Qin sounded from the other end of the phone the moment the call was connected. I'll be returning to Rivertown soon. What's the matter, old Qin? Did something happen? Wang Xian replied with a smile.
He had been keeping in contact with old Qin and old Shui all this while.
He had relied on their help to gather the materials required for the Dragon Palace. It'll be the new year soon. Let's find a time to have a gathering. Besides that, I would like to ask if Brother Wang Xian would be interested and have the time to attend a banquet for the wealthy and powerful families 2 days from now. Old Qin smiled and asked Wang Xian, a gathering for the wealthy and powerful families? Wang Xian was curious and asked, what is the nature of the gathering? All the influential figures, ancient martial artist families, and the super-rich from the southern province will come together. This is a gathering of the super-rich and influential people. At that time, there will also be an auction.
There should be some good stuff, and things relating to the ancient martial arts circle wouldn't be lacking, answered old Qin.
All right, I'll be in Rivertown tomorrow. At that time, let's have a meetup at the first-grade restaurant. Wang Xian said heartily. All right. After chatting with old Qin for some time, Wang returned to the living room in the yacht. Seeing that the girls were still excited and engrossed in their games, he went to the upper deck to take a break. At night, Mo Qinglong steered the yacht towards Rivertown. When dawn had just broken, the yacht stopped beside the villa. The group alighted and headed towards the villa. Oh, my dear disciple,
is Brother Wang Xian around?
Soon after, Sui Huang's voice resonated in the villa. Beside him, there was a white-bearded old man. The old man looked much shorter and smaller compared to Sui Huang. However, his eyes were bright and one could easily tell that he wasn't ordinary. He had white attire that wasn't tainted in the least bit, and had an exceptional demeanor. Sui Huang, just come in.
Wang Xian sat on the sofa while playing with the heavenly hound. The girls continued their mahjong game after getting addicted to it on the yacht. Huh?
Wang Xian looked across and his attention fell on the old man in white attire. He squinted his eyes. This was someone who was at the same level as Sui Huang. From him, Wang Xian could sense the aura of a grandmaster. Even Sui Huang didn't have the same aura.
While Wang Xian was observing the old man in white, the old man was also observing Wang Xian and the few people around him.
Xiao Yu and Elder Fong have recovered? Sui Huang was shocked to see Xiao Yu and Elder Fong, who were playing mahjong. Old Sui, we have all recovered. Xiao Yu and Elder Fong stood up immediately and replied joyously. Your strength. Sui Huang was shocked to feel the frightening energies emanating from Xiao Yu and Elder Fong. Besides that, he also felt threatened by Lan Qingyue, who was beside them.
This made him feel great disbelief.
He had inspected that horrifying venom personally a while back and found it to be extremely tricky. As such, he came to the conclusion that they had zero chance of recovery. He had also consulted Old Huang, the number 2 on the World Miracle Doctor's chart. The response he got was incurable, and Old Huang was helpless about the venom.
Yet, not only had they recovered, but their strength had also reached an incredible level.
At least the inborn realm. You little devil. You aren't simple and must be hiding a lot of secrets. Sui Huang raised an eyebrow.
Beside him, the old man in white attire was shocked. Everyone in the villa seemed insane to him. Even the dog that was lying in one corner wasn't simple.
In the entire villa, the one that gave him the strongest threat was that young man. All is well as long as they recover. All is well. Sui Huang smiled and looked at Wang Xian. Let me introduce you. This is Old Huang, the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild and the strongest miracle doctor in China. Old Huang. There's some misunderstanding that requires resolving. Hello, Old Huang. Wang Xian looked at the guild leader of the sacred clan and revealed a faint smile.
Heroes often emerge when they are young. We have all aged. Old Huang looked at Wang Xian and exclaimed in surprise, I have heard from Old Sui about the incident brother Wang Xian had with the Sacred Followers Guild. Regarding this matter, I hope we can now put an end to it.
All right. As long as the Sacred Followers Guild doesn't offend me, I won't go offend you guys.
Hee hee. Offending this little brother has turned out to be extremely costly. Old Huang laughed plainly.
Naturally. If there's anyone who targets me or my kin, my only option will be to kill all of them.
Wang Xian wore a smile and illustrated a fact that was clear to him.
In that case, this matter shall rest here. The Sacred Followers Guild won't make things difficult for Brother Wang Xian in the future. I can give you my assurance on it. Old Huang, what do you think? Seeing the conversation between the two was getting confrontational, Sui Huang interrupted and attempted to mediate. All right, I'm clear when it comes to right or wrong. My Sacred Followers Guild was at fault in this matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Old Huang replied frankly. In that case, I welcome your arrival. Please take a seat. Wang Xian smiled. The guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild was still an upright person who clearly differentiated between right and wrong. Although it was difficult for them to become friends, they wouldn't have to be enemies.
With Sui Huang in the middle, the three of them were able to have a friendly chat for several minutes.
Wang Xian consulted Old Huang as to whether he had any of that venom left. Old Huang responded by shaking his head.
This venom was obtained from a deep valley by an elder. That elder had also died from the venom.
Only a small amount was left in their treasure trove, which was subsequently taken by Elder Fong. After Sui Huang and Old Huang left, Wang Xian led a carefree life for an additional 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, he headed towards Flow City together with Old Qin and the rest.
The gathering of the super-rich was organized by the richest man in the southern province. He had invited all the rich people and families in the southern province. Basically, all those who were famous and influential would be turning up. The richest man of the southern province, Sun Kaiyan, could even make it to the richest man chart nationally. He has family assets worth hundreds of billions. Not only is he wealthy, but he also has strong backing. There should be several hundreds of people turning up this time. However, with the name Brother Wang Xian has made for yourself, even Mogul Sun will have to show respect to you. Hee hee.
Sitting in the luxurious car of the Qin family, old Qin and Wang Xian were exchanging conversations. Xiao Yu and the rest did not attend the gathering this time, except for Lan Qingyue. However, she was going with her family. This was not the first time for a gathering of the super-rich in the southern province. Sun Qian, the richest man, held it annually to recruit talents and investment enterprises. That was the reason why he was in the top 10 richest in the country with his assets. He was the true blue tycoon and great entrepreneur. No one was better than him in the entire southern province. Even old Qin was a far cry from him. However, Qin family was still ranked in the top 3 in the entire southern province.
Why would such gathering invite the ancient martial art families of the southern province? Wang Xian asked puzzledly. There are some reasons for it. Mogul Sun was lucky enough to obtain an inheritance when he was young. It was part of Liu Ban's inheritance. So, he entered into the machinery industry and used 30 years to establish the largest machinery group within the country. Then he took some prescriptions from the underworld and set up his own pharmaceutical company. The rise of the richest man, Mogul Sun, has got something to do with underworld. As a result, he invites ancient martial arts families to the annual gathering. Old Qin smiled and explained. Now, his company is based in Modu. There's only a factory in the Flow City, and he only comes here every Chinese New Year.
Wang Xian nodded with surprise. Using Liu Ban's inheritance to set up a machinery factory and the prescriptions to set up a pharmaceutical group, Mogul Sun must be a genius.
The car was heading to the southern province first-level divisional area. Longhuan Manor. This is Mogul Sun's manor in Flow City. It's also the biggest manor in the entire southern province.
When they reached a manor that was near a lake, old Qin walked down and pointed somewhere to the front.
Indeed, the richest man in southern province.
Wang Xian looked ahead with a smile on his face.
The entire manor was near a lake. Although it was known to be a manor, it could also be called a castle.
The estate spanned over an area of at least 5,000 square meters. As it was close to the lake, the scenery was beautiful.
Just like what its name, Longhuan, suggested, the place was like a utopia.
When Wang Xian and old Qin were heading to old Shui's car after getting out of the car, Wang Xian spotted a familiar vehicle. There were hundreds of luxurious cars parked in the lot beside the lake, and 4 to 5 helicopters at the side. Amid those luxurious cars, Wang Xian spotted a heavy-duty motorcycle, the Harley bike. Isn't that the one I gave Wang Dahai? Is he here? When Wang Xian saw the car plate number, he was slightly stunned. Wang Dahai's family background was not bad. His family owned approximately millions of assets.
But they were still not eligible to be here for this gathering.
What's wrong, Wang Xian?
Old Shui walked over. He saw Wang Xian's doubtful look.
I saw a familiar vehicle. Let me make a call. Wang Xian laughed. He took out his phone and called Wang Dahai.
Yo, old Wang.
Dahai, where are you? I'm attending a gathering. Why? Is it at Longhuan Manor? Where are you? I'm at the entrance.
Really? You're here too? Great, wait for me there. I'm coming.
Subsequently, he heard Wang Dahai talking to someone. Why is Wang Dahai here?
After Wang Xian hung up the phone, he raised an eyebrow. Old Qin, old Shui, you can go ahead first. I'm waiting for a classmate.
Oh? Okay. We'll wait for you inside. Old Qin nodded.
Sure, I'll be there soon. Wang Xian nodded as he walked to the entrance of the manor.
This manor is quite impressive.
As he stood at the doorway, Wang Xian was observing the manor.
Old Wang.
Within minutes, Wang Dahai showed up, running to him while calling out for him. Dahai, why are you here?
Wang Xian walked towards him. I'm here to visit my grandpa since it's the vacation now. It's great. My grandpa brought me here to broaden my horizons. Wang Dahai was elated as he spoke. Let's go. I'll take you inside. Your grandpa?
Wang Xian was slightly taken aback.
My grandpa used to be in the first batch of employees working for Mogul Sunday. Now, he's the vice president of the factory in Flow City. Wang Dahai chuckled. My dad was even more impressive. He came from the countryside and brought my mum down. But my grandpa looked down on my dad. Wang Dahai then asked, Why are you here then?
I'm here with friends. Wang Xian replied. TSK, look at this manor. It's simply beautiful. Sigh, how I wish I could stay in such a manor.
Wang Dehai looked around the manor with an envious face. Old Wang, don't forget to invite me when you own such a manor. Wang Xian chuckled. He observed the manor, and it could not be compared to any average mansions. The entire manor was filled with elegant and pretty pavilions. Just the maintenance alone would take a dozen workers. Wang Dehai brought him to a huge banquet hall. The entire hall was luxurious, with hundreds of guests sitting inside, exchanging conversations. Wang Xian looked around and did not see old Qin or old Shui. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. The banquet will start later in the afternoon. Wang Dehai led Wang Xian to a place and took 2 beverages from a waiter smilingly. Then they sat at a table. There were other dashing young men and pretty babes at the table. The young men were in neat suits with stylish hairstyles. The ladies were in evening dresses, exchanging conversations in an elegant posture. Cousin, is that your friend? A girl whose face was small looked over. As soon as she spotted Wang Xian, she asked this of him puzzledly. Yes, he's my classmate. He's awesome. Even though he is younger than me, he has made a fortune for himself. Wang Dehai replied to that girl proudly. Oh! Wang Dehai's cousin was sizing up Wang Xian with surprise, dashing with outstanding demeanor which was way better than her boyfriend. So she could not help but take a few more looks. Why did he dress so casually to attend such an event like this? At this time, a young man who was sitting by the side of Wang Dehai's cousin was unhappy that his girlfriend was observing Wang Xian. He threw her a displeased look and fixed his eyes on Wang Xian. Upon hearing what that young man said, the rest of them looked towards Wang Xian. A sweater and ordinary slacks with a pair of sneakers. Such dressing was simply out of place in that environment. Wang Dehai's cousin noticed the displeasure of her boyfriend. She also spotted what Wang Xian was wearing. It's a little inappropriate. Cousin, there's still some time. Bring your classmate to change into formal attire. How can he be dressed so casually on such an important occasion? He would only make others feel that he isn't showing them respect. It's a little inappropriate. Cousin, there's still some time. Bring your classmate to change into a set of formal attire. How can he be dressed so casually on such an important occasion? He will only make others feel that he isn't showing them respect. The voice of Wang Dehai's cousin came across. The young man sitting next to her cousin looked across at Wang Xian with contempt. A person's qualities, upbringing, attire, and language can show a person's wealth. There are things that a man who suddenly got rich can't display. It takes 3 generations to nurture a noble family. The young man had his arm across Wang Dehai's cousin's waist. He stared at Wang Xian with a face of smiles but was clearly looking down on him. Several other young men who were sitting beside Wang Xian smirked and were clearly despising Wang Xian. A man who suddenly got rich often looked down on the poor, while a person from a noble family often looked down on those who got rich suddenly. For a man who got rich suddenly to become a noble family, it would take at least 3 generations. The first generation would provide the capital potential to hold properties and gain knowledge. The second generation would hold material capital and would possess the ability to create wealth over sustained periods. The third generation was when the mental capital was generated. In their eyes, the young man that came to the banquet dressed so casually wouldn't even have reached the level of the first generation. In the field, those who were here were all from the richest families, ancient martial arts families, or those with extremely wide influence in their cities. They had an exceptional upbringing and family backgrounds. Without exaggerating, one could call them noble families. Wang Xian was taken aback upon hearing Wang Dehai's cousin. He took a glance at this outfit and chuckled to himself. At the only 2 banquets he had ever attended, people commented about his attire. However, it was just like they had said. Wang Xian wasn't part of the so-called nobles. He didn't pay much attention to that and simply wore what he preferred to wear. In his perspective, the so-called nobles were just a joke. Noble race? The strong had never been restricted by the customs of the world. Moreover, ordinary people would only look up to the experts with fear and respect. They wouldn't criticize them for their attire. This was because they weren't qualified to give their comments. Wang Xian looked across the group and shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly before picking up the cup of fruit juice Wang Dehai had brought for him. Wang Dehai smiled bitterly when he saw how Wang Xian reacted. He asked softly, "Old Wang, do you want to change into formal attire?"
I'm good. That's too troublesome. Wang Xian shook his head and replied apathetically.
This isn't very appropriate.
Wang Dahai was hesitant. This brother of his was exceptionally mysterious with strong influence in Rivertown. He could even donate several tens of millions to the school on a whim. However, this banquet was a gathering of the most super-rich in the entire southern province.
Rivertown was just a small city in the southern province. Moreover, this was a gathering hosted by the richest man in the southern province.
Dressing too casually might give one the impression that he was rude.
Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. He looked to the side and saw two old men walking towards the main hall in ordinary Chinese tunic suits. He asked, "Aren't they in ordinary attire too?"
Haha, you are really interesting. Really? Haha, you are comparing yourself to Old Wu and Old Li?
Do you know who they are?
They are the family heads of a second-class ancient martial arts family. What gives you the guts to even say that? The moment Wang Xian completed his words, the group of young men by the side chuckled and looked at him as though they were looking at a retard.
Wang Dahai's cousin was also taken aback and was speechless. Initially, she had thought the classmate of her cousin to be a gifted person. She had not expected him to be that dumb, as she wondered how Wang Xian had even gotten in here. "Oh, friend, do you have an invitation card?" Wang Dahai's cousin looked at Wang Xian and asked coldly.
"I came in with my friends."
Hearing their ridicule and seeing their eyes filled with contempt and looking at him, Wang Xian replied to the lady, "So that's how it is." Wang Dahai's cousin displayed an, as I expected, expression. Clearly, he wasn't qualified to receive an invitation from Mogul Sun. "Dahai, keep a distance from this classmate of yours. Otherwise, Grandpa will be getting some unnecessary criticisms." Wang Dahai's cousin said softly to him, "Cousin, I..."
Wang Dahai was taken aback and was shocked. He had not expected his cousin to say such words. This embarrassed him as his expression turned solemn.
"Dahai, listen to your cousin. Don't bring unnecessary troubles to your grandpa." The young man beside Wang Dahai's cousin said softly to him, "Tsk.
Cousin, just leave us alone," Wang Dahai replied with a stern face.
I'm not trying to control you. I'm doing this for Grandpa. Wang Dahai's cousin stared furiously at him. "Let's go take a seat by the side."
Wang Dahai pulled Wang Xian along by the sleeves and went to the side. Wang Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. He followed behind Wang Dahai to a seat by the side. "Old Wang, please don't take it to heart. My cousin can be quite mean," Wang Dahai apologized to Wang Xian. "It's all right. I won't be bothered by them. They even claim to be from the noble race," Wang Xian chuckled.
He walked to the side and took 2 cups of red wine. After giving Wang Dahai a toast, he smiled and said, "It seems like your standing in the family is a little low. Hehe, that's not entirely right. Although I, your brother, am not as incredible as you, I still can inherit a substantial amount of wealth in the future."
Wang Dahai raised an eyebrow and continued agitatedly, "Several of my uncles don't have a son and my grandfather sees me as his grandson. Although my grandfather didn't like my father, he is still pretty fond of me. Otherwise, my grandfather wouldn't have brought me here." "So, you are a future tycoon?" Wang Xian looked at Wang Dahai, feeling a little shocked.
"I guess I'm doing fine. I should still be getting at least a few million. Because of that, my cousin isn't very fond of me." Wang Dahai broke into laughter and didn't seem to be too concerned. After all, he rarely interacted with his cousins. His grandfather had only brought him along this time and didn't bring along his cousins. His cousin had tagged along with her boyfriend this time.
"Xiaoyu, your cousin is really..." At one side, Wang Dahai's cousin was unhappy to see Wang Dahai pulling his friend to the side.
"Tsk. His father came from a village. At that time, my grandfather was against their marriage. Now he is just acting like his father. Those that they knew are all inferior people." Wang Dahai's cousin shook his head disdainfully. She felt embarrassed and therefore changed the topic and chatted about other topics with the rest. Wang Dahai talked about the happenings in the school with Wang Xian. Gradually, more and more people arrived at the main hall.
The entire hall was segregated into different tiers. The older generation would sit at the front, the middle-aged generation sat in the middle, while the youngest generation would sit at the back.
The younger generation wasn't fond of moving forward either, as they had fewer things to look out for when chatting with people similar to their age. Soon, a huge crowd of young men and ladies from the entire southern province had gathered. Dashing young men and pretty babes were all dressed in prim and proper attire as they exchanged conversations with faces full of smiles. Gee, there are so many babes here. As he spoke, Wang Dahai put his arm around Wang Xian's shoulder while he observed the babes around him with glistening eyes. I could work less hard for 20 or 30 years if I married any one of them. Don't you have Su Qian? Why? You want to get another lover? Wang Xian raised his eyebrow as he asked Wang Dahai. Talking about that, you're the fucking awesome one. The two goddesses in our school. Tell me, how did you do it? I'm just having my eye candy now. I don't even look at other women when I'm with Su Qian, said Wang Dahai with envy as he looked at Wang Xian. Here's one finger for you to comprehend. Wang Xian smiled and put up a finger. Takakato? Erect 7 times in one night. Wang Dahai stared at him with his wide-opened eyes. This is called continuously. Wang Xian smirked as Wang Dahai pointed his middle finger to him with contempt. Both of them began to evaluate the babes around them again. When guys get together, that is what they do. But Wang Dahai's cousin and a few around them were full of ridicule and contempt when they saw what the duo was doing. Her? Xiao Xiang. When Wang Xian was looking around, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking in. A boy walked in as he timidly looked at the crowd around him. Apparently, he was not used to such an environment. Xiao Xiang, over here. Wang Xian smiled and reached out his arm, waving to that boy. Upon seeing Wang Xian, Ji Xiang was stunned for a moment before he ran over with a beaming face. Elder brother. Ji Xiang's face was filled with happiness as he ran to Wang Xian. Why are you here alone? Where's your father? Asked Wang Xian while stroking his hair. Ji Xiang was completely back to an ordinary person with a fair-looking skin tone on his face. I told my dad that I wanted to come here alone so that I can be independent. He came here early, but I don't know where he is now. Ji Xiang was a little shy as he spoke. Come, sit over here. Wang Xian smiled as he patted an empty seat beside him. Seeing Wang Dahai's doubtful look, he explained, he's a son of my friend. At this time, Maniac Ji was considered to be a friend, a loyal friend. When the Sacred Followers Guild came to Rivertown for his life, Wang Xian had not informed Maniac Ji. Yet Maniac Ji rushed to him immediately. At that time, Maniac Ji killed several people from the Sacred Enforcer team. When Maniac Ji came, Wang Xian was astounded. Wang Xian had not asked him to come, but he came because of his promise. His promise had put him in a position that went against a sacred sect. Wang Xian was speechless about that. In his heart, he already took him as his friend, and not someone who owed him a favor. It was his honor to know someone like him in life. Okay, brother. Ji Xiang smiled. I haven't seen you for a while, and you've grown up, said Wang Xian as he looked at Ji Xiang. He chuckled as he replied, thanks to you. Haha. Wang Xian patted him on the shoulder. Her? Another ill-mannered lad? What the? Birds of a feather flock together. At this time, Wang Xian's cousin and several young men had disdainful expressions on their faces when they saw another young lad walk to Wang Xian and Wang Dahai. The shy-looking juvenile was about 14 or 15. His feeble behavior exhibited a lack of confidence which made it evident that he was not someone from a noble family. Besides, that boy was wearing an ordinary student outfit which was even more amusing. Wang Dahai's cousin felt embarrassed at once as she threw the trio a disdainful glance. Young Master Nan, Young Master Luan, Young Master Feng are here. The top-notch young masters of Flow City are here. At this moment, those young men and babes beside Wang Dahai's cousin were astounded when they saw those people who strolled in. All of them turned to those people with trepidation. Jingshan, who are they? Asked Wang Dahai's cousin when she saw the aghast look on those people beside her. They're the top-notch young masters of Flow City, the future successors of 3 families which nobody can afford to offend in Flow City. The young man reminded Wang Dahai's cousin with a stern look. Young Master Feng and the rest are walking to us. Just then, all of them witnessed those few young men walking over. The few people beside Wang Dahai's cousin hurriedly stood up and greeted them with radiant smiles. Young Master Feng, Young Master Luan, Young Master Luan. They nodded their heads indifferently as they looked around, after which they turned their attention to them again. Are there any seats? Yes, yes. Here.
The young men beside Wang Dahai's cousin smiled apologetically. Young Master Feng, Young Master Luan, Young Master Nan, you can sit over here. Please take a seat. The three young men went over and sat down without the slightest humility. Apparently, they did not regard these people highly.
The three of you go over to the other side and give your seats to us.
When the young men beside Wang Dahai's cousin saw young Master Feng and the rest take their seats, they looked at Wang Xian and Wang Dahai and frowned. Wang Dahai froze for a moment, looking startled. Why should we go?
These are our seats. Dahai, get lost now if we asked you to. Stop your whining. Go to another corner with your classmate. Wang Dahai's cousin glowered at him with impatience.
Cousin, why should we?
Wang Dahai pulled his face, but he stood up eventually and tugged Wang Xian's clothes with a sullen face.
Ignore them. Let them find their own seats.
Wang Xian glanced at Wang Dahai's cousin and the rest with a touch of contempt on his face. Brat, I asked you to give up your seats and you should do what I say. Are you unhappy about this?
When a young man saw Wang Xian's attitude, he stared daggers at him. Hurry up. Get lost now and stop being so ignorant.
When those young men saw young Master Feng and the rest walking over, they immediately pulled long faces at Wang Xian. The smile disappeared from Wang Xian's face as he swept his gaze across those young men. You really treat this place like your house?
You, a country bumpkin. Do you think you are fit to sit here?
Go to one corner and stay there. Look at both of you. Don't you feel embarrassed about yourselves? A young man stood up, looking over at Wang Xian and casting cold gazes at the trio. These are our seats, said Ji Xiang weakly with slight blush on his cheek. He had confusion in his eyes when he saw the few young men staring daggers at him and Wang Xian with disgust. You little brat, can jolly well scram to one corner with your bumpkin brother. Look at your attire.
How dare you even attend this kind of gathering over here? I don't even know how you guys got in.
The young man beside Wang Dahai's cousin sneered as he glared at Ji Xiang. Old Wang, forget it. Let's not be calculative with them. Wang Dahai looked at his cousin and the group of young men and felt exceptionally embarrassed. He pulled Wang Xian on the arm softly and wanted to leave.
Wang Xian raised an eyebrow but didn't say a word.
Huh? At this instant, young Master Feng, young Master Luan, and young Master Nan, who were sitting to the side, heard the commotion from the direction where Wang Xian was at. They turned around with radiant smiles, waiting to watch the show. Boom! Suddenly, their faces stiffened when they looked across Wang Xian's group and stood up instantly. Little young master. The three of them exchanged glances before taking a second look to verify. They were shocked and surprised. Can you hear us?
Bring this little brat along and get out of here.
At this moment, a young man's voice reverberated. This made the three of them shiver as their faces sank. Little brat.
The three of them looked at the group of young men who were looking down at Wang Xian, Wang Dahai, and Ji Xiang. When they heard the group of young men mocking them, their eyelids twitched violently. The three of them forced a faint smile and walked forward immediately. Who's pushing? A young man frowned and chided loudly after feeling a huge force pushing him aside. However, when he saw that it was young Master Feng and his friends, he immediately swallowed back his words. Young Master Feng, young Master Luan, young Master Nan. The group of young men instantly greeted deferentially. However, the three of them didn't pay any attention to the group. The trio forced a smile and walked directly towards Ji Xiang. It was as though they had noticed it wasn't polite for them to look down. Therefore, the three of them squatted. The group of young men behind him looked on in disbelief. They had to be courteous and respectful before young Master Feng, young Master Luan, and young Master Nan. Yet, the three of them were currently squatting deferentially before the little boy in the school uniform and greeting him as little young master. Ji Xiang was initially taken aback. However, he showed a smile soon after and said, Big Brother Feng, Big Brother Luan, Big Brother Nan. Hee hee. Greetings, little young master. Greetings, little young master. The three of them responded immediately with smiles. From their expressions, one could easily tell that they were both respectful and fearful.
Others might not know, but they knew clearly who this little boy in the school uniform was. He's the son of Maniac G, the only son. In the entire Flow City, Maniac G was the only inborn expert and the de facto ruler. All the families like theirs could only look up in fear. The little boy before them was his only son. In other words, one could also consider him to be the little prince of Flow City. It was just a short time ago that this little young master had appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Young little master was sent to the third year of high school directly. Also, it was said that several classmates bullied him because of the seating arrangement. In the end, Maniac G headed to the school the next day after learning about his son being bullied and demanded to meet the parents of these kids. The parents of these kids were arrogant, accusing Maniac G of interfering and nagging about matters that should be settled between their kids. They even said that his son deserved to be bullied if his son couldn't do anything about it himself. The outcome was easily predictable. The parents of those kids were killed. There weren't many who knew about this matter. However, as 3 second-class forces in Flow City, they were well informed about this incident. In the past, Maniac G was daring enough to kill a miracle doctor for his son. For now, there was no way he was going to let the people who bullied his son off. Yet, these ignorant and brazen parents were chiding and reprimanding his little prince. "Little young master, is there anyone who is bullying you? If there is, tell us and leave them to us," said the 3 young men with radiant smiles. Jixiang smiled at them and didn't say a word. The 3 young masters were puzzled to see Wang Xian being so close to this little young master. From it, they deduced that he likely had deep connections with Maniac G. "Greetings, big brother." The 3 young men disregarded Wang Xian's age as they greeted him sincerely. Get the few of them away." Wang Xian nodded his head emotionlessly and responded to the 3 young men. "Yes, yes." Seeing how composed and calm Wang Xian was, young Master Feng, young Master Luan, and young Master Nan were even more certain that Wang Xian couldn't be a simple person. They immediately nodded their heads and stood up. At this very moment, Wang Dehai's cousin and the group of young men completely froze up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. The most elite young masters of Flow City were actually squatting down and acting deferentially towards a young boy who they had called a brat. This can't be. This can't be. Seeing the 3 young masters standing up, all of them were breaking out in a cold sweat. Wang Dehai's cousin stood by the side and watched blankly. "This is a banquet by Mogul's son and we won't do anything ourselves here. Get out of our sight and wait for your deaths." The smiles on the 3 young masters disappeared as they looked coldly across the group of young men. "Young Master Feng, young Master Luan, young Master Nan, we. When the group of young men heard the 3 young masters, cold sweat broke out from all parts of their bodies. Their faces turned pale as they swallowed their saliva, and their eyes were filled with horror. "Don't let us repeat ourselves for the second time," said the 3 young masters plainly. Their gazes were cold and made the group of young men feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The group of young men were dumbfounded. Their bodies were shivering and they appeared to be thinking of begging for mercy. "Scram! Otherwise, I'll erase all your families from Flow City." Seeing that they weren't leaving, the 3 young masters issued their last warning. "We will get lost right away. We will get lost right away." The group of young men were desolated as they walked away like distraught zombies. Wang Xian looked at their back views with contempt before smiling and patting the shoulders of Jixiang. He was also checking his strength at the same time. Level 2 martial artist. Pretty good. "Jixiang, these are some gifts from Big Brother." As Wang Xian finished his words, he took out several pills. 3 level 2 and level 3 elixir pills each. All of these pills were greatly beneficial for cultivation. "Your father will know when to let you consume them," Wang Xian explained and handed the pills into Jixiang's hands after seeing his puzzled face. These elixir pills were made from the spiritual medicine Qing Bai sect had given him. He had made 13 level 2 and level 3 elixir pills each and had intended to exchange them for treasures, if there were any. These are elixir pills. Level 2 and level 3 elixir pills. Just as the 3 young masters turned around, they saw the gifts Wang Xian had for Jixiang. Their pupils couldn't help but constrict as they looked on with disbelief. Elixir pills. These were elixir pills. Level 2 and level 3 elixir pills were equivalent to level 3 and level 4 spiritual medicine.
If one were to use cash to purchase a level 4 spiritual medicine, he would require $700 to $800 million.
Level 3 elixir pills were even more valuable and couldn't be measured in monetary terms,
giving out gifts that are worth hundreds of millions casually. The three young masters could feel the edges of their mouths twitching as they witnessed this astonishing incident.
A person like this would never be simple. In fact, his relationship with Maniac G might not be that between a senior and a junior. Big brother. My father told me to not accept gifts from others casually. Ji Xiang looked hesitant as he replied to Wang Xian. It will be fine. Just tell them it was from me. Your father won't say a thing. Wang Xian waved his hand. It was just a few elixir pills. Although they were valuable, level 2 and level 3 elixir pills weren't really precious items to him at this juncture. Giving them as gifts to the son of Maniac G could also be a recognition of Maniac G as a friend. What should we do? What should we do? At this moment, the 6 young men and babes were paled with confusion in their eyes as they walked to one corner of the hall. They sat there with trembling bodies, faces down, murmuring to themselves with trepidation.
What the 3 young masters had said was not a joke.
Especially the juvenile who had squatted beside him and addressed him as Little Young Master?
Who else could that little young master be in the entire Flow City?
They felt a strong sense of despair having actually offended someone like this.
Those people were lost, breaking out in a cold sweat continuously.
Wang Dehai's cousin was confused as well. Never did she expect that her cousin's classmate would know that juvenile from a terrifying background. Those 3 young men were the successors of the supreme class families in Flow City. They were people who her boyfriend should respect and be fearful of. Yet, those people were squatting over there, talking to that young boy with all due respect. Hence, the boyfriend of Wang Daxian's cousin was dazed. He cast his gaze over there when he saw the shy juvenile exchanging conversations with that young man happily. He grimaced.
We should really let our family know otherwise, said a young man who was almost in tears as he looked to the few people beside him. They were really petrified.
Xiao Yu, your cousin's classmate seems to be on good terms with that juvenile. Go and beg your cousin. Ask your grandpa to beg your cousin. Otherwise, young Master Feng and the rest will really cripple us. The young man grabbed Xiao Yu's arm and spoke with trepidation.
Me? Beg my cousin? Xiao Yu was stunned. How could she beg the cousin who she had been looking down on?
Get your grandpa. Get him to talk to your cousin. Only that young man can save us now. Xiao Yu, go. Please beg your grandpa, said those young men who lifted up their chins, staring at her with wide and round eyes. Go on. Do you want to witness our deaths? Xiao Yu hesitated, but those young men grimaced at her. Fine, I'll go and beg my grandpa. Xiao Yu, with her eyes red, stood up immediately as those young men scowled at her. Xiao Xian, your second wife is here. At this time, Wang Dehai scoffed at Wang Xian, who froze for a moment before he turned to the entrance. Lan Qingyue walked into the banquet hall in a maroon gown, smiling from ear to ear. Several middle-aged men from the Lan family were tagging along with her. In her maroon evening dress and red high heels, Lan Qingyue was smiling more often as compared to her previous aloof look. Lan Qingyue gave off a noble and glamorous temperament after Wang Xian made her a real woman, and after obtaining the inheritance of ancient god Kuan Breeder. In her heels, her height of 1.8 meters was the center of attraction immediately.
The arrival of Lan Qingyue seemed to have brought a ravishing glow to the entire hall.
Look, it's the Lan family from Rivertown. She's the general manager of Deep Sea Jewelry, Lan Qingyue. Gosh, she is simply gorgeous. That maroon evening dress coupled with her height. Any international models would be a far cry from her. At only 22 years old, she has already assumed the authority of Lan family, heading Deep Sea Jewelry with a market value of 30 billion. She's the true blue rich girl and a business tycoon. She's just like what the rumors said. The youngest and prettiest rich girl in Rivertown. She's just so beautiful. If I could marry her. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you wish to die?
Don't you know whose woman this is?
If you continue your nonsense, you wouldn't even know who killed you. Whose woman? Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. He's the most formidable backing of Lan Qingyue. That person is the real leading figure that could conceal the sky with a single hand. She's the woman of Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. He is a legendary figure, number 1 on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart, and number 9 on the Miracle Doctors chart. He's a strong alchemist and an inborn expert. He killed an elder of Sacred Followers Guild, but he is still alive. With an order, he could command 5 to 6 inborn experts. Even Maniac G of Rivertown listens to his command. SSS, I recall it now. Not long ago, Maniac G brought several families from Flow City to Rivertown and annihilated a first-class family then. Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown is the most terrifying existence in the southern province. Not even Mogul Sun could compare to him. Killing an elder of Sacred Followers Guild? That's a sacred sect. For God's sake. When the crowd saw the arrival of Lan Qingyue and Lan family, they began to comment in whispers.
Lan family had been in the limelight recently.
Deep Sea Jewelry acquired the Zhou Jewelry at a meager price and became the largest jewelry company in the country.
Their market value tripled instantly, stunning the entire jewelry industry.
Some insightful people knew that it was all because of Miracle Dr. Wang's influence that the Deep Sea Jewelry could acquire the Zhou Jewelry. And the goddess-like general manager of Deep Sea Jewelry was well known by everyone. Not only because of her beauty, but also because Miracle Dr. Wang had annihilated the first-class force for her.
Miracle Dr. Wang was a name that could strike fear into everyone in Rivertown now.
The crowd in the hall was discussing in low voices as they watched Lan Qingyue with envy and respect. When Wang Xian overheard the discussion, he gave a faint smile and walked over to Lan Qingyue. Her? That young man is walking towards them.
Could it be a brainless rich dandy that wants to get to know Lan Qingyue?
If he's really a rich dandy, he's obviously looking for his own death. That young man is even dressed in some ordinary casual outfit. He could be some rich dandy. I wonder which upstart family this good-for-nothing came from.
Almost 80% of the people in the banquet hall were looking in the direction of Lan Qingyue.
Lan family, with their comprehensive strength, could rank in the top 5 in the entire southern province.
But that was under the circumstance of not taking Miracle Dr. Wang into consideration. If he was taken into account, none of the families in the southern province could compare with Lan family. Not even Mogul Sun's family.
Provoking Lan Qingyue was equivalent to digging your own grave. Qingyue.
However, what shocked them the most was when that casually dressed young man came to Lan Qingyue.
Those few people from Lan family greeted him respectfully. Lan Qingyue was even more happy to take his arm. Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue leaned on that young man and called out. Damn, that is...
Miracle Dr. Wang's name is Wang Xian. That young man is. He's actually Miracle Dr. Wang.
Gosh, Miracle Dr. Wang arrived here early. And he was in the banquet hall all along. Fuck. We did not expect to have someone so formidable hiding among us. If we knew Miracle Dr. Wang was here just now, we would have made friends with him. Regardless of whether the people were of the younger generations or the middle-aged generations, all of them were stunned, with regret on their faces. They did not expect that this person from Rivertown would be here.
That guy is. Oh gosh.
Young Master Feng, young Master Luan and young Master Nan, who were sitting by the side, were astonished to see Lan Qingyue holding onto the arm of Wang Xian. I would never have expected him to be Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. We should have thought about it sooner. Maniac G doesn't have any friends. Among those he knows, only Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown could possibly give out level 2 and level 3 elixir pills as gifts casually. That guy is Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. If we knew, we should have. The three of them exchanged glances before looking in the direction of Jixiang and subsequently Wang Dehai. They hesitated for a moment before walking towards Wang Dehai. Hey brother, how are you? The three of them smiled radiantly and sat beside Wang Dehai courteously. From their tones, one could tell that they were trying to get on the good books of Wang Dehai.
Wang Dehai was taken aback. He could vaguely hear the conversation of the surrounding crowd. Now that he saw 3 young men with powerful backgrounds walking towards him and sitting beside him, he felt a little overwhelmed and didn't know how to respond.
Hello. I'm Wang Dehai. What did you say?
At the other corner of the banquet hall, Wang Dehai's cousin, Xiao Yu, sat before an old man. She had just illustrated what happened previously to the old man. The old man was astonished and his expressions were changing rapidly. However, they rushed into the entrance of the banquet hall after hearing the conversations around them. Xiao Yu also looked across with doubts and was soon overwhelmed with surprise and shock. Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. The old man repeated himself. He looked to his granddaughter, took a deep breath and said, "Tell me exactly how you have offended him previously. Don't leave out any details." "Grandpa, we didn't know that he is Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown." "We really didn't." Xiao Yu shook her head in horror and repeated in detail the developments of the whole incident. The old man's expression changed rapidly. He looked towards where his grandson was and was taken aback once again. He saw the successors to the 3 elite families of Flow City conversing with his grandson joyously, smiles never leaving their faces. "Dehai and Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown are classmates?" The old man regained his composure and asked his granddaughter this. "Yeah, they seem to be on really good terms too. Grandpa, can you ask cousin to put in a word with Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown and ask him to let Jingshan off?" "Don't talk about this anymore." The old man interrupted her directly and stared harshly at his granddaughter. "Don't even think about this again. The one you guys have offended is Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. It's over for you guys. You should be fine, as you are the cousin of Dehai. As for Jingshan and the other young men, they wouldn't be able to escape. If their families knew about this, they would know to handle it as such. TSK. Who asked you guys to be so full of yourselves and look down on others? Who gives you guys the guts to criticize Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown about his attire? A character like him isn't someone we can comment on. You can return home now." "What? Grandpa, you..." Wang Dehai's cousin was breaking down and looked at her grandfather in fear. "Just return home for now. If it wasn't for your cousin, you would be in deep trouble too." The old man glanced at his granddaughter and was a little disappointed. He then looked towards his grandson as excitement gleamed in his eyes. Who would have expected this kid to know Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown? He's much better than that poor father of his. The old man smiled contentedly as he mumbled to himself. "It's over. We are totally finished." When the group of young men saw the young man they had mocked previously at the entrance of the banquet hall, and heard the exclaims and conversation of the surrounding crowd, their faces were filled with despair. This time, no one could possibly save them. Recalling how they were criticizing Wang Xian's attire previously, commenting on what made one more superior to others and also demanding him to get lost, the group couldn't help but feel great remorse over their actions. Even if Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown didn't attempt to do anything to them, with his current strength and status, the outcome would be the same. There would be others who would teach them a lesson. Their futures were bleak. "Xiao Xian, you are pretty early. Let's find a place to sit down." Lan Qingyue held onto Wang Xian's arm as they walked in. Wang Xian waved in the direction of Jixiang and Wang Dehai as he walked in. Wang Dehai was exhilarated and walked over in a hurry. His plump face was flushed from the sudden, intense exercise. At this moment, he finally realized how incredible his brother was. He was simply incredible. Young Master Feng and his friends followed behind shamelessly and walked towards Wang Xian. "Qinwei, Miracle Dr. Wang, are you guys going in?" Beside them, Lan Qingyue's uncle pointed to a private suite in the banquet hall and asked them this. "We will give it a pass. Uncle, you can go. We would like to stay here for a while," answered Lan Qingyue as she shook her head. Lan Qingyue's uncle smiled and nodded his head. With Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown around, Lan Qingyue wouldn't have to actively engage the guests. "Miss Lan, Miracle Dr. Wang, please take a seat." The moment Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue arrived at the forefront, several elders stood up and spoke. "Thank you." Wang Xian nodded his head and didn't stand on ceremony. He found a seat and sat down. "You're welcome. You're welcome." The few elders waved their hands instantly. The attention of the entire banquet hall had all gathered on Wang Xian. This was still the first time the majority of the people here had caught a glimpse of Wang Xian. Considering his achievements, he wasn't just the king of Rivertown currently.
He was the king of the entire southern province. Within the southern province, no one was a match for him. Even Mogul Sun was miles away from him. Wang Xian, Lan Qingyue and Wang Dehai sat and chatted casually. Ha! Soon, a peal of hearty laughter reverberated from the private suite in the banquet hall, following which 3 young men walked out from it. The leader of the 3 young men had blonde hair and looked like he had parents with different geographical origins. The other 2 young men to his sides were rather slim. They looked alike and were conversing energetically with the young man in the middle. That's the son of Mogul Sunday. I heard he has just returned from overseas. Some rumors have it that the son of Mogul Sun has joined a powerful ancestral sect. I wonder if it's true.
It's a rare occasion to see the son of Mogul Sunday. I had not expected him to return this year.
The surrounding crowd looked at the mixed-blood young man and discussed softly. Wang Xian looked over curiously and his gaze fell on the 3 young men.
All of them are martial artists. When looking across them, he could feel strong energies from their bodies.
The 3 of them were all exceptionally powerful. The son of Mogul Sun was at most 23 or 24 years old. However, he already had the strength of a half-step to inborn expert. His talents were comparable to some saints and saintesses of sacred sects. As for the other 2 young men, they were roughly 33 years old. Both of them had reached the inborn realm and their talents could be considered to be terrifying.
I wonder which sacred sect they are from.
Wang Xian scrutinized the 3 young men. Considering their talents, they were definitely outstanding disciples raised by sacred sects. The only question would be which sacred sect they had come from.
Many thanks to the 2 big brothers, Saint Chi and Saint One, for coming to grace the occasion. Please guide us along for future matters pertaining to our mechanic sect.
Haha, it's no issue. Brother Sun sure is ambitious. To think you've established grounds and founded an ancestral sect at such a tender age. I'm truly in awe. Haha, I had considered joining the dark sect initially, but on second thought, I decided to forego that idea and set up my own ancestral sect instead. Who knows, perhaps it'll become strong enough to be deemed a first-class force in a few decades. Should luck be on my side, it might just end up as a sacred sect. With strong confidence, the son of Mogul Sun was conversing with 2 young men. As he spoke, he exuded an aura which made him seem gutsy enough to challenge all heroes of the world to a duel. The 2 young men smiled politely but kept mum otherwise. It seemed rather inferior for a half-step inborn to be establishing grounds and founding ancestral sects. But some things cannot be helped, given the party's affluence.
There were times when one was considered powerful within the underworld for being very rich. With hundreds of billion worth of assets, it was an easy feat for one to set up an ancestral clan.
Brother Sun, if you wish to establish grounds and found ancestral sects, the least you should do is to start taking in disciples, not even one less. In addition, it's best to take in those who are greatly gifted, along with an elder to help you with the overseeing of matters.
For there are many things to take care of, the 2 young men reminded the son of Mogul Sun.
I'm well aware of this, which is why I'm here today at my father's banquet, to take in some disciples. I'll have to trouble you big brothers to assist me later. The son of Mogul Sun replied with a grin. Within the entire southern province, there's only Maniac G who's an inborn expert. Given my powers, I would come in among the top 3 within the southern province. So establishing ground and founding ancestral sect is going to be a breeze for me, along with the taking in of several outstanding disciples. Moreover, given my father's influence and our Sun family's assets, I believe many would join our mechanic sect, the son of Mogul Sun assured them confidently. As he looked around at everyone in the ballroom, he made his way towards the center with a prideful beam. The crowd returned a curious look as they saw the son of Mogul Sun walking towards the center of the ballroom.
Everyone, may I have your attention, the son of Mogul Sun said with his head lifted. He cast his gaze at the hundreds around him and continued explaining with a faint smile, this is Sun Longxian, and I'm honored to be meeting everyone here. As Sun Long spoke, he took several steps to the side.
With the first stride he made, he exuded an air, while his second stride was bolstered by an overpowering stance that shot across the entire ballroom.
As I've just stepped foot into the underworld, I seek your guidance. Sun Longxian introduced. Boom. Right as Sun Longxian ended his words, his attire shuffled, even in the absence of wind. The powerful stance took everyone in the ballroom by storm. This stance. Such a powerful stance. One commented. To think that the son of Mogul Sun is a martial artist and one who is this powerful. I'm afraid his prowess has reached a half-step inborn. The son of Mogul Sun is currently at most 23 to 24 years of age. Yet, in spite of that, he's already attained half-step inborn status. It seems like he would make the top 3 within the entire southern province. Too powerful. Plus, Longxian is really handsome. Goodness, if only I could marry him. How great would that be? Everyone in the ballroom reacted with shock upon sensing the stance which Sun Longxian possessed. With a father who was the richest man in the southern province, he was no doubt a son blessed by the deities since he boasted powerful abilities in his early 20s, which would easily be crowned within the province. As Sun Longxian noticed the surprised look on everyone's faces, he smiled in satisfaction and seemed very pleased with his brows raised. I have an announcement to make today. Sun Longxian explained with his arms folded behind his back like a grandmaster. Given my status as a half-step inborn, I, Sun Longxian, am here to establish grounds and found sects. Hence, I hereby announce the founding of Mechanic Sect with effect from today onward. Whereas the two beside me are the duo, Saint Chi and Saint One from the Dark Sect. In times to come, they will also assume the role of the honorary elders of the Mechanic Sect. He continued by introducing his 2 big brothers. So, what's the Mechanic Sect about? Sun Longxian began to talk about his establishment. As he spoke, he spread his palm open where a metallic lotus appeared. With a swing of his arm, the lotus took off into the surrounding air behind him. Zing, zing, zing. The lotus petals detached themselves before shooting forward. Bam, bam, bam. One by one, the petals landed on a table by the side. Zip, zip, zip. Under the astonished stares of the crowd, the same table was split neatly into more than a dozen pieces. The metallic petals returned to the lotus, where it swirled in midair atop the flora as it shimmered in dazzling rays. This is the technique of the Mechanic Sect, which is somewhat similar to that of the Dark Sects, yet entirely different on its own. It's imparted with the Luban technique and integrates it as one along with the use of mechanics. As he spoke, Sun Longxian stretched his arms out. Pieces began to build upon his body before assembling themselves to form metallic armor. It resembled a scene from the sci-fi movie, Iron Man. Creak, creak, creak. A pair of black wings emerged from Sun Longxian's back while his chest area was shielded by a black cuirass. As he flapped his wings gently, he soared into the air. The wings folded themselves leisurely in front of Sun Longxian before lashing open again in an instant. This empowered Sun Longxian with a dominating aura. Such is the trait of the Mechanic Sect, where one's internal energy merges with the use of mechanics to become a whole, emitting formidable powers. I dare say I'm unrivaled within the half-step inborn realm, given my current powers as one. Once my choice weapon's been upgraded into an inborn spiritual weapon, I, too, can step foot into the inborn realm by feeding on the weapon's energy through the reciprocation method. Today marks the start of my Mechanic Sect, where I'll need to take in disciples, so that we can work together and build one powerful ancestral sect, and gain a strong foothold within the underworld. Haha. Sun Longxian burst out in laughter as he spoke before he turned to face the crowd. I wonder if anyone here wishes to join my Mechanic Sect. Our sect has no lack of resources and funds, while our ancestral sect grounds have also been built. I'll go. To think, the son of Mogul Sun wants to establish grounds and found sects. One volunteered. How awe-inspiring, establishing grounds and founding sections. While the powers of a half-step inborn would suffice for such, to establish grounds and found sects in one's early 20s. The son of Mogul Sun sure has lofty aspirations. Those 2 young men, to think they're the duo, Saint Chi and Saint One from the Dark Sect. Not only are they inborns, but they're also saints of a sacred sect. The Dark Sect is renowned for its use of hidden weapons. To think the son of Mogul Sun has invited the 2 saints over to be his honorary elders. The duo, Saint Chi and Saint One, are candidates deemed to become the future sacred sect leaders. Now, given the backing from the duo, the Mechanic Sect has immediately ascended to become a first-class force.
and one with substantial backing to add to it.
This is truly something. To think Sun Longxian has managed to invite the saints of a sacred sect to be his honorary elders. It's obvious that he has friendly ties with the dark sect. Who knows, perhaps the mechanic sect might just become a powerful ancestral sect within the underworld in times to come.
The ballroom crowd gasped, surprised by the news of Mogul Sun's son wanting to establish grounds and found sections. Furthermore, he revealed his intention through an elaborate display of prowess. This was no doubt breaking news, taking the entire southern province by storm. At the sight of everyone's astonished faces, Sun Longxian smiled with overwhelming confidence. I guarantee those who join the mechanic sect a life of endless ascensions and successes. This will be the best choice you've made. A young man couldn't contain his excitement and asked, "Excuse me, sect leader Sunday, could you clarify the requirements to join the mechanic sect?" This was a sect established by the son of the richest man in southern province. He also had the strength of a half-step to inborn expert and 2 saints from sacred sects as honorary elders. Despite the recent establishment, this sect wouldn't be weak. Moreover, with the wealth of the son of the richest man, the sect wouldn't be lacking in resources. I'll let Saint Chi and Saint Wen hold the assessment in a while. If your talents are great or you are above level 5 martial artists, you can join directly. Level 9 martial artists can join as an elder directly.
The resources you get to enjoy in our ancestral sect will be beyond everyone's expectations. Sun Longxian looked at that young man and answered with a smile. The threshold of level 5 martial artists to join wasn't particularly high. Moreover, Sun Longxian mentioned the resources of the new sect. This tempted many people.
Many martial artists in the hall were moved. Even some first-class and second-class families had the intentions to join the mechanic sect.
Joining a first-class force with a strong background could be greatly beneficial for them.
Considering that mechanic sect had just been established, joining now might make them the core of the sect in the future.
I hope I can make it through the assessment. Wow! The mechanic sect has just been established. This is the best time to join them. I definitely must get in. Seeing the crowd being moved, Sun Longxian was filled with anticipation and satisfaction. He placed both of his hands behind his back and said, "The mechanic sect has a complete cultivation legacy directly to the inborn realm and even higher. Hehe.
Let me assess your talents." A young man beside Sun Longxian stepped forward and looked at the crowd. He opened up his palm and revealed a round ball.
The round ball was densely packed with small holes.
He threw it lightly into the air and the round ball suspended above the banquet hall. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, countless metal beads flew downward. The round beads didn't fly down without order. Instead, it was as though they had targets in mind as they landed on selected people. 2 round beads flew towards Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue.
Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue were taken aback. They reached out and caught the round metal beads, feeling a tinge of unexplainable attraction from them.
This is likely a unique method to assess one's talents. Some cultivation arts require unique cultivation talents. Wang Xian looked at the round beads in his hand and explained to Lan Qingyue. "This mechanic sect is really interesting. They are using things like those in sci-fi movies," chuckled Lan Qingyue. As the round beads fell onto various martial artists in the hall, Sun Longxian's gaze followed and landed in the direction where the first 2 beads flew to. These beads were made from special metals and could sense if one had an affinity to the metal attribute. The first few beads would go for those with the best talents. When he saw Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue, he was taken aback slightly. His attention fell on Lan Qingyue and he was impressed by her beauty. Soon, his eyebrows knitted together and he walked towards her. "Hey, beautiful girl. The first assessment round bead has fallen into your hand. It would appear you have great talents and are destined to be with my mechanic sect." Sun Longxian walked to Lan Qingyue. At a closer distance, he was even more attracted and in awe as he spoke to her.
Would this beautiful girl be interested in joining an ancestral sect?
Nope. Lan Qingyue shook her head, placed the round bead on the table and gave a friendly smile. "Oh, that's fine. Join our mechanic sect and you will be our first disciple. I would provide you with a large amount of resources and groom you to be an expert. What do you think?"
Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he made his proposal. Not only was he able to get a talented disciple, but he would also be able to get a breathtakingly beautiful girl.
I'm sorry. I'm not interested. Lan Qingyue shook her head and answered apologetically. Huh? Upon hearing Lan Qingyue, Sun Longshuan's face stiffened and his smile was forced. Rejection. She actually rejected me?
He was the son of the richest man in southern province and a half-step to inborn expert. Moreover, he had even called upon 2 saints from a sacred sect who were both inborn experts to prop up his sect.
Any of these 3 reasons would be an overwhelming attraction against any family or sect in southern province. He was certain that no one could possibly reject his personal invitation.
Yet he was rejected for his very first invitation. This embarrassed him. Sun Longxian raised an eyebrow and discontent gleamed in his eyes. Hey, beautiful girl, are you looking down on the ancestral sect that I, Sun Longxian, am establishing? Do you think a first-class force isn't attractive at all? As Sun Longxian walked towards Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue, the entire banquet hall had gone silent. Everyone looked on in shock at the development. SSS. Will this end up in a fight? Why do I have a bad premonition about this? Does she need a reason for not joining?
Sun Longxian was overly confident and direct to the point of arrogance. Lan Qingyue looked at him with ridicule gleaming in her eyes. Haha, of course. I, Sun Longxian, like to get to the roots of all things. I can say that in the entire southern province, not a single force would be stronger than my mechanic sect.
Sun Longxian contorted his lips into a smile proudly as he stared coldly at Lan Qingyue. Pa! Because your mechanic sect is too trash.
Seeing this brat questioning Lan Qingyue, Wang Xian revealed a smirk, threw the round bead in his hand on the table and answered on her behalf plainly. Huh? Upon hearing Wang Xian's response, Sun Longshuan's expression instantly turned gloomy. He turned around, glowered at him and remarked harshly, Brat, I dare you to repeat what you've just said. Getting to the roots of all things might not be a good thing. Let me say this again. Your mechanic sect is too trash. Wang Xian stared right back at Sun Longxian and repeated himself with contempt. Ha 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 ha. Sun Longxian broke into hysterical laughter. He glowered at Wang Xian with killing intent gleaming in his eyes. He raised an eyebrow and continued, You dare to call the sect that I, Sun Longxian, am establishing trash? Come, tell me about your family or sect. We can have a life and death battle to see who will be annihilated first. Rising through the ranks while stepping on your sect would be a great idea. This son of Mogul Sun is this confidence or arrogance? He's going to cause the downfall of his father. Stepping on Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown to rise in ranks and to establish his authority? Is he going to create a sacred sect?
Everyone in the banquet hall had turned solemn upon seeing how things had developed. The son of Mogul Sun was pretty strong and had an incredible background. However, why was he so ignorant?
In the entire banquet hall, you could offend anyone but Lan Qingyue and Miracle Dr. Wang. Yet, he chose to do so.
I don't belong to any sect. Wang Xian looked straight at Sun Longxian and answered plainly.
Ha ha.
Factionless, and yet you dare to be so brazen.
Sun Longxian looked at Wang Xian with contempt before lifting his head proudly and turning to the entire banquet hall.
Those who have received the round beads are all qualified to join my mechanic sect. Those who wish to join the mechanic sect can all come forward right now. Let the sect teach this brat who dares to insult our mechanic sect. We will let him know the strength of our mechanic sect. Those who've received the round beads are all qualified to join the mechanic sect. Now get over here, all of you who wish to join the mechanic sect. The ancestral sect is about to teach a fellow a lesson for humiliating us. We'll give him a taste of our prowess. Sun Longxian said conceitedly.
His voice lingered throughout the entire banquet hall. At his side, the 2 saints from the dark sect watched with a faint smile. They followed closely behind Sun Longxian, an explicit display that they had his back. As he lifted his head, Sun Longxian took a glance at Wang Xian before placing his hands behind his back. Given his father's status as the richest man of the southern province, along with his cultivation status as a half-step inborn, as well as the support of 2 inborn experts who were also the saints of the dark sect, Sun Longxian was convinced that many would join his mechanic sect. This was no doubt a window of opportunity to many present. Sun Longshuan's words rang in everyone's ears as every single person in the hall responded with a peculiar look on their faces. Join the mechanic sect and punish this miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown? Was this seeking death or insanity at play? The crowd who received the spherical pearl were stunned and speechless before they threw it onto the table before them. Given its comprehensive legacy for cultivation, strong support backing, and ample ancestral sect resources, there were many who had wanted to join the mechanic sect. In particular, the second-class families who were especially piqued. However, the first thing to do now after joining the mechanic sect would be to form an enmity with Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown and teach him a lesson. This sent everyone palpitating as if millions of horses had galloped on their hearts. This was not the joining of mechanic sect, this was seeking death. While you may have the support of 2 saints from a sacred sect, this miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown was one who had even dared to kill an elder of a sacred sect. Hence, what would it matter, even if you were a saint? Deafening silence filled the banquet hall as no one dared to comment, much less stand up to join the mechanic sect. The atmosphere was rather tense. Sun Longxian was dumbfounded. He cast a doubtful look across the banquet hall before lifting his brow in a frown. What happened? Was it not just earlier when many were interested in joining my mechanic sect? How come no one has stepped forward? Ha ha! Wang Xian laughed at the sight before turning to Sun Longxian and throwing him a sarcastic remark. There's nothing wrong with referring to your mechanic sect as trash, establishing grounds and founding ancestral sects, when not even one person wishes to join. If a person alone would suffice as an ancestral sect, then that's pretty interesting. You, Sun Longxian uttered with a contorted look. With clenched fists, he stared coldly at Wang Xian before making a sweeping glance at everyone in the banquet hall. This is your final chance. If you don't grab hold of it, you can forget about joining my mechanic sect in the future. For good, Sun Longxian warned. Everyone present was made speechless by his statement, which came with threatening intent. Who would dare join the mechanic sect when you want to get rid of Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown even though you were just established? Would you not be after sacred sects in the future then? Moreover, it remained to be seen if the mechanic sect could still exist in the future. Fine, all right then. Sun Longxian snapped with an overly bleak expression as he clenched his fists. He had thought of many scenarios but did not expect this one in front of him now, where not even one person was willing to join. He gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Xian with bloodshot eyes. Do you know that you're courting doom right now? He snarled. The 2 saints from the dark sect arched their brows along with the comment as they stood beside Sun Longxian before casting a look at Wang Xian. I'm also a relentless one when it comes to chasing answers. Hence I'd like to know, in what ways am I courting doom? Wang Xian chuckled as he asked Sun Longxian tauntingly. It's rather interesting how you go about coercing people when they don't wish to join your sect. Lan Qingyue shot Sun Longxian a dismissive look. Fine, all right then. Sun Longxian conceded with tight fists. You've completely provoked me today, he declared as veins began to protrude from his cheeks. Where's Miracle Dr. Wang right now, old Qin? Little did I expect him to really turn up. Such an honor for me. Please, introduce me to him. I bet he's in the banquet hall right now, haha. Let's get going. Right then, a voice could be heard from the banquet hall reception. Everyone heard it loud and clear, given the silence which filled the area. Within the banquet hall, the crowd looked on with twisted expressions. Based on the voice, many had come to know that Mogul Sun was here and responded with odd looks on their faces. To think that the father had asked to be introduced to the one his son was about to challenge to a duel. A group of more than a dozen men emerged from another room, and each and every one of them was a mogul of the cities they hailed from. At the center was a rotund, middle-aged man with very small eyes, who looked very shrewd. With an air of prestige, this was none other than Mogul Sun of the southern province. Along with him were Old Qin and members of the Lan family. Ha! Mogul Sun uttered. As he came into the banquet hall, he sensed the peculiarity in the atmosphere and swept his gaze across the floor with a slight frown. When he saw that his son was livid, with a tinge of bloodthirst in his eyes, Mogul Sun hurried over with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Longxian? Mogul Sun asked, slanting his brow. What's wrong? He nudged a second time. this time taking another look at his son. "It's nothing, father," Sun Longxian replied with locked brows as he saw his father approaching. "I was just about to teach a reckless fellow a lesson," he explained. Behind Mogul Sun, Old Qin and the rest looked on with astonishment as well. They peered at Sun Longxian before turning to face Wang Xian, who was sitting in the forefront and had a bad premonition. The group headed straight towards Wang Xian. "What's wrong, Wang Xian?" they asked. "It's nothing." Wang Xian excused himself without much concern. "There's a harebrained fellow here, saying he wants to teach me a lesson," he added. "This?" Old Qin and the rest trailed off with an astounded look before turning over immediately to face the son of Mogul Sun. Upon hearing the conversation, Mogul Sun returned with a startled expression and turned to look at his son with an intense glare. The two saints, who had been by Sun Longxuan's side all this time, frowned upon hearing the conversation. They exchanged glances with a tinge of shock in their eyes. "Father, wait till I maim that impudent fellow," Sun Longxian muttered softly to his father with a bleak expression. "Shut up." Yet Sun Longxian had just ended his words when a low growl came from Mogul Sun as he shushed his son with a burning glare. "Father, you," Sun Longxian began in confusion. Smack! Sun Longxian was stunned. He had yet to finish his words when the slap from his father struck across his face. "Damn it, are you blind?" Mogul Sun snapped, before jerking his head right back. As he looked at Wang Xian, who stood beside Old Qin, he inhaled a deep breath. "Miracle Dr. Wang, pardon my poor discipline that caused you this inconvenience." Mogul Sun walked over and bowed respectfully as he apologized with a tinge of fear in his eyes. Based on his knowledge of this Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown, he knew that he was no kind soul. Miracle Dr. Wang had become famous for his killings. The wipeout of a first-class force, the battle with Flame Palace, as well as the slaughtering of sacred sect elders. Along with numerous other titles, such as the top of the Outstanding Young Heroes chart, 9th on the Miracle Doctor's chart, Master Alchemist. He was still most renowned for his barbarity and fearlessness. Hence Mogul Sun, the richest man in the southern province, knew he meant nothing much in front of such a man. This wretched kid. I was still thinking of introducing him to Miracle Dr. Wang so he could help him out on the path ahead. Yet, he didn't know what is right for him and even offended Miracle Dr. Wang. Mogul Sun was exceptionally furious and stood beside Wang Xian in fear. Wang Xian looked to Mogul Sun with a radiant smile before turning and looking at Sun Longxian with contempt. "Are you curious now as to why not a single person is willing to join your mechanic sect?" "That's because I'm Wang Xian." "That's because I'm Wang Xian." It was 5 simple words, but the surrounding crowd could all sense the dominance in Wang Xian's words. Just because he was Wang Xian, not a single person from all the families and sects in the southern province dared to join Sun Longxuan's mechanic sect even if they had strong desires to. Upon hearing Wang Xian, Sun Longxuan's eyebrows twitched violently as he gritted his teeth. Just because he's Wang Xian. He saw his father bowing down and apologizing in fear and trepidation before his eyes. This was the very first time he saw his father being so careful before another person. Moreover, he was just a young man. He clenched his fists tightly and was filled with astonishment. "Come and apologize to Miracle Dr. Wang immediately." Mogul Sun pulled a long face, looked at his son and ordered him furiously. "Father, go." At this moment, a voice reverberated from beside him. He was taken aback and stared at the 2 guys whom he addressed as big brothers in disbelief. They were the saints from a sacred sect, and even they were asking him to apologize. Is he someone that even the saints of a sacred sect are wary of? Who the hell is Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown? Sun Longxian, who had just returned from overseas, was exceptionally embarrassed. Despite being overwhelmed with humiliation, he walked with heavy steps towards Wang Xian. "Apologize?" Seeing his son dragging his feet and being indecisive, Mogul Sun slapped him on his head. Sun Longxian lowered his head and didn't dare to say another word. Although he was strong and his father was just an ordinary man currently, even inborn experts wouldn't encroach on his father's authority. "Miracle Dr. Wang, I'm sorry. You should have expected this outcome and not acted as you did. No matter where you are, it's important to learn humility first. It is especially so in the underworld. If you offend one you can't afford to, you might lose your life. Wang Xian chuckled as he instructed him. Yes, yes, Miracle Dr. Wang is right. This brat was overwhelmed with the power he has and became brazen because of his background. He deserves it. Mogul Sun nodded his head and agreed with Wang Xian. Wang Xian waved his hand. Seeing Mogul Sun apologizing to him fearfully and in trepidation, Wang Xian had no intention to be too demanding in this matter. After all, Sun Longxian was just an arrogant half-step to inborn brat.
Thank you, Miracle Dr. Wang, for your magnanimity. After I learned that Miracle Dr. Wang was coming, I prepared a gift for you. I hope you will accept it.
Seeing that Wang Xian didn't press on the matter, Mogul Sun was finally able to heave a sigh of relief and quickly commented. I'm here mainly to see if there's anything good in this trading area. If there is, I'll do a fair trade, Wang Xian said to Mogul Sun.
All right, Miracle Dr. Wang, please come with me. The trading area is right at the back. I'll bring you there, said Mogul Sun with smiles as he led the way for Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded in response and followed behind him with Lan Qingyue. Seeing how deferential his father was acting towards the young man, Sun Longxian looked extremely bitter.
He looked at the two young men beside him, took a deep breath and asked solemnly, Big brothers, who the hell is that guy?
Saint Qi and Saint Wen looked cautiously at Sun Longxian and answered, He's an extremely powerful young man and the #1 on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart currently. What? #1 on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart?
Sun Longxian was taken aback. Naturally, he knew about the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. All those who were ranked in the top 5 were inborn experts below 25 years old.
As for the #1 ranked person, he definitely had incredible strength. In fact, he might even have a strength that could match those experienced inborn experts. Besides that, he's a miracle doctor who ranks in the top 10 on the Miracle Doctors chart, a master alchemist, and annihilated an entire first-class force previously. He had a conflict with the Flame Palace, which was annihilated a while back, and even slew the elders from the Sacred Followers Guild some time ago. Saint Qi and Saint Wen explained. That demon-like young man couldn't be described with common sense. Not many people would dare to kill elders from a sacred sect.
Not only did he commit the killings, but he was still alive and kicking at this moment. Even with their status as saints of the dark sect, they would avoid offending a person like him to the best of their ability.
It was hard to tell if he would disregard their status as saints of a sacred sect and kill them on the spot.
Gulp. Sun Longxian swallowed a mouthful of saliva as fear slowly crept up within him. Despite spending most of his time overseas, he still knew about the strength of a sacred sect. That young man has just killed an elder from a sacred sect?
He's so insane? Cold sweat was breaking out on Sun Longxuan's forehead. Once, 3 to 4 inborn experts stood up for him before the Flame Palace while risking incurring the wrath of the Flame Palace. He is at least able to summon 4 to 5 inborn experts. Coupled with the fact that he knows no fear, no one will offend him without reasons or if the matter does not concern huge interests, said Saint Qi and Saint Wen while frowning. It was at least the case for them. This was because a person like Wang Xian wouldn't care about your background. It's no surprise that my father was so horrified a while ago. Sun Longxian felt enlightened. He was a prideful person and so was his father. The connections with Saint Qi and Saint Wen came from his father. Moreover, he had seen his father conversing with the elders from the dark sect. Never once did he see his father trembling in fear and acting so deferentially to them. The incident today had really taught Sun Longxian a lifelong lesson.
To keep a low profile at all times. Miracle Dr. Wang, the trading today will be starting soon. Let's take a look at some of my collection. I had it prepared for Longxuan's sect previously. However, I don't think he is capable of becoming a sect leader and there won't be a need for this collection. Mogul Sun brought Wang Xian to his private room and explained with a radiant smile on his face. There were tables around them and the table at the center already had things on it.
Spiritual grass. There are 3 tufts of level 4 spiritual grass, some weapons and some machines built from the legacy of Lu Ban. Oh right. I also have a small cauldron. Mogul Sun pointed to the center as he explained to Wang Xian excitedly.
Wang Xian nodded his head and turned his attention to the table in the center. Eh?
When he saw the small cauldron that was half a meter in size, he was shocked. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he walked towards it immediately.
Alchemy Furnace, Level 5. Alchemy Furnace.
Oh gosh! This is an alchemy furnace! Wang Xian exclaimed in shock as he approached it. When he arrived before the alchemy furnace, he started observing the red alchemy furnace carefully. An alchemy furnace was something he had been looking for a long time. He couldn't even find one in the national treasury. Therefore, he was shocked to learn that Mogul Sun had an alchemy furnace.
A Level 5 alchemy furnace was able to support the refinement of elixir pills of Level 5 and below. That made an alchemy furnace far more valuable than an inborn spiritual weapon. Although this was merely a Level 5 alchemy furnace, it would be no exaggeration to say that its worth was equivalent to an inborn spiritual weapon.
Yet, in the hands of one who did not know how to refine elixir pills, an alchemy furnace would then be worth nothing more than an ordinary Level 9 weapon. An alchemy furnace? Mogul Sun asked with a puzzled look, upon Wang Xian's shriek of astonishment. Obviously, he had no idea that this little Chinese cauldron had been an alchemy furnace, as they were very common throughout ancient Chinese history.
The Chinese cauldron had made up a huge proportion amongst the Chinese bronzeware. In ancient times, they had been used by people for cooking and storing meats, along with holding incense or joss sticks as a ritual offering to the gods before it served as an alchemy furnace.
Had it not been for the heat which this little cauldron radiated, Mogul Sun would have deemed it to be like any other ordinary cauldron. That's right. An alchemy furnace it is. Wang Xian cheered in excitement, as he gave the side of the alchemy furnace a gentle pat. Zing! The origin source flame for refining elixir pills was sent straight into the alchemy furnace. Birum! The alchemy furnace came to life as if it had been revitalized. It emitted a gentle red glow while a flame was ignited and shot into the air.
But the heat was latent and could not be felt from the exterior of the alchemy furnace.
With a swing of his arm, the entire alchemy furnace suspended mid-air, and he gave it a second pat. Zing zing!
The light and crisp tingle sounded once again before Wang Xian peeked into the alchemy furnace. As expected, 25 crimson bronze wares appeared inside, all of which were emitting bouts of gentle glow.
The refinement of a Level 5 elixir pill would require 25 types of spiritual grasses, which was why there were 25 bronze wares within the alchemy furnace to hold the individual spiritual grasses. This also meant the maximum capacity of this alchemy furnace when it came to the refinement of elixir pills.
Sun Longxian and the two saints from the dark sect had just entered the room when they saw the alchemy furnace suspended in midair in front of Wang Xian. At the sight, the trio was in awe.
They could sense a formidable force of flame energy brewing from within the alchemy furnace. Around them, the crowd looked on at the alchemy furnace as it remained suspended while glowing in red light. The miraculous sight had also taken these business magnates of the southern province, as well as the family heads of various ancient martial artist families, by utter surprise. "Ha! Not bad. Not bad indeed," Wang Xian laughed. With a swerve of his arm, he had the alchemy furnace lowered onto the ground. "Here's 10 Level 3 and 10 Level 2 elixir pills. Should you want to refine elixir pills in the future, you can come to me. I'll refine them for you free of charge," Wang Xian exclaimed. With a huge wave, he tossed all the elixir pills in his hand over to Mogul Sun.
"What? 10 Level 3 and 10 Level 2 elixir pills?" Mogul Sun shrieked. He had an inkling when it came to the worth of elixir pills and knew that those in his hands were worth several billion. Furthermore, they could not even be bought with money.
Sun Longxian stared at the multiple elixir pills with a burning gaze. Elixir pills were something that even he had not had the chance to consume prior. To think that Wang Xian could actually toss over 20 of them right now.
No doubt a wicked talent.
This won't do. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I didn't even know of the uses of this little cauldron. Since you have uncovered its purpose, this means that it has an affinity with you, Miracle Dr. Wang. Hence, this alchemy furnace shall be my gift to you, Mogul Sun explained hurriedly.
Take it, I won't take advantage of you either. The value of a Level 5 alchemy furnace is worth far more than these. Wang Xian dismissed with a wave, not the least bit concerned about the offer he had made.
Other than those Level 4 to 5 which would be very useful to him, These elixir pills of level 2 to 3 served no purpose for him otherwise, to the point where they were useless even to Xiaoyu, Guan Shuqing and the rest. This, Mogul's son uttered in hesitation, but he declined to comment further upon seeing Wang Xian's elated look. In that case, thank you, Miracle Dr. Wang. Take a look, and see if anything else catches your eye, Mogul's son exclaimed in all smiles as he gestured to the items on the counter. Wang Xian shook his head leisurely after a sweeping glance. It had been unexpected jubilation to have received an alchemy furnace from this place. He had no desire for anything else. In the deals that followed, nothing else caught his eye, while the best items were merely the few which Mogul's son had brought out. However, Wang Xian had been very amazed by the items produced by Sun Longxian. There was a pair of wings, crafted using grade 9 metallic. When worn, these metallic wings would allow a martial artist to fly in the air. These wings were very helpful in the directing and honing of one's internal energy. With extended cultivation, one might even be able to fly unaided simply by prodding their own body thereafter. Brother Xian, isn't this really incredible? It caused me such great pains to come up with this. Sis-in-law, take a look at this bangle. With a gentle press, it'll transform into a glove. Sun Longxian introduced it to Wang Xian and Lan Qingwei as he stood by the couple's side. He beamed brightly upon seeing their interest in his creations. As if a completely changed person, he turned from an arrogant and prideful young master to a flattering underling. There were times when one would be jealous of others who were a little better than themselves. Yet, when the abilities of others had reached a certain benchmark, even the jealousy of the weaker party would be replaced with admiration and respect. Wang Xian nodded as he looked at the items and asked, "So you know equipment refining?" "Equipment refining? I don't think it's considered as such. The Lu Ban technique terms this as equipment craftsmanship." With a puzzled look, Sun Longxian replied while shaking his head. As opposed to equipment refining, Sun Longxian did not have the means to conjure up powerful weapons through refining. Yet, given a combination of metallic elements, he was able to create formidable weapons. And the weapons created would be unique ones, such as wings and automobiles. Equipment craftsmanship? That's very befitting. It's very similar to equipment refining, but more dependent on the use of metals, Wang Xian remarked. While equipment craftsmanship is also about improving inferior things and making them better, Sun Longxian added. Nonetheless, this equipment craftsmanship is also very impressive. Be it equipment refining or equipment craftsmanship, it did not matter. What Wang Xian had most desired were inborn spiritual weapons. The ascension of the dragon field had required 1,000 inborn spiritual weapons. It was 10 at night by the time he arrived at Rivertown. After 2 hours of activity on the bed, Wang Xian headed over to the floating island. "Young master," Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan greeted respectfully. They had been staying on the island but came out to receive Wang Xian upon sensing his arrival. Wang Xian nodded. "How many amongst the Dragonians have attained inborn status?" he continued to ask. "There are already 13 of them, young master, while the rest are also about to step into the inborn realm," Mo Yuan answered. "Given 20 days, can all of them achieve inborn status?" Wang Xian asked overtly. "Yes," Mo Yuan responded without wavering in the slightest. "Gather all of them and call them over. We're close to the new year," Wang Xian instructed before strolling over to the spiritual medicine garden. "It's time for the dragon sex comeback," Wang Xian commented, "and also time to compete within the underworld." He smiled, as the edges of his mouth arched upwards. That day would be coming very soon. The dragon sect consisted of 50 Dragonians excluding Mo Yuan and Mo Qinglong. After the death of 2 Dragonians, adding 2 additional people would top up the number to 50 again. It had been more than 5 months since Wang Xian had taken in the Dragonians. At that point, the 8 extraordinary meridians of all the Dragonians were cleared. After clearing, they would be able to reach the inborn realm within 100 days. However, as they had to enter the underworld and undergo trials in the process, their cultivation progress had been delayed. After 5 months, only 13 of them had reached the inborn realm. Now that Wang Xian had gathered all of them and ordered them to cultivate incessantly, it would take approximately 20 days for all of them to reach the inborn realm.
With 50 inborn realm experts, it would be sufficient for the dragon sect to become a sacred sect. Wang Xian wanted to establish a sacred sect and compete with other sacred sects. Mo Qinglong has broken through to the half-step to Dan realm, and Mo Yuan will be achieving that soon. As for the other Dragonians, they will be able to match middle-class inborn experts the moment they reach the inborn realm, but will still be a distance away from pinnacle inborn experts. I have to refine some elixir pills to increase their strength. Wang Xian went to the spiritual medicine garden and looked at the spiritual medicine within. At this point, there were over 60 tufts of level 4 spiritual medicine, 28 tufts of level 5 spiritual medicine, and close to 300 tufts of level 3 spiritual medicine. In terms of variety, there wasn't a lot. There were roughly 40 different kinds of spiritual medicine. Level 4 elixir pills wouldn't have many benefits for the Dragonians. Only level 5 elixir pills would be beneficial. However, level 5 elixir pills would require the combination of 25 different spiritual medicine and grasses to refine. I don't have enough level 5 spiritual medicine and grass. Wang Xian looked across the spiritual medicine in the garden, and the elixir pill recipes for various level 5 elixir pills flashed past his mind. There's a level 5 elixir pill recipe where I have all of the spiritual medicine to refine. Wang Xian focused on the elixir pill recipe, Devil's Mark Pill. Level 5 elixir pills had huge effects for inborn experts. Once the elixir pills were over level 5, they would typically have an elemental attribute. For example, water attribute elixir pills would be beneficial for Dan realm experts with water attribute affinity. Among level 5 elixir pills, the stronger elixir pills would also have elemental attributes. Devil's Mark Pill was one of them and happened to be suitable for the Dragonians who cultivated devil's arts. However, I would require devil attribute energies to refine Devil's Mark Pill. Wang Xian thought to himself. Nonetheless, devil attribute energies wouldn't be that difficult to find. At the very minimum, he could get them from Xiaoyu or Elderfang. Haze. It appears that I have to get some blood from Xiaoyu or Elderfang. As a skeletal dragon, their fresh blood would be exceptionally precious spiritual medicine. Using them to refine elixir pills would be more than sufficient. Although it felt weird to use the blood of his sister to refine elixir pills, it should be fine if he was just borrowing a little. Wang Xian could already visualize how Xiaoyu would stare at him. He chuckled and looked to the other 24 types of spiritual medicine required, among which the majority of them were still just level 3 and 4 currently. He had to increase their levels to level 5. For the next 2 days, Wang Xian would accompany Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, Xiaoyu and the girls when he was free. As for the remaining time, he spent it on increasing the levels of spiritual medicine and grass on the floating island. Since he'd obtained the wood dragon ball, increasing the levels of spiritual grass and medicine had become much quicker than before. During the few days of the Chinese New Year, Wang Xian's villa had also gotten livelier. There were over 10 wealthy river town families and moguls who paid him a visit. Even Mogul's son brought his son to pay him a visit on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Wang Dahai also came over excitedly. He finally had his day. After the incident at the banquet, everyone knew that Wang Dahai was the brother of Miracle Dr. Wang. His grandfather even asked him to stay for the new year and had finally seen him as his grandson. Because of his connection with Wang Xian, Mogul's son promoted his grandfather several times. Those families in Flow City were treating them with warm hospitality and wanted to forge cordial relationships with them. In Flow City, they were in the limelight. The various guests made the villa incomparably lively. This was the most boisterous New Year Wang Xian had. After the New Year, Wang Xian continued on increasing the level of spiritual medicine and grass. Level 5 spiritual grass and medicine weren't as easy as those at level 2 or 3. To increase a level 3 spiritual grass or medicine to level 5, it would require more than 10,000 points of dragon energy. Moreover, it would take at least dozens of hours. 7 days after the new year, tufts of level 5 spiritual grass and medicine were finally done. A total of 15 sets or 360 tufts of level 5 spiritual grass and medicine. Altogether, Wang Xian had expended over 1 million points of dragon energy. He had 20 million points of dragon energy remaining. The 1 million points of dragon energy were well spent. After Dragon Sect had established its footing, it would bring him even more resources and dragon energy. Time to start refining elixir pills. Wuxia took a deep breath, placing the alchemy furnace before him and the tufts of level 5 spiritual grass and medicine beside him. Beside the level 5 spiritual medicine and grass, there was another strange item. It was white and appeared to be a sanitary pad. There was still blood on it. That's right. That was the shed blood of the skeletal dragon during menstruation. This item had been discovered by Wuxia by accident when Xiao Yu asked him to throw away the rubbish. When he saw it, he was stunned. After several verifications, he could confirm that there were immense energies within it. As such, Wuxia kept it away and was prepared to use it for refining elixir pills. Felt a little weird. Nonetheless, he wouldn't be the one consuming it. Refine all elixir pills with the origin source flame. Wuxia took another deep breath before placing the tufts of spiritual grass and medicine into the alchemy furnace with the blood from the skeletal dragon. A typical alchemist would have to time the exact moment when they placed various spiritual medicines into the alchemy furnace based on the time the spiritual medicine would take to melt. They couldn't make the slightest error or the spiritual grass or medicine would be burnt to ashes. Origin source flame wouldn't have such issues. Even if the spiritual medicine or grass were placed in it for half an hour, the effects would be kept perfectly without any loss. Wuxia threw all the spiritual grass and medicine in at the same time before adjusting the concentration. He had to concentrate on the distribution of the concentration. Otherwise, he might end up with poisonous pills or useless pills if he made a mistake. Wuxia's speed in refining was terrifyingly quick. Moreover, the effects of the elixir pills were kept perfectly intact. A set of spiritual medicine and grass could roughly give 4 elixir pills. If Sui Huang were to witness Wuxia refining elixir pills, he would probably jump up in jealousy. Refining elixir pills was like a walk in the park for Wuxia. Phew! He had finally succeeded. When the spiritual medicine and grass coalesced into elixir pills, Wuxia revealed a satisfied smile. 60 pills. Moreover, all of them were level 5 elixir pills. The value of each level 5 elixir pill could reach $7 to $8 billion conservatively. When consumed by an inborn expert, one could gain immense improvements. Such pills were priceless. These are different from Devil's Mark pills. These are Devil's skeletal pills. Perhaps it's because I was using the blood of the skeletal dragon. Wuxia looked at the Devil's skeletal pills that were emanating a black glow. Moving out, he appeared before the floating island. At that place, 50 Dragonians, together with Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan, were sitting on the training ground and cultivating. Immense black energies had shrouded them completely, and each and every one of them emanated incredible vibes with each breath. After incessant cultivating over the new year, all the 50 Dragonians had reached the inborn realm. Any one of them could stir up a storm in the underworld. Everyone, take a devil's skeletal pill each and swallow it now. Wuxia looked at his Dragonians with satisfaction. Dragonians were 100% loyal and die-hard fans, and that was the advantage. They would not have the slightest hesitation, even if Wuxia asked them to commit suicide. In their eyes, he was God. Thank you, Dragon King. When Dragonians opened their eyes, a virtual image of a devil dragon flashed in their eyes as they had one knee down, shouting out respectfully. Wuxia swung his arm, suspending the devil's skeletal pills in the air before them. After the Dragonians consumed the pills, they closed their eyes immediately and absorbed it. Kacha! Kacha! Soon, a bone-cracking sound came from their bodies as a virtual image of a skeletal dragon slowly surfaced above their heads. The skeletal dragon hovered over their heads before slowly entering their bodies. Their bones had undergone terrifying change. On their skin, the faint dragon scales that surfaced turned into bony scales that looked like some daunting armor. Their 5 fingers grew longer, exuding a touch of black radiance. Using the blood of the skeletal dragon for the production of elixir pills seemed to have had a special effect. The devil's arts that Mo Qinglong was cultivating came with dark attributes, while the skeletal dragon was considered to be the mutation of those dark attributes. As a result, it had strengthened their bones, which turned them into something more powerful. 50 Dragonians. Considering those who had just advanced to Inborn Realm, they could even match up to Pinnacle Inborn. That's how strong the bloodline is. Wuxia smiled as he watched those Dragonians with rapid ascension in their strength.
With the strength of 50 Dragonians enhanced at the same time, their black energies slowly gathered together, forming a skeletal dragon. As the skeletal dragon crouched above them, the imposing stance could strike fear into anyone, including experts of the Dan realm. That lad escaped. That lad actually ran away. How could he have such domineering strength? This is impossible. It hasn't been long since we last saw him, and he is already advanced to half-step to Inborn. That brat was too gifted. No wonder Madam had to take the risk to kill him. He's only 15, and he is already a half-step to Inborn. It's almost a 100% chance for him to advance to Inborn realm or an even higher level. If he grows up, it will be troublesome. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had to become so powerful, especially with that petrifying sapphire flame. At this moment, 5 people were discussing and standing along a remote road in Rivertown with cold perspiration all over their bodies. There were charred bodies scattered around on the floor, looking unusually scary. Spots of fresh blood were spilled around while the ground had several cracks in it. Apparently, a ferocious battle had broken out here. A 15-year-old half-step to Inborn sounded horrifying. If Madam learned about this, she wouldn't be able to sleep from now on. Several middle-aged men exchanged gazes with each other. Amongst them, 2 were half-step to Inborn level 9 martial artists. Those lying on the ground were all level 9 martial artists. Ever since the group of people who were chasing that brat had disappeared, Madam sent an even more powerful bunch of people to kill that brat. This time, they learned about the news of that brat from the Omniscient group. Hence, they rushed over just to kill him off. At first, they thought it would be an easy job. But none of them expected that he could slaughter 5 level 9 martial artists all by himself. At the same time, he fled from their hands. We must report to Madam immediately. A middle-aged man suppressed the horror within himself and took out a communication device immediately. Xiaoshi-san, is everything settled? Soon, a wealthy-looking lady appeared in the video call. She was standing in a training field and was not looking into the camera. Instead, she was gazing at something ahead of her wearing a smile. Madam, we are in trouble. Xiaoshi-san took a deep breath before he lowered his head and answered with a grimace. Her? You let that brat escape again. Eyes turned cold as the wealthy-looking lady stared at Xiaoshi-san on the screen. Madam! Through the screen, Xiaoshi-san could sense the imposing bearing. His voice was shaking. We tried to stop him halfway, but he killed 5 of our people. What? Someone is protecting that brat. That wealthy-looking lady raised her eyebrows as vexation became caught in between her locked brows. No, not that. He killed 5 of our people alone. He's now a half-step to Inborn. A half-step to Inborn. What did you say? That wealthy-looking lady shrieked, ruining all her nobility. Half-step to Inborn. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter he had, but he possesses the strength of half-step to Inborn. And he's got a terrifying flame. Xiaoshi-san was shaken as he answered. Such a gifted talent would shine in the sky, causing everything to pale in comparison. Half-step to Inborn. A 15-year-old half-step to Inborn? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? The wealthy-looking lady was in total disbelief as she grasped the device, staring into the screen. We're sure. We're 100% sure. That brat has a domineering gift. Xiaoshi-san nodded his head with force. Half-step to Inborn. A half-step to Inborn at age 15. The wealthy-looking lady was stupefied as she looked at her son in the training field before her. Her son was 18, and he had only become a half-step to Inborn after he was given a vast amount of resources for his cultivation. Even so, a son who was a half-step to Inborn enjoyed a supreme status in the entire sacred clan. The word genius was insufficient to describe him. Even the Laozu of the clan was full of praises for him. He was only 18, and everyone already recognized him as the next successor for the Xiao family. He was, no doubt, the next successor of the sacred clan. Yet, that brat, that bastard had actually advanced to half-step to Inborn. No way. Absolutely no way. If anyone finds out that he has such domineering gifts and strength, the elders in the clan will be grooming him with everything they have. Till then, Fana status and that hatred from that boy. Radiance flashed in that wealthy-looking lady's eyes as she slowly revealed her craziness. We must stop that brat from growing up.
We cannot let him live. You guys will wait there. I'll send an inborn expert over. That wealthy-looking lady commanded Xiao Shisan coldly. Yes, yes. When Xiao Shisan saw the murderous intent in Madame's eyes, fear took over him as he hurriedly nodded his head. After they hung up, the wealthy-looking lady was clenching her fist tightly. At this time, a dashing and handsome juvenile in the training field held his prideful chin up and asked that wealthy-looking lady, "Mom, how was it? Given my current strength, I'm sure I can be in the top 10 on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. Till then, I'll be the youngest hero." That's true. Fanner, you're the most remarkable one. No one at your age can compare to you. You're the brightest moon in the sky. The rest are only insignificant starlight. The wealthy-looking lady had glittering eyes as she looked at her son with a beaming face. Of course, I wonder where Xiao Ran, his mother, and his sister fled to. They have been on the run for a year. If I see him again, I'll cripple him with one hand. Ha ha! No matter how insanely gifted you are still going to meet your end here. On a deserted road in Rivertown, Xiao Shisan mumbled to himself after seeing the video call disengage. What a shame. Now that you have offended Madame, a young hero. Xiao Shisan looked at the corpses around him and instructed the few people with him to clean things up. That Madame was the daughter of the family head of a first-class family in Shangjing. That first-class family was among the most elite first-class forces, with close to 10 inborn experts. One could even say that they were one of the strongest existences beneath a sacred sect. At this moment, her status in the family had risen because of his son. That young master had talents that triumphed the entire sacred clan and had been widely regarded as the future successor. He was also the most outstanding disciple that was believed to have the highest chance of attaining the level of their Laozu. In the entire Xiao clan, that madam also had incredible influence. If she wished to kill a brat, that brat would die no matter how insanely gifted he was. What's the matter? What happened to Xiao Ran? In the afternoon, Wang Xian saw Lu Mingxin, whose eyes had turned red and swollen from crying, in the living room when he entered the villa. His attention shifted to Xiao Ran, who appeared pale and was lying on the sofa. Sun Lingxiu was sitting by his side while administering treatment. Clearly, his injuries weren't light. He was ambushed and forcefully executed the technique Sui Huang taught him. His body suffered huge damages, but this isn't a serious issue. He should recover in 5 to 6 days. Sun Lingxiu turned to Wang Xian and explained. He was ambushed? Wang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. The underworld still wasn't aware that Xiao Ran was his disciple. At the very least, he barely paid any attention to this disciple. Other than giving him the cultivation arts from the fire god denomination, the tranquil blue heavenly flame and some elixir pills, he had basically not played a part in his cultivation path. He didn't know how to teach his disciple. Even his cultivation knowledge was gained from joining Guanshuqing when Sui Huang was teaching. Nonetheless, he was very satisfied with this disciple of his. He was resilient and willing to endure hardship. Other than his meals, he spent all his time on cultivation. Whenever he saw him, he would just address him as Master softly. At the same time, he would always make him tea and bring a cup to him. There's nothing Wang Xian would pick on about this disciple. Who would ambush a teenager for no reason? Moreover, with Xiao Ran's current strength of half-step to inborn, he wouldn't be injured unless he was fighting experts at the same level or higher. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and a flash of killing intent gleamed in them. No matter what, Xiao Ran was his disciple. Although he was just an unofficial disciple, it would still be a slap to his face if his disciple was ambushed by others. They are from our family, the Xiao clan. Lu Mingxin looked at Wang Xian with his red and swollen eyes and walked towards him. Xiao clan? The sacred clan, Xiao clan. Wang Xian was taken aback and sank into deep thought. Xiao clan was one of the 3 main sacred clans and one of the 5 main sacred clans in China. They had strength equivalent to other sacred sects. So the assassination when I first encountered them was sent by a sacred clan? A sacred clan is pursuing and assassinating 2 kids? At that time, Wang Xian hadn't asked about the reasons. Mengxin, why is the Xiao clan pursuing and assassinating you guys? Wang Xian glanced at the unconscious Xiao Ran and placed his hand on him. Streams of Azure Dragon's energy flowed into his body and started healing his injuries.
Our aunt is trying to kill us. Our mother isn't the first wife to our father, and we have always been living outside the Shao clan. Subsequently, brother reached martial artist level 3 in just a year. Seeing that brother has strong talents, father brought us back to the sacred clan. However, that aunt has always targeted us. The resources that had been allocated to us were all snatched away by her. Subsequently, our father died in an accident, and that aunt's actions got even more brazen. Our mother couldn't stand her taking away our resources and therefore went to reason with the elders in the clan. However, our food was poisoned after she got back. When my mother learned about it, she decided to bring us away from this perilous place.
However, we had not expected to be pursued by assassins. Our mother was killed while protecting us. The last time we saw Brother Wuxia, we had already been running for a year. Lu Mingxin clenched her small hands as she spoke furiously.
It might not be just because of your mother. Shao Ran is probably a factor too. Wang Xian thought to himself after hearing Lu Mingxin's explanation. In large families, it would be similar to the royal race in the past. Heirs would resort to unscrupulous acts to increase their chances of succeeding the throne. Shao Ran's gifts had probably encroached upon the interests of some people.
To be able to reach martial artist level 3 without any resources in a year, he must be really gifted. As long as he had sufficient resources, he would definitely still become the most dazzling star even when compared across the sacred clans. The only shame was that his mother was just another woman his father had outside the clan, and she wasn't the first wife.
The quarrels within your family have nothing to do with me. However, it involves me when my disciple is harmed. Wang Xian gave a cold smirk and looked at the unconscious Shao Ran on the sofa.
Let this incompetent master of yours help you for the very last time. You still have to rely on yourself in the future.
Wang Xian had made up his mind. He would be using elixir pills to raise his cultivation realm to the inborn realm before bringing him to the Shao clan and demanding a fair explanation.
Head to the sacred clan and demand a fair explanation.
Master! At this instant, Shao Ran, who was lying on the sofa, opened his eyes suddenly. He squeezed out a shy smile and struggled to sit up. Wang Xian didn't stop him, patted him on the shoulders and said, "Have a good rest today. I'll increase your strength tomorrow before going back with you to demand a fair explanation." Shao Ran's face turned red from agitation. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as he thanked Wang Xian profusely. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Wang Xian smiled and caressed his head before turning around and leaving in the direction of the floating island.
After all, Shao Ran was still just a 15-year-old kid. His life had been tumultuous and even worse than his and Xiao Yu's in the past. At the very least, Wang Xian and Xiao Yu wouldn't have to worry about their safety.
Arriving at the spiritual medicine garden on the floating island, Wang Xian looked around and gathered the spiritual medicine required to refine level 4 elixir pills. After which, he turned to the 2 level 6 spiritual medicines. The green fruit tree and the white valley lotus. The fruits from the spiritual tree, green fruit tree, were level 5 spiritual medicine or the equivalent of level 4 elixir pills. As for the white valley lotus, it could match level 5 elixir pills.
That was similar to the devil's skeletal pill, which could greatly increase the strength of even inborn experts.
Clearly, devil's skeletal pills weren't suitable for Shao Ran and would only cause side effects. However, he could consume a level 6 spiritual medicine directly. Consuming 4 to 5 level 4 elixir pills and several lotus seeds from the level 6 spiritual medicine, having his conception vessel and governing vessel cleared, together with the body refining effects of the Dragon Ball, Shao Ran could definitely reach the inborn realm. This was an inborn expert raised by exhausting immense resources and wealth. A 15-year-old inborn expert. Even the sacred clan would be completely shocked by him.
Wang Xian's lips curved up slightly. Subsequently, he started refining level 4 elixir pills.
After the massive refining session over this period, the entire spiritual medicine garden had basically emptied out with only a few tufts of spiritual medicine and grass remaining.
He had to start breeding his own or looking for other spiritual medicine and grass.
As deafening screams came through, the painful cries caused hair to stand on end.
Back in the yard in the villa, Shao Ran was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. Above his head, the body refining flame was burning over his body.
Even though the blazing flame was specifically used to refine the body, the pain was simply unbearable.
However, Wang Xian remained unwavering at the side. Each time when Xiao Ran's physical body could not take it, Wang Xian would inject energy of the Azure Dragon to heal his body. When his skin tore, it would be treated with the energy of the Azure Dragon again. At the same time, level 4 elixir pills were thrown into Xiao Ran's mouth as though they cost nothing. The immense energy in the pills was quickly absorbed and refined. Boom! After he had taken all 4 soul enhancement pills, an intense energy began to rise in Xiao Ran's body. He lifted his head as he could not help but bellow with a shaken body. "Open your mouth!" Wang Xian shouted at him as he curled his finger and sent 3 White Valley Lotus seeds into his mouth. White Valley Lotus could help to cleanse the physical body, shaping the most perfect inborn physique. Compared to Devil's Skeletal Pill, the spiritual energy provided would be lesser, but it could strengthen the foundation. As the body-refining flame from the Inferno Dragon Ball kept pouring down on him like a waterfall, Xiao Ran was completely covered by the sticky and thick magma. With the help of level 6 spiritual medicine White Valley Lotus and level 11 body-refining flame, nothing would go wrong despite the fact that they took a shortcut. Absorb the energy and adapt to it. "Lay a good foundation," said Wang Xian to Xiao Ran indifferently as he observed by the side. After half an hour, Wang Xian opened his mouth and took the Inferno Dragon Ball back. Xiao Ran, who was glowing in a blue flame, slowly opened his eyes. A tinge of sapphire radiance blinked in his eyes as tranquil blue heavenly flame rose from his body. Daunting destructive energy came from his body. Xiao Ran slowly stood up. Ka-ka-ka. A bone-cracking sound came from within his body. The tranquil blue heavenly flame slowly converged into his body with flashing bouts of queer aura. It was the domineering and majestic stance of an inborn expert that was emanating from Xiao Ran's body. There was a tinge of thrill in his eyes as he turned to Wang Xian with passion and admiration. "Master, I actually advanced to inborn realm." "Thank you, Master." As he spoke, Xiao Ran went down on his knees with his eyes reddened. His body was shaking with excitement. "Enough, don't be so excited. Put on your clothes. We're going to Shangjing this afternoon." Wang Xian smiled at him. "Yes, Master." Xiao Ran blushed as he hurriedly ran outside. Wang Xian shook his head and went back to the villa. He was lying on the sofa drinking his tea while reading the news on the underworld. The most popular event in the underworld recently was none other than the Outstanding Young Heroes rankings. The underworld would rank the outstanding young heroes biannually. As such, many of the supreme talents would rush over to the venue. If they got ranked, they would receive many resources. If they could rank above the top 3, they would have a chance to receive level 4 to 5 elixir pills, level 5 to 6 spiritual grass, and even powerful weapons. Xiao Yu and Elder Fong had already returned to Thistles and Thorns sect during the past few days. Xiao Yu was getting ready to surprise every young hero in the event. At the same time, she was preparing for Thistles and Thorns sect to upgrade themselves to a first-class force. Wang Xian did not interrupt her enthusiasm. Given Elder Fong and her strength, almost no one in the entire underworld could hurt them. Even if they met a Dan realm expert, they were able to go up against them once they transformed into a skeletal dragon. After a rest, Xiao Ran put on his training attire and walked over with a sharp sword in his hand. "Master, you're ready? Let's go. We'll pick up your sister first." As Wang Xian spoke, he stretched his back and spotted the ancient spiritual sword at the side. With a casual movement, the sword was tossed to Xiao Ran. "Your last gift." Wang Xian tossed the inborn spiritual weapon, the ancient spiritual sword, to Xiao Ran as he spoke. They picked up this ancient spiritual sword when they annihilated 9 Lotus sect back at the ancient tomb. It was initially gifted to Xiao Yu, but ever since Xiao Yu had turned into a skeletal dragon, she has no use for this ancient spiritual sword. The inborn spiritual weapon was no better than the bone sword extended out from her hand. As a result, the sword was left lying around in the villa. "Thank you, Master." Xiao Ran took the ancient spiritual sword with thrills. He was looking ebullient. "Let's go," Wang Xian said to him. Both of them took a cab to the old street. After meeting up with Lu Mingxin and Sun Lingxiu, 4 of them took a cab to the airport. Lu Mingxin was an unofficial disciple of Sun Lingxiu. Since she practiced the art of light, her strength had reached level 8 martial artist. Given her age, it was rather daunting. "Where are you flying to?" the driver asked them with a smile on his face. "To Shangjing." "Shangjing? Now it's very crowded to go there, since everyone is traveling there for a winter vacation." The driver chuckled as he spoke. When the cab was making a turn, a large vehicle stopped in the middle of the road, causing the driver to slam on the brakes immediately. "God damn it. What a son of a bitch. Do you know how to drive?" "Her." At this time, Wuxia spotted the martial artists walking out from that car. They were all armed with swords, looking over in their direction with icy gazes. "Master, it's them. They were the ones who assaulted me." Xiao Ran was getting aggressive as he pointed to the few middle-aged men and exclaimed loudly. "Again." Wang Xian raised his eyebrow and revealed a cold smile. Upon seeing the flustered driver, Wang Xian struck him unconscious with a palm. "Let's get down." Wang Xian sniggered as he spoke when he stepped out of the cab. "Brat, where do you think you can hide?" Xiao Shirshan glared at Xiao Ran coldly as he smirked, revealing a bloodthirsty look. "Half-step to Inborn?" There were two old men, fat and skinny ones, standing beside Xiao Shirshan. The fat old man squinted his eyes as he observed Xiao Ran in a half-asleep state. "Just a half-step to Inborn, brat? And you want us to strike? It's safer to get rid of such a demon-like existence." Aunt May did the correct thing. "We're here to ensure this brat is utterly dead, just in case," said the skinny old man beside the fat old man who had bulging eyes that were big and creepy-looking. "People from the Xiao clan? We were about to look for you. Little did I expect you to be here beforehand." Wang Xian swept his gaze across 15 of them, among which there were 2 inborn experts and 5 half-step to inborn experts. He could not help but display a cold look. "Who is he?" asked the fat old man who squinted his eyes. "Who cares? Kill them all." The skinny old man stared with his round eyes as he spoke casually. "That's true. You guys go on. I want to see what that 15-year-old half-step to inborn can do." The fat old man nodded as he commanded the rest of the surrounding people. "Yes." 13 martial artists held their weapons in their hands. Xiao Shirshan took a look at his comrades and reminded them, "Be careful, this brat can release a powerful blue flame." "Haha, we've got so many of us here. It will be a piece of cake to kill a half-step to inborn brat." "Xiao Ran, kill all of them." Wang Xian contorted his lips upwards and spoke plainly to Xiao Ran, who was beside him. "Yes, master." Xiao Ran held the hilt of the ancient spiritual sword tightly in his hand as he stared harshly at the 13 people surrounding him. Hatred gleamed strongly in his eyes. It was also this batch of people who had killed his mother and forced them into a life of running desperately. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he walked resolutely towards them. After being pursued for over a year, Xiao Ran felt no fear and trepidation towards killing. All he felt was the desire to slay all his enemies one day. Today, he was finally going to take the first step towards achieving his goal. Kill him as quickly as possible and get back. The fat old man squinted his eyes as he instructed his men lazily. "Hee. Who would have expected a brat like you to recover in 2 days? However, we have 2 inborn experts with us today. There's no way for you to escape even if you had wings." Xiao Shirshan stared harshly at Xiao Ran as he drew his long sword gradually. "I won't run again from today onwards. I'm going to kill every single one of you as revenge for my mother." Xiao Ran didn't draw his sword. He was reserving it for the 2 inborn experts, and the rest weren't qualified for him to use it. "Hee. Die now." "Insolent brat." Xiao Shirshan and the crowd shouted coldly as they charged towards Xiao Ran with their weapons. "I'm no longer the same kid as a year ago. Don't oppress me just because I'm young." Xiao Ran's expression was eerily cold. Looking at the 13 people approaching him, a tinge of blue flames flashed across his eyes. "Haha, insolent brat. Don't assume you can act brazenly just because you have some strength. No matter how gifted you are going to meet your end today." Xiao Shirshan and a few other men laughed hysterically. Piercing glow flashed on the surface of their swords as they lunged towards Xiao Ran. "TSK." Xiao Ran looked at them. Moving both of his hands, a circle of tranquil blue heavenly flames appeared on his palm. The The tranquil blue heavenly flames were swaying and seemed eager to set the air ablaze. Die! He shouted loudly as he swept the tranquil blue heavenly flame towards the 13 people. Be careful. That blue flame is really powerful. Xiao Shursen turned solemn and reminded the group loudly. Heavenly flame. Oh gosh. It's a heavenly flame. In one corner, the fat old man was exhilarated upon seeing the heavenly flame. The skinny old man beside him had his eyes opened widely as he smiled radiantly. Ha ha! After we kill that kid, the heavenly flame will belong to us. Break! Xiao Shursan and the group slashed down on the tranquil blue heavenly flames that were flying towards them. Die! Seeing them still trying to withstand with their weapons, a cold flash beamed from Xiao Ran's eyes. The current him wasn't the same as 2 days ago. Boom! He waved his hand and the circle of blue flames raged violently the moment they contacted their weapons. To their astonishment, the tranquil blue flames grew to over a meter in size and shrouded towards them. Shit! Xiao Shursan was taken by surprise. The tranquil blue flame was different from previous times. The flames they had seen just a while ago were highly concentrated flames. Arg! Instantly, the 8 level 9 martial artists cried out pitifully. When they saw the blue flames raging on one arm, they immediately tried to put them out by patting it with their other hand. However, they hit nothing as they waved their other hand down. Their arm had been reduced to dust before their astonished eyes. Moreover, the flames were spreading quickly towards their bodies. It was as though they could no longer feel the temperature of the flames as they were reduced to dust like paper. How can this be possible? Xiao Shursan was devastated as he looked at the spreading tranquil blue heavenly flame on his arm. When the flames had landed on the level 9 martial artists previously, the worst it could get was to torch the person. Yet, they were reduced to dust directly this time. He patted towards his arm rapidly. However, to his astonishment, he hit nothing. His arm and his body were disappearing rapidly. His brain didn't register any pain or misery. However, all these things were incomparably frightening. Arg! Pitiful cries reverberated. All 13 people had disappeared creepily. With a single strike, 5 half-step to inborn experts and 8 level 9 martial artists were reduced to dust. Incomparably terrifying. What? The fat and skinny old men who had stayed behind looked on with disbelief. That fat old man was fully alerted now as he shed his laziness from before. His eyes widened and were filled with confusion. It's your turn now. Xiao Ran grabbed the ancient spiritual sword by his waist and said, Now, I'm going to kill both of you, after which, I'll head to Xiao Clan to demand an explanation. Annihilating 13 experts in a single strike. How can this be? You aren't at the half-step to inborn realm. You have reached the inborn realm. A 15-year-old inborn expert. The jaw of the skinny old man dropped and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had completely lost his calm demeanor from before. How can this be possible? What kind of chance encounter did you have? 2 days ago, you were still a half-step to inborn expert. Yet, you have reached the inborn realm today and even have a terrifying heavenly flame. The old man turned serious. The heavenly flame was much stronger than ordinary flames and could substantially increase one's strength. Because I have a powerful master. Xiao Ran lifted his head proudly while staring harshly at them. Master! The skinny and old man's attention fell on Wang Xian and the group who had stayed behind through the developments. Kid, don't assume you are a match for us after just reaching the inborn realm, the fat old man remarked coldly. He exchanged glances with the skinny old man and attacked Xiao Ran suddenly before completing his sentence. They were going for the ambush. They weren't ashamed of ambushing a 15-year-old kid. With Xiao Ran possessing the powerful heavenly flame, it was worthwhile for them to be unscrupulous. Huh? Xiao Ran was taken aback slightly. He had not expected the 2 inborn experts to attack suddenly. Therefore, his expression changed slightly as he retreated instantly. Kid, die now. Blue and red light shot out from the eyes of the 2 old men respectively. At the same instant, 4 needle-like hidden weapons shot towards Xiao Ran's forehead and throat. This is bad. Xiao Ran was taken by surprise. He had not expected the other party to resort to hidden weapons after ambushing him. There's no way he could guard against them. Dang.
Xiao Ran retreated immediately and rapidly drew out the ancient spiritual sword. Icy flame devil needles aren't something your small longsword could stop. No matter how demon-like your talents are, you are still going to die by our hands. Hee. Excitement gleamed in the eyes of the skinny old man. No matter how talented this kid was and how strong he was, his battling experiences were far lacking. Papa. However, the moment Xiao Ran drew the ancient spiritual sword, the face of the skinny old man stiffened instantly. His eyes opened widely as he said, "Inborn spiritual weapon. Oh gosh. Who is your master? Who could have afforded to give you an inborn spiritual weapon?" "My master." Xiao Ran revealed a chilling and proud smirk, glowered at them and shouted, "Remember this. My master is Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. Now you guys can die." "What?" The fat and skinny old men were completely stunned. Bitterness gleamed in their eyes and they gritted their teeth. So what if he is Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown? Even without the Xiao clan, the Liang family could suppress him.